June retail sales data coming through this morning on a month-over-month basis. 0.5% expected here, 0.2 to the upside. So a little bit of a miss there as far as retail is concerned on the month-over-month basis. Core yet to come in here, but again, 0.5 expected there for last month. Comes out 0.2% to the upside. We are also awaiting industrial production numbers. That's set to come through at 9:15 this morning. And then some housing data a little bit later on at 10 o'clock. I'll wait for that core number. There it is, 0.2 to the upside as well. So both the same. Core takes out autos and energy. So 0.3 expected, comes out 0.2 for both there for U.S. retail sales on a morning where overall the market pretty flat. Futures kind of chopping around here, basically where we ended the day yesterday. We'll touch on bank earnings this morning. Obviously, BAC, the headliner, Morgan Stanley, out this morning as well. We just get Schwab not too long ago, moving to the downside for the most part for Schwab. That is at least the rest of the banks not really doing a heck of a lot. We'll talk about why here coming up. NVIDIA, more positivity back to the upside. Tesla, more positivity back to the upside this morning. Trying to hold on to that Cybertruck gap, I guess, from yesterday. It was unable to fade any of that when all was said and done. Tech looking to lead, but as I mentioned, futures pretty flat here. Still looking at about a 96% chance of a quarter point hike to come next week from the Fed as we get going on a Tuesday. It's Tuesday, July 18th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Overall, yeah, futures back downside. I'll bring this over for you. This is the ES right now, moving back to the downside. Bit of a chop fest, though, in the pre-market ahead of this retail sales data that just comes out. If you miss it or joining a little late here, basically in line with expectations. Slight downtick there after a nice beat last month. This 45.50, 45.48 area ends up being support late in the day yesterday, continuing to hold on to the support side of things once again today. But yeah, basically flat, 0.08 downside now for the S&P, 0.12 downside for the NASDAQ. We'll see how things play out this morning. Tesla trying to roll over here a little bit. Google as well, downside after a big day to start the week on Monday. Hope your week started well yesterday. We'll see if we can't get things going back in the right direction today. Cathie Wood in there selling a ton of Tesla shares yesterday, taking advantage of that Cybertruck move. Pre-market move anyways. We ended up holding that gap to the upside. Sean with another day off today. Max back in the hot seat. Neil here as well. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. And Cathie Wood, when she sold NVIDIA, it actually did really well after that. So well, who knows what's going to happen to Tesla. Obviously, yesterday was a big day for the Cybertruck. All I got to tell you is everyone gets excited about bank earnings, and then bank earnings come and we trade everything else. Nobody cares. The BAC beat. You had beats last week, and the stocks got woodshedded after gapping up. BAC put a beat in, and they're down 0.6%. Schwab, I checked, and they were down as well. Good morning, VXS. I see GM. You're not talking about GM stock. You're saying good morning in the chat. I appreciate it there. A lot of people are using the dollar signs now so we can differentiate when you're talking about a stock and not just saying, oh, snap, or something along those lines. So I do appreciate that. Want to make this note. Apparently, we don't have to worry about inflation in Canada because our latest reading was 2.8.
Yeah, congratulations.
It's
beat
over.
Inflation.
Canada beat inflation. Everybody else is screwed. We win. You all lose. But in all seriousness, you have had these numbers getting lighter and lighter. And hey, maybe things are turning a bit of a corner. What we care about today is, can NVIDIA make it to $500? Can Apple make an all-time high? Will Palantir actually give us a trade off the 18 level, even though it already broke?
Does Tesla get to 300?
Tesla 300.
Selling pressure's over. Cathie's out. Well, she's not out, but
she's not out.
She's out of $13 million worth, which I figure she's got quite a bit more than that.
It's Patetra. Patetra means a little bit in French. What does Patetra mean in French? Isn't it a little bit?
I'm pretty sure it means maybe. Petit peu is a little bit.
Petit peu, a little bit. There you go.
Yeah.
Canadians should know French. We all learn it in school, but I cheated in high school French, so I could get 80, but it doesn't really matter.
I got solid 50s.
Winning. Yeah, here is that number, 2.8%, as Neil was mentioning there for Canadian CPI. If you remember, going back a month or two ago, Canada was the first one to get a 3 handle on inflation. Now we're first to get a 2 handle on inflation as well. So forecast was 3%. We're better than expected once again. So good look there. Retail sales, on the other hand, as I mentioned, not so good. Downside ever so slightly. I mean, it's been basically flat over the past couple of months as far as monthly prints are concerned for the retail sector. We'll get into retail earnings coming up in a couple of weeks here. We still have to wait for some of the retailers to come through. But overall, yeah, it's about bank earnings today. We got BAC this morning, their downside. We got Morgan Stanley this morning, their downside. You can see a trend developing here. Here's Schwab as well. Initial move was actually higher on Schwab, up to $60. We're now reversing that back through 59. I mean, Neil, you and I were talking about this a little bit before we came on this morning. I mean, even going back to Friday, JP Morgan comes out. I mean, it was like 67% increase in quarterly profit. Everyone kind of shrugged and said, oh, well.
It's just, they're not sexy anymore. Like, right? Like, think about it. Like, everybody wants to know, like, where the big growth story is going to be, and it's all the AI stocks, and that's it. And it's not, no one cares about steady earnings and the banks. And, you know, to a certain extent, you may have seen some of that happen with, we scoff at numbers from the energy companies as well. But like Schwab, you can want something to happen in the market, and the market doesn't care, because when you looked at Schwab, and I know you were talking about this too, Max, $60 on this name on the daily was just so well set up. But it doesn't matter. Now you have a double. We'll see what happens at the open. I don't want to call it a rejection of the 60 again, because it hasn't happened yet. But you might have a double rejection of the 60 area on Schwab. It looked like there was primed to have a bit of a run and a breakout. The disappointing one to me is going to be BAC though. Like, that's set up pretty nicely. Like, maybe you're going to be rounding into a breakout of that 30 after rejecting it. Some room to go, decent consolidation. It wasn't all perfect in terms of like, there's some issues with loan demand. I saw something with regard to car loans. It was a stat that since they've been keeping a certain metric for 10 years, it was like rejections of car loan applications outpaced, so rejections outpaced applications for the first time in 10 years in the U.S.
That makes sense.
That ain't good.
Someone who used to work on the floor, who works in car sales now, was saying that the people are coming in with their lease returns for a car that was like $450 a month, and now they're saying like, oh, it's $800. And like, what? What do you mean it's $800? It's the same car, it's the same price. Well, interest rates. We were loaning things out at 0.00 or 0.99 before, and now it's like an 8% interest rate on these leases. So, yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people probably not wanting to get into these crazy high loan prices, you know, mortgages, who knows? I mean, I feel like people just continually sign up for mortgages because you have to.
I think it's a different story, because everyone's trying to get in the housing game. But like, I think you're dead right. And when you're running out of, you're just not seeing the loan demand there for these guys and deposits as well. So there is some downward pressure. Maybe there's like a fade off of these, like the 60 and the 30 level. Maybe you get a chance or a shot to fade off of them today into a potential breakout. I don't think we're going to be trading too much of the banks, quite frankly. They didn't say AI enough in their conference calls either. That's these guys haven't even had theirs, but that's the other. It's not the sexy beast. And you look at NVIDIA and what it's doing on a daily basis, and you look at big tech, and that's where everyone's fleeing to. And when that's happening, when big tech is hot, then financials are not. And that's what's happening.
All right, a couple things to note here as we get going. Some of the Chinese ADRs back to the upside this morning, specifically EV makers looking pretty good. Here's the NIO, 1% back to the high side after a nice bounce off of that 1020 area yesterday. Xpeng as well, also higher to the tune of about 3%. BYD out with earnings overnight, better than expected. Looks like their forecast beat as well. So some of these EV makers from China, guys, benefiting from that, it would appear.
mean, some of the economic data out of China is not actually looking very good. But if there's one sector that had been running pretty hot, I would say it had been the EV sector. Xpeng in particular, it's already done the move that Ford was trying to do yesterday and failed miserably, which is you try to consolidate your breakout and then make the next bounce and consolidate it and break it back out. Ford did the latter. I think it was 1480 would have been the price, so it had a similar chart, had a little flag there, and it broke down and fell almost a full dollar. You've actually had Xpeng here hold its next breakout level. That's 13.5 here. It just dipped down, managed to make that hold at 1350 in yesterday's trade and heading right back up. So why weren't we looking at, look, it's easy to say, oh man, we should have been looking at Xpeng, but that's not how it really works out. You're going to pick the names that you're the most interested in, but that 1350 bounce in hindsight looks pretty darn good. You got to move past it. There is room for this thing to get all the way back into 15. If you look at the way that it got from 15 to 14 in the first place, it's just run away from those prices and not hung around. So a gap into here, there's room to rally. Just sitting in the middle of nowhere for an entry is the problem. If you were down around the 14 area, a little bit easier to pick it up in front of 14 than to try at 1450. I look at it right now, and there's an offer at 1452 for the biggest size on the book, and it's trading at 51. So I'm not sure I would want a breakout top trade. There's a few stocks that are setting up for breakouts at the open. I don't know that I would take this even up 3%. I'd want to find my way into a long in front of 14 if I could find it. Maybe something in front of the previous close. Maybe you get like a 1430 on a dip buy. Those are always tricky trades. The other way to play something like that is allow it to make its move at the open, do whatever dance it wants to, and if it's still holding this 10 to 15 cent range, setting up to break back out the top, well then just take a top break a little bit later on in the day, and if the break at 9:30 happens and works, you don't have to have it. There's going to be other breakouts to be said. So I don't want to chase Xpeng. It would be the one that I like for the long though.
I really like the idea of that 15 level breaking maybe last week or 2 weeks ago, and it just kind of chopped around that level and did nothing, sadly. But another one, Sharif's favorite Chinese automaker here, Li Auto, just chilling at recent highs, getting right into this kind of resistance zone here from, 36 to 42 kind of area. But yeah, giving you all these tops up here, like yesterday's high, 38.50. I feel like this is a name that is just getting ready to kind of break out and go somewhere that maybe it hasn't been in quite some time. I'm like consolidating this much kind of at these highs, no real pullback here. I recall we were looking for this 35 break once upon a time, but that, I think Sean might have had this when I was on the show with him a long time ago. But anyway, this 35 break basically holds. You're blasting off into 48 or 38. I think if this is taking out 40 in the next few days, Li Auto might be something to look for to take out this 42 and then see where we can go from some levels from a couple of years ago. But yes, definitely strength in these Chinese auto names. Haven't seen a whole lot of follow through intraday from these recently. I feel like a lot of the trading gets done in the gap. Yep. Because that Chinese market gets traded overnight. But yeah, sometimes you get these crazy kind of squeeze actions at the open or even in the afternoon when nobody's expecting them on these things. It's
so true. One of the good thing about them, when you see stocks that move, mostly, and most stocks actually do this, over time, they move. The bigger move happen overnight. That's why buying and holding long term it works out. That's another reason why people say usually buy at the close. Like if you're buying for the long term or buying for a swing, the close, generally speaking, so you can benefit from overnight gaps. If the market generally moves up, and most of the actual big percentage gains happen in the after, while we're not in the market trading, then you want to be typically buying around closes. But that the 35, I have to. You show me Li Auto, and I have to come back to this because a lot of times we get asked what are you looking for? Like what's your trade? What's your favorite trade setup? Or how do you get into a stock when you like it on a dip buy? Li Auto, I wasn't here on last Monday. I was camping on this day. But just have a quick look at this. This is a 15-minute chart. This is $35. And again, gaps up that week. Comes right back in. So after a big gap up, no follow through, comes right back down. And then retests 35. Now this is at the open. At 9:30, it's trading at 35.19. It breaks 35 even on the initial candle, tanks under 35, and then immediately reclaims it on the next 15-minute candle and breaks back out above 35. I was trying long in Lucid because of this setup yesterday, right? Where you have a major level that gets taken out and immediately rejected underneath, and that is a very bullish move, and you can see they get the follow through for a couple of days. I tried this one on Lucid. I love this setup. It's very similar to the pop and fade, where if you're looking to fade a stock, it fails to break out off the open. It's gapped up. It fails to break out the open. A bunch of people trapped in a long, and you short it back in. Lucid did a similar move. Like, it took out this bottom, wick bottom. Then you look for the long after it's rejected the breakdown. Now, Lucid wasn't at as key of a price, and then ran into the $7 level. But it's just a setup that I like in either direction. So when you're looking for trades at the open, oh, I like this stock around this area, it also has to give you the entry. And that particular one is one a lot of day traders will look for, which is the false break down, where you look for the long, and then the false break up. And when we say something like, oh, if it's doing volume underneath that level and holding underneath that level, I'd want to be short. That doesn't mean I'm punching short. If you break that bottom, it just means I need to see it holding underneath so it doesn't wick bottom underneath. Because if it wicks underneath, it's actually a bullish setup, even though it's a flat bottom break. So you always want to make sure that you're getting the entry right, aligned with your strategy. Sometimes you're just taking the breakout. Other times you're looking to go for the failed break. And you have to plan that one in advance because it happens so quick that if you're not looking for it, you're never going to get it.
All right, a couple other movers here as we continue along. Datadog, I saw a couple of people mentioning, not a lot of volume behind this so far, but huge day yesterday. If you go to the daily chart, what a move this thing has had. 65 bucks just back at the beginning of May. We're now at 112. Trying to hold here as support was a big level yesterday. There was a couple of positive analyst moves on DDOG yesterday. These cloud companies and cybersecurity cloud-based companies specifically have come back into the discussion once again. It would appear, guys, a few weeks out for earnings from DDOG.
Weekly? Are we? I don't know. We're both. So Max just said, "Oh wow," and I was like, "Oh wow" when I looked at the weekly. You were probably looking at the 110 break yesterday.
I was looking at that 110, yeah.
So this is. I went, "Oh wow," in the side of my mouth because I was looking at where this is on the weekly chart. You got 116 out here. You're still about $2 away from it, but this is a potential big breakout. So you look at a daily or you look at your shorter duration chart and you're like, okay, nice upward trend, but what's next for it? But you look at the weekly, the next big break, now that you're through 100, is this 116. So maybe we get that. I don't know about today. Stranger things have happened. Maybe that's a later in the week type of play, set an alert for that kind of thing. I know you're looking at that 110. There is an issue with that 110 though.
What's that?
I don't know what liquidity is like on Datadog. This has done 3,000 shares right now with a spread of $1.67. That's, yeah, like $1.67 spread is what I see on Datadog.
Yeah,
I know it's pre-market, but if it's got a spread this big at 848, my guess is, I don't trade the stock. My guess is when you're looking at that 110 break, you're getting a lot of slippage on that yesterday. So unlike if you take a breakout on Apple, you can get long on a 195 Apple break at 195.01 or 02. You're getting long 110.30, 110.20, I don't know, whatever you're getting, it's not going to be a really tight price, and it could be even bigger than that. And the bigger problem is on the way out. If it doesn't work, like what are you having to pay to cover your position? And it might be a little too much.
It looks like they only did about 500,000 shares of volume yesterday. So I guess that's probably not a break that we would be taking, but this is one of the ones that you play the options or you're swing trading it. And I mean, what a move if you're swing trading that Datadog. I know this ticker, but I don't think I ever particularly pull it up.
I'm with you. But that's liquidity matters for a day trader, which is why we are going to bring on our guest this morning. We got Jeff Mendel. Let's go to the desk, and he'll talk about some liquid names, the OTC.
The head of broker-dealer sales at OTC Markets, Jeff Mendel, back in the building for a look at what to expect coming up on OTC Markets today and how things have been shaping up for the past couple of weeks. It's been a while. Mr. Mendel, how are you?
Hey, Brendan. Good. How are you? Yeah, it has been a few weeks, hasn't it? Lots of stuff going on in the crypto world since we last spoke too. So, we have a couple of those names you guys were referring to that are actively traded. We have the Bitcoin Trust, GBTC and ETHE they've both been trading a pretty significant amount down here.
Yeah, we had a break of that 30,000 level. I mean, key support, obviously, over the past couple of weeks for BTC yesterday. I mean, all kinds of headlines, as you mentioned. This is a great way for people to get exposure. If you're hearing those terms, guys, for the first time on the OTC markets, both GBTC and ETHE, great way to put on a trade if you wanted to, even on an intraday basis. Tons of volume, tons of liquidity for both. I just brought this up. There's GBTC as we were talking. I'll zoom in. This is a great resource if you are trading on the OTC markets on a daily basis. Keep this as a link. Go to otcmarkets.com, pull up the most active site on their webpage. There's GBTC, Jeff, and ETHE always in the top 10 here.
Yeah, like you were saying. So GBTC. There's been lots of talk about an ETF coming out in the space, and so the interesting thing about kind of like what you were saying with this and the rest of the grayscale names is they're already out there, and well, not an ETF, right? But these are securities, and you can actually trade them in your trading account, right? And so you have GBTC, ETHE, and a handful of others. And so they've been around for a few years, and they're always very actively traded. You can get in and out of them. We trade them on our ECN, OTCX, as well. So great spot to look, especially with all the news flying around.
Just on first glance here, we've had a few people wondering about Bed Bath & Beyond, obviously the latest to head down to the OTC market after being removed from the big board in New York on that bankruptcy. I mean, volume hasn't been the greatest. We've had a few parts of the actual business be sold off. Any updates as far as that is concerned?
So right now, it still is trading over the counter here, right? I see that it's trading around 34 cents. So, not really, that high priced of a name, right? But it's trading as BBBYQ down here in OTC markets. There was this name, right? We've seen a few kind of come down from the listed side. I think I saw the other day that another symbol, VRAY, is going to delist as well too. And so we've spoken about this in the past, but basically what happens is the street gets a notice that there's going to be a delist from NASDAQ or from NYSE, and what happens is the notification goes out most of the time the night before, and in that notification there is a new symbol, typically, that is assigned to the name. And then what we do is we pick it up, we put it into our system, and we allow seamless trading once that delist actually happens. And so when you wake up the next morning, you can continue trading that name if you have it in your account, or if you want to start trading it after it delists. We have that available for traders and for investors to actually jump right into. So it's kind of a seamless process.
A few, as we sit here in the pre-market, obviously, a few, as we normally see, ADRs popping up here, some Chinese listed companies here on the ADR side, some European ones as well. Anything else catching your attention this morning?
Right now, it seems to be kind of just a normal morning, like, the names that we just talked about. They have a few trades going off here. Another one also that it seems like we mentioned a decent amount is Tencent, TCEHY. It's trading down a couple percent here in the pre-market. So that's always kind of a good one to watch. That's TCEHY. Then also we were looking at that active chart right there. I think we saw RHHBY, which is Roche. So that's actually looks like it's trading up a little bit in the pre-market. So a lot of these Chinese names, a lot of European names trade here in the U.S. as an ADR. And so it's like, that list that you see right there, a lot of these names, the top, the top two right there, a lot of these other names, it's a 5-letter symbol ending in a Y. That means it is an ADR. And so it's a company that just decided basically that it is it's a great a marketplace to kind of be in, trade, still reach investors, and not have to be listed on the New York or NASDAQ to trade down here.
Summer months brings typically a little bit of a quiet period as far as trading is concerned. Still a ton of volume, liquidity available for OTC listed names. Jeff Mendel, head of broker dealer sales at the OTC Markets. Good to see you as always.
Thank you, Brendan.
Thank you very much, Jeff. And one of the things that you can find for some of the not just the ADRs, but pretty much all of the active names, when you trend trading on the OTC, like some of the trends can be pretty impressive. And I know he was talking some of the Chinese ADRs, but if you were looking at GBTC, because I was just talking to Max about this one, GBTC. I had Tencent up because I was curious what it was doing. But if you look at GBTC, and if you have it right early, when you have a good trend going, there's not a heck of a lot usually sort of standing in the way. And I know you can be trading Riot to the world. Everyone's trying to pick your own poison. You can trade Riot and Mara. If you can trade spot Bitcoin, of course, you can do that as well. But if you're just looking for vehicles to express trades, which often that's what people are doing, then you look at some of these moves, maybe a bit of an inside day yesterday, reflective of the dance around 30,000. But when you're making a big breakout, you're going to be able to capture a move there. So if you're looking on the equity side, it does give you another leg to be able to stand on. So it is something we should keep our minds on. Speaking of which, this is my quick little segue to remind myself, we didn't get a chance at Coinbase at 100 yesterday. So it was a good range on Coinbase, not one that we're really looking at. In complete hindsight, probably should have been looking at a 110 short, and that's if you go out far enough on your daily chart. I was reminded of the monster squeeze that it had back in August of 2022. It went up, and once it passed 110, it was complete free fall on the backside of that day, complete squeeze out trade. If you were watching our show on that day, you would not forget it, because you could have been aggressively trying to short underneath 110, and I think like real liquidity to be able to get you short was underneath $100. Once it turned off 10, there was no bid, and it had gone from like $90 to $112 in a matter of minutes, and then came right back. So this seems like it's a reasonable resistance area in front of 110 on Coinbase. That little double bottom that got put in Friday at 101, I think 100 to 101 gives you a little bit of a dip buy opportunity. Maybe we see that today after the fade off 110. I guess it's pretty simple when you're looking at $100 and $110 as key prices.
Doesn't it always seem that way on Coinbase? It's a $10 range. I want to go long down here. I want to go short up here. And like, there's nothing else that I want to do with this name.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you bringing that up, because that was not on my watch list for this morning. So now it is. Yeah, that 102. I think I like 102 into 101.50. If that fails, I'll try 100. But yeah, that's looking good for that reversal move back into like 105. I mean, you get a $5 move, that's pretty good.
Ain't bad. And when it's going up, remember, it's got the squeeze factors.
Exactly,
right?
exactly. I wonder what the short float is, if that's been updated. It was 23%.
I think you're right.
Recently, yes, it does remain 22.88. Shout out to Trade Ideas. Get your subscriptions. Trader TV 20 or something.
Yes, sir. Trade TV 20. Everybody here uses it. That's why. Quick look. I did add, because I saw you throw up an average true range when you're looking at your stock profile. I was like, oh yeah, it's good to have that on there, so I can know that in a quick look that Datadog has an ATR of $3.95.
$7.85 on Coinbase.
When it runs,
I am not surprised at all.
That's the thing. Like, if you can get a 100 long or anything out in front of it,
you get a half ATR move. That's not bad.
Half ATR move there, that's bigger than any of your big cap tech notionally are going to give you, generally speaking.
Exactly.
Percentage-wise, anyways.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, I was just checking on Bank of America and Charles Schwab. Looks like both right now have calls underway. So just be aware, some comments coming through from Bank of America's CFO, speaking right now. Charles Schwab, again, their call also underway. There you go. Look at a few other analyst moves, notable ones this morning. Carnival back to the upside. Barclays with an upgrade. I saw this GitLab note this morning. There wasn't much as far as detail in it, not a lot of volume behind that, but KeyCorp with a upgrade on GitLab. We'll talk about Microsoft, NVIDIA. Seems like a daily occurrence now. Bank of America today going to 550. Enphase, Occidental, Pfizer, and the Trade Desk. More negativity around some of these clean energy names as well. Barclays downgrading Enphase today, guys.
Because I want to get to CCL and Carnival on that upgrade side, but one thing about Schwab ends up making that breakout, and I've told the story before, I got caught trading a bank during an earnings call in the pre-market, and I can tell you liquidity is not what you want to expect it to be. Like, you're taking a 60 break. I got trapped. I think it was Morgan Stanley or Wells Fargo. I don't even remember which one at the time. But I had a stop order that triggered, and I did not get the fill. And I was crossed down aggressively. I just didn't get filled. I was trying to risk about like 30 cents, let's just say. So I was crossing down underneath an even dollar level aggressively. And by the time I was able to get out, I think I had lost like 80 cents to $1. It was ridiculous. There was just no liquidity. I was having to punch out manually into whatever the spread was. Schwab's spread is 30 cents right now. So sure, 60 break set up, but are you really going to take that during the conference call? What if you get wicked in and there's no liquidity on a fail break? You could be out at 59. And I don't think that's what you're looking for in terms of risk. CCL is setting up pretty sweet here. This is 18 double top, triple top if you go back into Friday. Nice little rejection of the breakdown underneath 18, at least if it breaks it. Double bottom here, 17. And the trend is your friend when it comes to CCL. You've been trending to the upside. The last time it pulled back, it didn't really hang out there very long, kind of basically one day into 14, and then next thing you know, you're up at $19 a week later. So if it does something even remotely similar, I think the 18 break can set up pretty nicely. That one could hit at the open. There's some size here, been selling it as it gets into that $18 level, so that's causing it to hang up, unlike Palantir, which broke 18. This is hanging up and giving you that setup like it wants to go. Rejected it yesterday, so you want to have yourself a bit of a tight out there just in case it rejects it again. Like, I would not it's an $18 stock. You're not holding it back to $17.70. That's ridiculous. You don't want to put up 30 cents worth of risk. But if it goes, I don't see why you can't get into the $18.50 range, if not at least maybe press 19. This stock has put in dollar moves before.
Yeah, that's actually looking quite good there. Very similar kind of breakout on NVIDIA here at this 470 level. Seems like every day there's a new price target increase on NVIDIA. Now it's 550 from whoever just upgraded them. I mean, 550 sounds kind of insane, but their last earnings move was nuts. We do a little bit of a retracement here, but we couldn't even get into the 440, which was the previous all-time high. Stop ahead of 450, can't touch 450. Anybody who's short off of this 480, 475 is probably kind of sweating right now. I think if we're breaking 470 today on NVIDIA, there's a good chance that we're seeing all-time high again. I think this 480 could be in play today. I don't think 500's in play today, but maybe this week if they do beat that earnings. I mean, I think it's obvious that we hit that 500 this week. But yeah, NVIDIA possibly in play today after another strong upgrade. Kind of wild, the action that we see on this one. Going to be hard to execute on NVIDIA today, I think. Maybe that 470 makes sense, but that's still kind of sketchy for me. I don't know.
Breaks on NVIDIA are not easy because trying to it's not that you can define your risk all you want. It's a matter of what you end up getting, right?
Yeah.
Because NVIDIA is a stock where if 470 breaks and you get the fill, it doesn't go right away. You could be instantly punching out for like an 80 cent to $1 loss. And if you're willing to put that up, it's fine. I like to dip by into 65 a little bit more because that's the previous close. So that's what I've been I'm hoping that's what happens. Double top here at 65. I hope you dip down into this. Get a rejection of that low. The close was 464.60, so that sets up for a 65 false break that holds the first $0.50. Then it bounces back above 65. You try the long back through, and you give it to the recent low, and that might be less than $1. Like that's a setup that I'm looking for on NVIDIA to try to be long without having to take a 70 break, and I just see that ending up as a quick dollar risk, potentially.
Another thing that's been working recently is that it'll break the level, come back, retest it, and then it'll do that little wick bottom thing like we saw in 290 on Tesla yesterday. That didn't follow through, but I've found that NVIDIA breaks sometimes if they come and retest, they will follow through after that. And you might get a bigger move on that kind of retracement and hold of the level than you get on the initial breakout anyway.
We see 500. You shorting it?
Hell no.
I am. It's 500. Like if you're, I don't
That's
know.
crazy.
I remember Tesla 1000. Like everybody and their mother was shorting one. Like if you weren't on the offer,
Yeah.
And the worst thing about it, there was the move into. I remember this. The move into it. So many people were getting stopped out trying to short the retracement. It was just like burn, 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 and then right at the end of the day, it's just like after it had broken everybody's backs, there was this just ridiculous drop at like 320 or 330. And I remember like everyone had been like, I think Sean actually had it. I had nothing left, and it's like everyone had basically given up, and it just, once it had stopped everybody out, that was like a huge flush. But I can see NVIDIA 500 being crowded for a short trade. To me, I almost have to try it, but that's $30 from here.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know this morning as we head towards the open. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Super easy. Scan the QR code. Go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address, and then you get that right to your inbox every single day for free. Just seeing a note on Google coming across here. Conversational AI on General App Builder is generally available for allow listed customers. I'll read into that a bit, but Google getting into conversational AI for their app builder. Let's go. Some of these banks making a nice reversal as we speak. Here's BAC back to 29.75, 29.60, trying to hold. As I mentioned, Morgan Stanley was lower. Here we go back to the upside for Morgan Stanley. Schwab also seems to be the leader here, as the guys were mentioning, back to the upside. The calls on currently for BAC and Schwab at least. Net interest revenue downside to 2.29 billion from 2.5 in the prior quarter. Something positive, though, said here, guys, it would look like on the call.
Yeah, I think you just want to go for price action in terms of like how the stocks traded on Friday. Like I wasn't here, but how the stocks traded at the open on beats was not very heartwarming if you were trying to be long. So I'd be a little bit hesitant to chase this without exactly knowing what is the excitement that had it going from nothing to, okay, you're getting everything you want out of Schwab. It's a major level break on this. So you want to be long in front of 60 on this. That's the thing. That's the bet. And then it gets into the 200 periods at $67. And if you look at when you had the regional bank mess, like Schwab was in the mid 70s, and it never really did anything above that 60 level. It tried to get back above 60. So a press here, you think, has a lot of room to be able to run. That is a trend that makes sense to me. Chasing it up 6% at the open, no chance. I just can't see myself doing it, not even knowing what's going exactly in the call that people like. So maybe there's a little bit of a dip buy to try and join trend. But if it starts selling off too heavily, do you even want it? BAC, I thought BAC could be something similar. I mean, yesterday, that 29 level, it never even gave you the dip buy off 29. I know Brad said something about Neil was looking for the long or whatnot, but I was basically just saying that 29 had a double bottom if you went back to Friday, and if it gives you a dip in at 29, look for that kind of false bottom break. I never did that at the open. I wasn't advocating long at the open. I'd take credit for it if I was. And then this just did that 29 breakdown. So all of a sudden, BAC kind of looks a little bit bullish as well. I think that trade's come and gone. You still have a 30 break available. Maybe if Schwab's still following through, you look for a breakout on BAC. But Schwab was the more appealing one at that 60 level.
Yeah, that 60 level long gone now. Maybe you get a retracement to there, but as you say, do you really want it if it's pulling all the way back $2? And I mean, it's a bank. How far is it going to go? Already up 6%. I think BAC at 30 makes some sense here. We've been trading basically below 30 for the past however long this is, few months. So breaking above 30, holding, maybe you get a trend into 31, and the risk management on BAC is a little bit easier. It's fairly liquid usually. It doesn't really move around on you, jump around on you too much, unless of course they're doing an earnings call and you get, shot up a full dollar in whatever that is, 10 minutes. But I think you could try to take the 30 break on BAC. I don't want to take it if the call is still on, and it's probably too much work for me to figure out when that call is finally over to put the order in. So I probably won't be taking it, but I could see, yeah, that 30 break after the call, maybe that follows through into 31. I don't know. I'm probably not going to be trading the banks today, though. There's just so many other things going on that it doesn't really make a ton of sense to me. And the fact that we reacted this way to positive earnings, and then whatever they say on the call right now is sending us back up, like that makes it even more confusing. And this is showing that we do have sellers on this earnings report. I don't know. I just don't like it. I don't like that we're going to be chilling at these high interest rates for a long time, and this is what's bringing concern to the banks in the first place. I feel like the negative catalysts are not over for these banks quite yet.
Generally speaking, that's not how it works. When the first salvo is not usually the last when you have any kind of financial mishap. I want to get to a super chat here, and apologies to Carl and Maggie. Carl and Maggie here. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Neil and Max, can you share levels on Mike's and HCTI? I have looked at Mike's. I have not looked at HCTI. I'll hopefully try to get to that a little bit later, but I can tell you, it's a long consolidation break off 175, 180, so that's kind of the dip buy zone. I know $2 is a big psychological level. If you just think about where it's come from, I always look for the breakout zone to be your dip buy zone, to be your dip buy area, and then 250 stands out like a sore thumb, not just because its last consolidation failed that price, but hey, guess where it rejected just now? I mean, 245 is your local high here, 44 actually. So I think that 50 level would be your secondary breakout zone. So I'm not really that concerned with the $2 level, down around 175 where it's already bounced before. If it hangs on to that price all day or all morning, maybe you get a late day break. I don't know if I'd want to jump in front of it, in front of $2. The only way I'd play $2 would be like a 930 false break of 2. Like it wicks underneath, gets to like 99 or 98, and then comes right back, and then you're long 01s risking 3 cents. Like that would be my cup of tea at $2, whereas 75 is a better level in the long term.
I had to look at this HCTI, lots of consonants there to say in a row, but this 575 level has had a lot of days where we've stopped here. Basically, you can call that 575 is 580, then 2 times on this day, pre-market, and then during market hours. And then we kind of top out here. I mean, when we break out from here, that's when we get into this kind of halty action. Yesterday, yeah, that was yesterday. And now pre-market high today. So 575, obviously key level on this HCTI. I mean, after all these days of kind of rejecting breakouts, would I take this as a breakout? Probably not. But I mean, this thing's not dead until it takes out 350 basically, which is the low of this move. It's where we broke out from originally. I don't know what the news was on this day, but obviously extremely bullish, going from 350 to $10. Can we get back up there? I mean, it's a small cap. Absolutely we can. Things that halt this much, I think this day it halted like 20 times or something crazy. Yesterday it halted a few times. So, you know, we get halting, we take out yesterday's high. Maybe this thing has some room for that 11 break. I think, you know, the ultimate play on this one would be an 11 break. If we get up there, that means everybody in this move who has shorted is now underwater, and you got to imagine there's quite a few of them looking to get back down into like $2. But definitely a bit of a crazy mover. I don't really love the ones that halt so much, so not something for me. But, you know, 575, 6 break into maybe a 7 break makes some sense. We'll see what happens with this one today. Obviously been the talk of the town for a minute here.
All right, more deal-making headlines here this morning from Microsoft and ATVI. Bloomberg, the first to report after the close yesterday. They're going to try and extend this deal. Remember, the deadline for this deal to get done is today, in fact, the 18th. So by end of day today, they were supposed to get something accomplished. But Bloomberg reporting after the close yesterday that they're going to look to extend it just simply to satisfy some of these regulatory hurdles that remain, specifically the UK. KeyBank, one of 2 or 3 positive notes, meanwhile, as far as analysts are concerned, for Microsoft, maintaining overweight $400 price target here. Softy, not bad. Actually looks pretty good here, guys.
Yeah, so I mean, a couple of things. We'll look at Microsoft and ATVI. If they didn't extend it, it just means that either party could walk away from the deal after today if they wanted to. But that doesn't mean that that would actually happen. So if you're going to trade ATVI, you probably want to have your ear to the ground, or at least be looking out for some kind of announcement at some point today. With regards to that, I think if there's an extension announced and the stock pops, if it pops into 94, I think that's a solid. They could be extending when the deal happens and it's when the deal closes and it's a 95 close. I don't think it should get that close to 95 on any kind of a pop announcing that extension, but it does increase the likelihood that there is a deal. So I would expect you'd get a bump in ATVI if you got that news. I would be looking to fade it at 94, just like yesterday. 347 on Microsoft. I think you guys can see that. Friday, there's 347. In the morning and the afternoon, we rejected that price. I'd like to think that's going to be shortable, at least one shot. And then from there, I don't think you want to fight that too much. Once you're breaking out that 347, there's a lot of room to get to. I know this. It'll be a loose high up here, but you're looking for, it breaks 350 and you're into like 351 change for resistance. So that's a zone up to 52 that feels like it'll be trouble for Microsoft to get through, at least initially. If you look at the daily chart here, it also represents a double top on the daily. So that's a pretty big resistance level up there. I think once you're through 52 clean, that's almost the bigger long. More than anything else. So initial move through 47 has room to go, but then I'd be looking to short that thing into 52 just the first time it gets through there. I think eventually it's probably going to be a great long through that price. Just not sure it has the chops to get through it today.
Yeah, 347 looking like a good price, fresh $400 price target given to Microsoft today. I think that's one of many $400 price targets now. So yeah, lots of analysts thinking this thing has room to go. That 351.48 is the all-time high during market hours. We got 5 cents away from there on Friday. I was thinking that we were going to trend right through that and see 355 that day. Maybe taking a 350 break again makes some sense on this one because it kind of rejected from there last time. If we get back through 350, maybe that's when it trends. I don't think I want it at 347 just because I don't really trade Microsoft that often. So I want it at those like very clean, even levels where people are making a lot of decisions. So you got to think that people are short below 350 saying this is a clean rejection up here. They're probably going to stop out through 350 or that 351.50 area. I kind of like that idea for a long. I don't know that we get it today necessarily. We probably get it this week though. This chart has been quite bullish for some time now on Microsoft.
All right, let's go on to Palantir. First off, just be aware we just got U.S. industrial production and capacity utilization numbers there from last month. So negative 0.5 on the industrial production number versus basically a flat print expected. Capacity utilization 78.9 versus 79.5. So both a little bit downside there as far as the market is concerned, though, really not reacting to that. Meanwhile, yeah, Palantir with yet another government contract and arrangement coming up this morning. Nice look here, guys. 2+% already for PLTR.
So Palantir broke out yesterday. It's like twice. It had 2 available breakouts. At the open, you could have had 1650 at the open and then 1720, which was this local high. That's kind of the one I was on, but a little bit of a late mover. It's already taken out 18. However, I don't think we're done with this level. I don't want to be done with this level. It looks pretty clean on the daily. You always have to zoom out a little bit more when a stock is that badly beaten up or move that much to the downside. So 19, 20, these are your next levels up. I think you got some room to get back in here now that you've cleared out this 17 area. So this 18 break that's already happened, well, there's a couple of ways to play this. Either it's at the open, if you look for an 18 break that's saying, hey, it didn't break the level in the open market, let's go for that. Or you're looking for the actual pre-market high break at 18.10. You end up with a worse price that way, but at least you get confirmation of buyers above the 18 level, and maybe you can just throw your stop underneath 18 bucks there. It's 11 cents, seems like a lot to pull up, but when Palantir goes, it really goes. Like you'll see lots of almost dollar moves or near dollar or full dollar moves on Palantir. So I think it's got an opportunity to do that. I'm going to lean toward looking at that 18.10 up top and rather have that breakout. There'll be more confirmation of the move at least, and not just a wick above the 18, which has already been breached. But I do want to be long, give a shot at that move. And this way, if it fails 18 at the open and just tanks and does one of those Palantir pullbacks on the deal, then I'm not trapped long at 1802. I'm needing it to get above that 1810, which gives me a better out as well.
Yeah, that 18 level looking very key on Palantir. I will be long above 18 for sure. You see this level on the daily chart from way back when, 1785, I guess. Gives you room into 1925, 1930, and then after that you got 20 bucks. So Palantir getting into some levels that it hasn't seen for 2021 December, like a year and a half, basically, a little more than a year and a half. So yeah, I think we can get the move into 19 today, maybe 1885 kind of thing if it decides to continue on this 18 break. I think when it happens pre-market like this, you can still see size on the level. You can still probably execute on that $18 break. And then if you're not taking out pre-market high right away, you're just kind of bailing out of it. And then maybe you try the pre-market high later on in the day. Obviously, Palantir has shown the ability to give up kind of everything on the day before. So watching out for the idea of the short makes some sense here. Maybe if you're taking out that 1780, you can structure a short back down and maybe you get down into like 17 bucks today, but it's not really something I'm going to be looking for. I like the long. Market is, down a bit today, but still super strong above 15.8. So I'm thinking the long could work here. And I think Palantir has some kind of short interest if I pull it up here.
I want to say 7 or 8.
7.5.
Yeah.
It's really nothing. But the float is huge. So 7.5 on a 1.7 billion float. That's a lot of shares, but Palantir does a lot of volume. We'll, I don't know. We'll just be watching 18. That's pretty much it.
All right, on to SUNR, not one that we mention very often, but hard to avoid this gap to the upside this morning that's being faded currently. But we were up more than 6% at one point here. Morgan Stanley with a overweight rating on SUNR shares. Very positive as far as this note is concerned. This thing had a huge day yesterday, pointing to further upside to come, is what I'm trying to say here for SUNR, guys. So some of the clean energy names, not as bad. As I mentioned earlier, the semiconductor-related clean energy names downside as well at this point.
They're really, this is getting sold on light volume in the pre-market. SUNR, that gap up. So this was $16 just going back a week and a half ago. Like, this is a pretty big run to the upside, pun actually not intended that time. But if you look at breakouts on these levels, like 2180 to 22, like it's actually holding the breakout if it bounces off of anywhere near 2175 or 2180 to 22 even when you look at the daily chart. So it could pull all the way back, give up every single ounce of this post-market gap, and on the daily chart, it would just be coming back into previous resistance where it stopped before, and you could just be trying to continue that move. So I think looking for anything other than a trade off of the 2180 level, like at this point now, I'm not going to be talking about 24 break because it's at 22.5. That's about it. Like, can it hold on to 2180? I think this is going to be a nothing burger for me. I feel as if Palantir is going to give us a shot at that 18 area at the open. I think CCL is going to give us a shot at that. Apple, which we're going to talk about next, is within spitting distance of its high, 94.50. So I just don't see SUNR being on the list of priorities because if it gives you a shot at that trade, it's already shown you enough weakness that I don't think you're going to miss out too much. It probably hangs around down there at the open if it's going to bounce anyways.
Yeah, that 22 level looks interesting for sure, but we talk about volume, and it's only done 200K of volume this morning. So it's not really looking like something that is going to present a great trade for us necessarily, but I did see this short float hop out at me, 19% shorted on this name, and we are breaking kind of long-term resistance on the daily, as you pointed out. So maybe that gives you something. Maybe this is one of those ones where you kind of write it off and then you look back later in the day and it's $10 higher. But I don't know. If we miss it, we miss it. I think it's probably not something that I'm going to be trading today, but definitely some interest there at that 22 level. I could say that.
What's interesting?
Oh, I'm busy, guys. Give me a.
No, actually, maybe 10, 15 minutes ago, at one point, we were sort of discussing like missed opportunities when you get those false breakdowns in a stock that is bullish on the daily chart, but it's looking really weak at the open.
Yeah.
Because it's like everybody's written it off, and it was actually Palantir. This is worth it. Whatever. This is the same reason why we're writing off this move. But Palantir last week on Monday, it's like, look at what it did at 15. It fails the 15 to 16 move in the afternoon, and then it looks really weak after the big breakout on the daily. It looks really weak the next morning. Wicks underneath $15, holds 15, and then has the biggest rally that you've seen in the last couple of weeks on it because it looked so bearish, but the trend was so nice to the upside. Like, look how good the trend is. You're making that second leg. Does that rejection wick? And everybody kind of gives up on it, and that's what makes it so good. So maybe that's what SUNR wants to do today. That said, you got to prioritize, and I can't say it's the top of my list.
All right, more positivity here for Apple as we get going on a Tuesday morning here. There was a couple of positive notes from analysts yesterday ahead of earnings to come here in a couple of weeks for Apple. Huge day, meanwhile. We got all the way to 194. All-time highs right at the close for Apple. We're looking to take that out again. A couple of positive notes again from analysts this morning. No real significant news here as far as Apple is concerned, but Apple continues to be Apple, guys.
Yeah, I mean, Apple, like, it is the upward trend. You will have one or two, sometimes maybe three slight pullback days, but really, you're just kind of always looking for the long until absolutely proven otherwise. If we have a double top forming at that high of it's 194.48 or 44.
48, I think.
48. That's going to be the all-time high. If it breaks that, I think you're looking for that breakout long. Just remember, there's 195 there, which could be equally good. Maybe it's even better. So long one or long both, I think, are perfectly defensible. I tend to go with long both. I probably have a different style. Like, usually if I'm long, I'll be long one and then get out and then get long again. That's just generally how I'd usually like to do it. But you can go long, hold, go long again, and then just add to it at that position, looking for a bigger move off 95. But it's not there just yet. So that's one of those. It has to actually break the level to set up. And if we do go dipping, I don't think you look any further than what happened in the afternoon, which was like underneath 193. It seemed to want to hold around that 192.5 area. So if you get a failed breakdown under 93, that's where I'd be looking to join the party. But I'm not really thinking short an Apple. If I shorted one of these big cap tech names, it does feel like Microsoft will have some levels available. Like, if we get to yesterday's high in the NASDAQ, that if we get up into that 15.8, 70, 80 range and we're rejecting up there, and I can get one of those levels short on Microsoft, I'd take a chance, but I don't know if I'd short Apple under those circumstances. You got to pick and choose. I'd rather short Microsoft than Apple if we get up to resistance on the futures.
Yeah, that Apple all-time high break at, I'll round that up to 194.50, and then I would be adding same size on 195 to try to get the move into 195.50 or 196. That's all I got on Apple today. No dip buying, no anything else. Just clean breakouts, buy one, add on the other, see what happens there. We talked about missed opportunities on short floats. Upstart yesterday, probably one of the biggest missed opportunities, I don't know, in the last month or two for me.
ATVI is tanking.
ATVI is tanking? That's interesting. But I want this 54 break on Upstart. Into the 55 break. You can see it on the daily chart, hopefully from way back when they dropped significantly as this slowly loads for me. This 55, 54.5 kind of level has a gap. Yeah, it is basically 55 has a gap into like $70. So 54 breaking into 55 breaking is how I want to execute on Upstart today if we get it. Currently, we're dipping into like 52. But as Neil said to me while Brennan was talking, we can get right back up to there very quickly.
Yep. That's one of those things, like, things can happen fast. Just very quickly, the imbalances. Palantir is almost 1 million shares to buy on the imbalances. Pinterest, which is on a breakout on the daily, that's 500,000 shares to buy. Verizon's in there again. Ford's a sell after yesterday. They upped the prices on the F-150 Lightning and, decreased the prices by 10 grand, and the market didn't like it. It's a sell and bounce again. Mullen is a buy, but again, it's a penny stock, so 1.3 million, not that big. Those are the big names. Nikola doesn't really matter. Alibaba is actually a sell, some little stocks under pressure, and a lot of people looking at Datadog because that's been making some moves. That's 180,000 shares on the buy side for the imbalances. ATVI just tanked into 92 there. So that 93 level we're playing off of could be a little bit of something, but we have less than 20 seconds on the bell. We got 10 seconds to go, so let's get the countdown going. Oh my goodness, we have a new guest on. In 8, so we have an intern that just started in here today as Randy walks right in front of the shot in 3, 2, and 1. Ring it. Seriously, Randy? Randy did that 100% on purpose. Immediately Palantir, so watching ATVI, that tanked a little bit. Palantir actually pulling back, so there's no breakout to be had. CCL still within distance of that 18 level, so that one could still come into play. It's at 1790. I'm looking for the breakout here on Carnival. NVIDIA is starting to tank already. So do we get that dip? It just got into that 65 level. 64.60 was the previous close. So if it hangs on to this and can get back above 65, that would be the dip buy that I was looking for.
Yeah, market kind of coming down a bit to start the day. I'm watching Tesla at that 289 price, see if we can get a little fail break of Tesla at 289. Other than that, that Palantir tanking, Upstart starting to go, so I'm going to be taking that breakout on Upstart. Got to get my eyes on that one. 54 breakout will be my trade on Upstart. And yeah, that Tesla, I think I want to take this back through 289, but doing a decent amount of volume below, so maybe not the play that I necessarily want.
Oh, Palantir's tank. So I got very quickly wicked out of, remember CCL? CCL broke. It got that 01. Oh, yeah, it wicked me out really, really good. I threw my stop and got insta-triggered on it, which that's going to happen, and now it's really starting to run. I got to try to join back in this because that is a missed opportunity. The 18 break was actually, it was relatively clean, but there was just enough selling. I threw a tight stop in there and was insta-filled. Oh, I hate you. I'm going to slap the fail on that one. 18 looks like it's going to be the only breakout that came for us here. NVIDIA does not bounce off 65, so we don't end up getting that one. Looks like the market does want a little bit of downside here. I haven't checked out your Upstart. And then one more. I got to get to this stock because I was pointing to a trading floor manager. Massey had some bad guidance. MASI did this in the aftermarket and is down significantly in front of this $100 level. So watch out for a potential breakdown. It's going to be SSR. Watch out for a breakdown in the stock at 100. I hate you, CCL. Look at that stock rip now. That's going to be the worst 5-cent loss that I've ever. It's a 5-cent hit, and it's going to be the worst trade ever because of how far this is probably now going to run.
Upstart's coming into that 54 now. There's a little bit of size ahead of it, so going to be taking the break there. Looks like
already
decent. Almost at 54. I'm going to be adding on 55 on this one. I did stop out of Tesla. Looks like it wants to test a bit lower. That 288 was a key level on Tesla yesterday, so maybe 288 is where we turn around right now. I may try the same trade on 288 if it does show up here. Looks like it doesn't want to break at the moment. There we go. It does break. So I'm going to get long Tesla if it goes back over 288 there. See if we can get the retracement move, and just waiting on this Upstart breakout as well as Tesla just keeps going down, actually.
Apple's tanking. I mean, it's not tanking. Apple's down as well, down around 193. But I got to remember, we talked about this one yesterday. We didn't get to it in the pre-market. Go EV. Okay, it's all right. It's too late. I'm already into it. But remember the 74 top, 1, 2. Then the daily on Go EV over here. This is a 74-cent level. So you have a bit of a double top. Next level is 83 and $1. This one we went over yesterday. I put down on my iPad, and we didn't really get to the penny stocks this morning. Let's try to do better on this one than I did on CCL. If CCL gives me a retrace back into 18, I will try to get into that again. I just don't want to have to chase that move. So I am into the Go EV. Carvana's starting to heat up as well. Break 75. I want to start getting out in front of, on the way to that 80 level here for Go EV. 83, to me, is an exit the trade type of scenario. So let's go EV. CVNA, however, it's always when you're not looking at it. That's just how this one likes to go. So Carvana's starting to wake up. It could not seem to get through that 38 yesterday. So if it can get through 38, definitely some upside to go there.
Yeah, I got into this upstart on the breakout. Looks like it is failing a bit, so if it gives up that low at 50s, I'll get out. Looks like there is some buying coming into it, though, so not looking too bad yet, and also back into Tesla above 288. Going to see if we can get that retracement move. Again, not going to let this one really go against me. Upstart actually starting to look good back over that 54 price, so we'll see if that can get moving. Yeah, and Tesla not going to give this more than like 30 cents there. So this has to get going. Upstart has a little bit of size on 54.20. Interesting price there. I believe that was the Twitter buyout price, that 54.20 price.
Oh, yeah,
420 always comes into play on the market somehow. But yeah, we'll see if we can break that and then keep going on this upstart. Just stop that at Tesla as well there, as that decided to fail to 88 again. So the long, maybe not the play at the moment. Yeah, I got to get out of that upstart too. So taking the L there.
So obviously you guys know Schwab is moving. I don't know I'm not listening to the call, any of the bank earnings calls. Obviously we're doing a live show, and I've told you before, I do not like trading if I'm not listening, and I don't know when they've stopped talking on any of the bank calls, but it doesn't matter. Like BC, they moved on the call. Schwab is now through 66. That 60 breakout, you had to take it early on the call move. This is now absolutely insane. Up 13%. BAC, however, is still kind of available. It's broken the 30 level. You can see up here you had a 30.25 local high from Friday. So this is it, challenging it right now. Where are we at? GoEV has not. I've taken one leg out on GoEV, but it has not made the move to 80 yet, so it's about 2.5 cents in the money. Remember, on a penny stock, that's still 3% up, so you do want to ring the register. But this is now looking like a potential breakout here. If we can get through that 30 level on BAC, could be a way to sympathy join the move. The market is sliding. The NASDAQ is a 0.5 point to the downside, and there's still no bid on NVIDIA. So when big tech is strong, they don't like the banks. When big tech starts falling, the banks get a bit of a bid.
Yeah, that
Wow.
Schwab is insane. $66 on Schwab. That's pretty wild. I was not expecting that. I figured we'd turn around off like 64 there. So no real trades that I think I can take on that one. Palantir, we talked about the possibility of Palantir giving it all up. I can cancel that breakout order now. That ain't going to happen today, and even if it does, I don't want it. Taking down that 1785 and doesn't stop, all the way down to 1730 already. That's a pretty good move on a $17 stock. Gives you 50 cents off the open right away, and you're probably holding for a 17 break. I got stopped out at Tesla twice, so gonna have to wait for some consolidation to try to get a break back to the upside. If that is gonna come, I figured we could get 295 today, but obviously with this NASDAQ move, got to be a little more careful. Though we're still very high on the NASDAQ, so we can still pull back into like 15.7, 15.680 is where we kept supporting last week and overnight on Monday. So still some room to the downside for NASDAQ to find that pretty key support area.
Well, at least
it's not making the same move because of the banks, obviously. So yeah, just waiting on some levels to pop up for myself.
That's what you have to do. I mean, I'll take the L, and I suck when it comes to that breakout on CCL. Maybe I should have given it a little bit more room or just re-entered the trade, but I did get that GoEV. And shout out to everyone in the chat yesterday that was like, hey, what were the levels on GoEV? I pulled it up. I was like, ooh, that looks really juicy. So made sure I wrote it down on the old iPad. It made the break at 74. Remember, I think 83. I think this is probably a turnaround spot. If it breaks that, there's room to $1. You know how I feel about the dollar level on penny stocks. But if I'm thinking get out in front of 83, as it tests into 80, I want to take profit on whatever the first move is on the breakout. That started to stall around 76, 76 and a half. And then when it pressed through, I got some legs. I probably have gotten a little bit too much out because I'm only holding 40% now. I should have 50% going into 80, but it's a distinction without a difference. My stop is now break even. I might move it up. On a fail break of 80, I'll move my trailing stop upside. CCL is absolutely, it was just a rocket ship, so it happens. I have bids to try and grab it back if it comes in. I don't know if we're going to get it. It was a very quick move, and then like an instant seller came with just enough to run my stops back underneath the previous pre-market high, as we'll go to Brennan. Strong mover here, though, CCL.
Tech pretty weak to start here, guys. NASDAQ basically session lows, 0.5% downside, where the S&P 500 trying to go positive right now, and it's the bank that are leading. 2.6 here for BAC, one of the best off right now. If you flip over to Google, however, the exact opposite, just made a session low here for Google.
There are some potential, and I'm looking at a couple of names here, as you're getting into the downside on some of these NASDAQ names. Microsoft 342 was the bottom, not that 43 level that we talked about yesterday. So it's actually wicked through 43, because when I'm looking 43, it's 42. When I'm looking 42, it seems like it wants to bounce 43. You just mentioned Alphabet there. That could give you a little something. If you're looking for a dip buy, PC load. There you go. If you're looking for a dip buy, this is getting into like, it had a monster move off of 120, and there was 122 that was the first stop on the way to 125. So 122, you're pretty much halfway there. That's where I'd look for Google. Nikola flying, T-Money, it's a squeeze play on Nikola apparently. That was going yesterday. It bounced off $2. Oh my goodness, it's already through 250. Okay, life comes at you really fast. And Nikola, still in the NASDAQ, Nikola's still going. I have a piece of any kind of squeeze that happens in the sector with GoEV, but yeah, 250 was a big one for Nikola if it can hold above this. This has room to $3. That's why I'm getting pretty interested in Nikola here. It's still a decent short interest. I'll check that in a second. I've got to figure where I want to get in. Obviously, if it pulls back into 250, there's been no red, no consolidation. It's just straight up. So the first consolidation, I would look to join above 250. Just has to actually happen. So still only in GoEV for me. Oh yes, just I was active trading ATVI. If you short the stock, just watch out for any announcement. I think you got to be looking for, you got to have a stop on any trade. That 93 seems available. If it gets down to 92, I likely hunt for a bit of a bid down there to go into some long trades. But yeah, right now I just have one EV stock to the long side. I know you got one as well.
Yeah, I got the big one. Tesla off the bottoms here. It fail broke 287. I couldn't get any prices below 50, so I punched 50. And then when we got back through that 288 price, there was some size. And when it broke that, I was able to punch 288 as well. Looking for the retracement back into 289 and see if we can get this 290 break on Tesla. I wanted to get the bottom here if it was going to dip today. Went a lot further than I expected, but once you get the bottom on Tesla, you can expect a decent move back to the upside, especially when they had a great day yesterday. I'm expecting this to be able to get into that 290 price if it gets going. Is Upstart going now? I do have the order to get long high of day on Upstart as well.
So I'm looking at Upstart probably the same way you are. Like if the way that this trended yesterday, if it takes out the top again, that's just a failed break once, embolden some shorts. If it takes it out again, you just go long. So it was so super strong. It's way too big of a trend and potential mover at a big level. So I just like to see it. You get out in front of 55 too if you get this long. So 54.20 because 420, why not? You can see how big a deal 55 is on Upstart on the daily chart. That's why you want a couple of swings at it. If it breaks long, I'm getting in this bad boy as well. We go back over to Brennan. Nikola still giving you, I think it's giving you that opportunity, but it broke 250 to the downside. So I wanted to see it hold 250. That hasn't happened. That's why you don't see me long. Brendo.
Yeah, I was just actually going to mention that, guys. There was a huge relative volume alert there at 250 for NKLA, one of the better ones in the EV group so far.
I said, okay, Upstart looks like it's going to break any second now. There it goes. Upstart for the second day in a row is trying to go to the upside or to the moon, as they say. If it breaks 55, I think that's a bigger level. You want to hold through that. It might be an ad at that price. Cross that bridge when it gets there. Let's see how strong the volume is. It's immediately holding 54. That was the first thing I saw. It breaks 20s, goes right back and retests 54. The bidders stepped up immediately. I'd love to see them do that a couple of times, shake some people out, and then hold 54, and then you're just essentially running right into that 55 level. But what is NVIDIA? NVIDIA is not, there's no bid here on NVIDIA. It's now through 460. Are we really going to test the low 450s again? 450 was a huge bottom yesterday. We only got to 52. I can't even imagine that we could be testing that again here today.
Yeah, I got like half my Tesla out, just trailing that one, and now watching Upstart here start to make the move. I want to add on 55 here. This is a huge level at that 55, the 54. An okay level as well, high of day yesterday. But yeah, there we go with Upstart. Okay, starting to make the move now. So I'm trying to double the size on the 55 break and see if we can get into some really high levels here. 56, 57, 58 is the target. We're talking dollars, not cents on Upstart. This could be a massive short squeeze here based on yesterday's move. Yeah. So watching this one come in. My Tesla is trailed, so that one's kind of just managing itself at the moment.
Just a quick thing. It looks like now that's weird. Okay, so I took a fill because to me, I want to get out in front of 55 and look to re-enter the trade there just in case it pulls back. But so I did take some profit upside. The second I took the fill, it updated the position board just for you guys on the board there. So when I got the fill out, it seemed to update. But I love that double top breakout. If it breaks 55, I think there is another trade as well. Watch out for Palantir. It's getting second life. Thank you to Nick Chauncey in the chat. Sometimes you draw a line in the chart, and when you leave it in there and it holds significance, I don't know, trade off that bad boy next time, Neil. Have a look at it. Yeah, it bounced right off that 1720. Remember the 1720 breakout? Where do you think Palantir just bounced? Off 720, because that's how it rolls. Brendo.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't really doing much as far as volume is concerned in the pre-market here, but TDOC back downside now after breaking 27 there. If you missed it, pre-market, they expanded or announced they were expanding their AI collaboration with Microsoft.
Okay, so I'm half out in front of 55 to make sure we ring the register on that upside. Sometimes the second time a level breaks is going to be the best one. You always want to take profit. I'm going to show you why you take profit on the way up in a breakout. This is why. So I said I should have only taken out half. I ended up taking out 40% up top on GoEV on 74 break. It never ends up breaking 80. So you get to 79, you fail it back in. I'm now out. I had to stop just underneath break even. That's how you stay profitable on a stock. You don't want to turn a winning trade into a loser. That is never a good way to go about things. Some other squeeze names now that Upstart is going. Carvana hasn't really gotten through that 38 high, but it's right back up at a double top as well. So some squeeze names starting to really come into play. And guess what's picking up steam? Apple. Apple's getting right back up off the bottom, so it held on to 93. It never got to 192.50, so it really didn't give me the bottom pick that I would have liked. We're still looking for that breakout off the top. About $1 away here in Apple, but I let that order in the entire time. We're going to go for that whenever it does fill. What else is moving? Sahib talking about Lucid and Rivian. It is the EV names. Maybe I just have to get back into one. After GoEV came back out, maybe I have to get back into some of these EV names. Don't want to be stuck with only Upstart.
Yeah, I'm watching Upstart pretty closely here. Got out half of the position as it failed 55. Now I just have that 55 fill. We'll see if we can get that one to keep going. Tesla looking for that 290, so just chilling in my remaining shares on Tesla, looking for that to try to break 292. Upstart probably have to bail out below 54.50. I'm thinking we take out 55 again, do the same kind of thing that we just did here on that 54 price. But, you know, I'm not going to let this go all the way back down to 54. Obviously,
I got one for you.
On what's going on now? Is Carvana going?
No, so NIO's running. All these EV names are going. I go back to the Chinese EV names, and you were talking about Li Auto. I looked at Xpeng, and I'm like, how do you trade it when it's already gapping up? And the dip to me is at 14. Well, wick bottom, through the pre-market low, holds onto it, and then don't take the pre-market high break. Let it make the range. Once it's settled the range, then take the high break. So that was actually what we talked about being available. I was just like, well, I want an EV name to be long. Well, this is still setting up room to 15. So on a 1460 break, I'm going to go with Xpeng here. NVIDIA, AMD, still incredibly weak. But Nikola is right back at that 250 level. So I'll get if we get the break on Xpeng, then I'll be long that name if it breaks at 60 level. But Nikola could be one to maybe join in here. I don't want to just take it because it happens to retake that 250 level. There goes Upstart through that through 55, I should say. Yes. It's already through 50, so it's through 55. You'll see my average price changed as it broke 50s. I still have some from the 54.20. I didn't take it all out, but I did add back in when it just took that out. So let's see what happens. Like, this is such a monster level on the daily chart. Who knows where this sucker could go if it continues to squeeze.
Yeah, I think trailed 54.49 now on this one, and I'm looking for dollars here. I'm not looking to take anything else out on Upstart. maybe should have just held everything, but that was looking pretty scary below 55. Now that we're above 55 again, we've made a new high. This is looking really good for a potential squeeze move. We've been waiting for this kind of thing on Carvana for a while, and not paying attention to Upstart, and maybe should have been paying attention to Upstart. As Tesla kind of rejects that
Look at BAC.
290 level, I think I'm actually just going to bail out of that Tesla trade. It kind of rejected 290. Didn't look very good there, so I'm out of that. That's a decent trade, but could have been a lot better, obviously. Now kind of all eyes on Upstart at this point. Looking for this to make the move through 56 and see if we can get into like 58, 59. Maybe we get to 60 today on this insane mover of the last few days. The short squeeze is on. 35% getting squeezed out as we speak. You guys are seeing it live. Upstart breaking backs above this 55 price. Wish I didn't get out half of this trade, honestly. But,
it was I don't know. It was tricky
so
at that
sketchy.
50, at that 54 level.
Yeah.
I want to get to BAC for a quick second. Oh man, I just missed. I was just trying to get 56 out a quarter in front of 56 on Upstart. It doesn't look like it wants to give it to me. I tried that breakout in BAC, didn't give it much room, but look at the dip. It actually holds 30. So dip buying is the way to go. Let's look for pullbacks on the trend instead of breakouts. When it's already broken, you shouldn't be chasing a breakout. It's already through that 30 level. I did, mistake. Let's look for the next consolidation. If it's a 50 break, I'll let that break fail and then see what happens next. Because the last breakout I had in BAC wasn't all that good. Rivian's still making that power move to the upside. Xpeng didn't break, so I'm still looking. It's at 57. I have a stop for a break of the 60 level. Rivian's starting to turn around here. That could be available at 25 for a bit of a dip buy. Disney, I wouldn't call that a squeeze, Disney moving up, because it's not really that heavily shorted of a name. But it is super, super strong here, is Disney. Off yesterday's lows, it's probably going to have some trouble when it gets to 89 to 90, but this is one trend to definitely monitor. We're not really getting the action we want to see on Apple. Still holding at 193. That's a little bit frustrating. So I'm still only in Upstart. Go EV, I got out on the retrace back to the breakout price. It wicked out. It went far enough. I'm not going to hold it, the full like 1 cent against me there. I actually risked about a half a cent. But it actually bounces off that level. So I think this is still available for us above that 74. If it's going to hold a breakout price, I can jump back into this as well.
Yeah, stopped out of Upstart there once again. So looks like it doesn't want to do the squeeze, didn't want to get through that 56. Yeah, I don't know how to execute on this anymore. Maybe you're taking the 56 break if it comes, but not as clean as it looked yesterday. Obviously did a crazy move. Microsoft really taking out those lows again. Interesting. Okay. And Coinbase will just not get to our levels. It will not go down to that 102, 103.80, the low again. So maybe we're getting that 110 break again, or yeah, again today on Coinbase. That could be something that we would look at. Charles Schwab holding up. I really figured this would turn around.
There's been no stop.
HW, there we go. Yeah, I really thought this would turn around and go back down to like 62, 63. Obviously, they've said something pretty bullish on the chat there, looking for that 67 level. I mean, 60 was a great level on the daily to break out from. I didn't think it would go 10% from there. I figured you could get like a nice move into 62, maybe 64 if you were lucky, but no, 67. Now getting into some resistance levels here, but I don't think I want to step short in front of something that kind of surprised me with how far it actually went. So gonna stay away from Schwab.
Alert to, and thank you, Secret Treasures in the chat was like alert to Amazon. This is another stock where it's actually breaking down where I have a line in the chart at 131.5. I had this from before I went on holiday. So the significance of that level was from previously. Like it actually didn't matter last week. Actually did matter last week, but I was putting it as resistance when I left. If it's turning into support now, it's going to have to do some work because it's down 1.5%, so it's outpacing the NASDAQ, but this would be where you're looking for the bounce. If it hangs on here, okay, it's trying. Now I'm going to be getting it. We're going to go to Brennan in just a quick second, but it just wicked underneath and came right back above. The local bottom is 131.35. So if it does volume underneath here for too long, I gotta get out. But that's exactly the kind of bounce play I'd be looking for any kind of a turnaround, Brendo.
Little penny stock guys just popping up, resuming trading. It was halted in the pre-market here. PIRS is what I was mentioning there, 950. After this update comes through, 70% reduction in workforce and some other cost-cutting measures announced by this one. PIRS just resumed, guys.
Here we go. Wow. So this is almost fortuitous because I don't think if it wasn't for Secret Treasures in the chat, I don't pull up Amazon. I don't see that I liked this level before, and then it actually gave this setup once already. Wick underneath, recover, wick underneath, recover. I should be adding to this. Okay, there we go. Wick underneath, recover. So on the back side of it, if it gets to VWAP, great. 132, 132.20 would be the target out. That works, risk to reward. You're going against the grain, so I do want to pay something out in front of it if I can get it. That'll be the case. Just to show you on the 15-minute, there is room up to 134, but the trend has not been the friend for any of the big tech names so far. So I do want to make sure I get some profit. Like Max said, it's been tricky. I've been in scalp mode on Upstart. I got a bad wick in here. It has not broken 54 since it made that initial move, but it has had all kinds of trouble at that 55 level. I now have offers into that 56. I'll get a little more aggressive trying to get back out on the way back into the upside. I am still looking at Nikola. I thought I was going to get Xpeng, and it's still not broken. I don't know what's going on with Xpeng at this point. Like, it's just hanging out there, not wanting to break, not wanting to fail, doing a heck of a lot of nothing. But if it can make a break of this local high at 52, that gives a trade off the 250 level. Or maybe you're just looking at a VWAP consolidation. You just calm it down, look for consolidation off VWAP and join it that way. But I'm not really seeing too much else there for Nikola. So I'm into that Amazon. If it holds here, great. But this is the low of the day. I'm not holding through the low of the day. That's been established. I'm long in front of my nice little line at 131.50. If it makes a fresh low, I get out. I like the risk to reward, but it doesn't mean it has to work. The trend is in the other way here on Amazon.
Tesla's kind of bouncing off the spot I originally got long at, but I mean, I like it the first time. I rarely like it as much the second time, especially when we do this wick. It never actually got above 290. That's just a dark pool, but got almost to 290 and then turns around. I think if we're looking at 285 today, that's where I would want to try to get long on Tesla. Maybe 286 kind of fails and gives you an entry there, but yeah, I'm not going to be looking long on this kind of higher low here. I think the edge was on that initial kind of flush in, and then you get the reversal move there. I'm also looking to take Upstart one more time above this 55.30 price that it's consolidating below. So we'll see if we can get an explosive move through 55.30 and then up through 56. But that one's going to be tight risk, kind of breakout or bailout kind of scenario there. Other than that, I'm looking at my notes today. Nothing else is coming in. So, I mean, I'll be looking for trades, but if things aren't coming to your levels, then you don't really want to be changing the plan too much. No. So I'm going to be doing a little bit of sitting on my hands and waiting for some things to come in here. Yeah, Apple.
The banks are slowing down. I don't know if you've looked at Schwab recently.
I did not look at Schwab recently. Let me.
I mean, it's either gearing up for another leg here, or it's starting to curl because it's got a long consolidation.
Up 13%.
It's up 13%, but if you pull up the daily, it's at the 200 period moving average. So this is kind of. This was sort of the move that you were looking to capture on from the break of 60. So if it was to turn, this is the first place that I would be looking at 67. And maybe it's already doing it it's down $1 from here. Given the size of the move, maybe it's not already happened. But VWAP, gets early in the day. Like VWAP is still at like 65 here. So if you're looking VWAP for trace, 66 is not a good entry price. You need it tighter to that 67 level. I'd love Upstart to go. I'd love to see Amazon start to go. Amazon's it's now starting to hold in the money, but we need a heck of a lot more work out of this name in the NASDAQ for it to get a decent win up into VWAP. And if it breaks VWAP, I hold on to the last piece for a test of 34 to the upside. ATVI, I have not traded it yet, but it's getting close to that 93. I would look to short that 93 area, but I'm going to have a stop shortly above that level. I would not trade ATVI in either direction without a stop order today. You don't usually want to have stop orders on buyouts. This is an exception with potential news on that deal coming.
Yeah, now that you pull up that Charles Schwab 64, or 67, sorry. Yeah, I'm kind of liking the idea of a fail break of that 67 at the high, gets right above, maybe does 20 cents above there, and then you're taking it back down through the level. So I got that up on a chart. May take that one, try to get it back down into 65 and then 64. Maybe you're seeing 63 today, but pretty strong move. I wouldn't necessarily hold my breath for like a 63, 62. Palantir starting to move off the bottom. That 1720 held, as you were highlighting before, all the way up into 1770 now. So I'm just not sure that the 18 break is going to be great as I just get into upstart again above that 30. Let's see if we can get through 50. I don't want to be holding this thing back through $55. But I think we can get that explosive move on upstart. There's a little size on the offer here ahead of 50. We'll see if that can get taken out and then see if we can get through that 56 price. I have half the size that I had on the other breaks, so this one's a little bit more discretionary, so I'm not taking the same amount of size that I might have been on the original 55
That's the way
break.
to go. Like, that's the thing. Like, you've got to define the trade. Like, if it doesn't look as good, you just can't go as hard on it. Because it's counter trend, I am doing the scalp thing in front of 132 on Amazon. So we're gonna ring the register. Don't want to look this gift horse in the mouth. It gave that bounce zone. Thank you, Secret Treasures, for pointing it out. You should always look at every stock on your list, but you're not going to get to them all. But that's why you leave. If you got a good support or resistance line, just leave it on your chart because it can come and play and help you a little bit later. That's starting to work. Still hanging on upstart,
Coinbase.
struggling at 55. But let's go to Brennan at the desk. We've got happening now.
Coinbase
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. Just got that housing data I mentioned at 10 o'clock there that came out, basically in line with expectations, exactly 56 versus 56 on the US NAHB housing market index. Feds Gibson and Barr both speaking right now at events. There is apparently some text available, but I haven't seen it yet, but just a heads up on the overall market there. Market overall not really caring about that housing data. However, we were discussing, bank earnings right across the board. Been a long time since we've seen such discrepancy between the NASDAQ and the S&P, and it's all because of not only BAC here, but the banks overall stronger than expected coming off of earnings from BAC, Morgan Stanley, Schwab, and others in the group right across the board. Topping estimates, as we mentioned, if you're with us in the pre-market, Bank of America leading right now. We talked Microsoft as well. Yeah, they're trying to get that ATVI deadline extended. It is today to get that deal done. We'll see what happens with both. Palantir, another government contract coming through this morning for PLTR. Here's Microsoft. The NASDAQ, as I mentioned, relatively weak. S&P at session highs back to basically 0.18 in positive territory. Nikola, however, still on a tear here. Just made a day high as well. More volume at the highs here, guys, for Nikola.
Damn right there is. So we'll go with this for Nikola. I didn't get it at 50. The local high break was at 52. I end up getting the 55 level on that bit of a breakout. I just took some out. The first 10-cent move into 65. It's a dollar stock, so a couple of dollar stock. I'm going to look for that first 10 cents every single time. I'm at a third of it on that move. I think there's room to $3. I don't think there's that much room further than that. So on the way in, like 75 be the next level up. I'll probably just get an offer out in front of that now. Carvana's going. We mentioned this. It got through 38. It's continuing to run. Why can't Upstart do this? This is a really clean move here on Carvana. Carvana's not through any of the big levels yet. It has to chew through 40 again. And then once it gets through 41 and a half, I feel like it's a bit of a thing as well. So if you get through those levels, it gets really juicy. But 38 is not a bad starting point. Given I'm still an Upstart, I'm just not going to be trading Carvana. I find you pick one of those to get into. The small cap ones, you can kind of look at those. They're a little bit different. But yeah, Carvana, I picked Upstart. Maybe Carvana is the one today. 41.50 is a pretty decent level. Amazon's starting to slow down a little bit here. That's always going to be a bit of a concern. I'm not reloading it unless it shows me the same wick bottom entry. If I get that wick entry through the bottom, then I look to jump back in to the long above that 131.50. Nikola, this is why you try to ring the register. So you get that breakout. If it's a significant one, take your profit. Now you're looking for the next leg, which would be a dip. It's the same thing, initially breaking 250, pull back into 40, and then went. So you grab your profit, then look for a dip back into this 50, holding this area. If it can't hold on to 50, I guess it gets pretty ugly. Got to find something to short. I maybe should have just jumped into Schwab, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that original touch of 67 looking good on Schwab. I got my eyes on Coinbase. It is heading very quickly towards that 110 level. Now extremely quickly towards that 110. I'm going to take the breakout here. Once again, this is going to be a very quick exit if this doesn't work out. I'm looking for 110 to hold and then get into 112, and maybe we see those 114.5 highs from Friday morning. We'll see what happens on this one. Clearly missed a dip trade. Maybe should have just been taking the pre-market high at 106 on this one, but you know, we only wanted to execute around the $10 levels, and that is what I am going to do as we get into the 60s, 70s now. Really aggressive action. I have a Bitcoin chart up, but it's not, you know, it's nothing crazy on Bitcoin. We're not going too hard on that one. So I don't know why Coinbase is going up so quickly, but you know, I'll take the squeeze if it happens. We saw how far it went last week. Being $5 off the bottom seems crazy right now, but last week we did a $30 move off the bottom. So I think, you know, there's some room to go on Coinbase. Maybe we get to 114 pretty quickly. I will be taking profit at like $2 on this today. Not going to be trying to hold the whole thing for the dream, but hopefully we have about a third or a quarter left for that for the move to 114 if that does show up. Palantir, I've also got the order in to go long through 18 if it happens in the morning. We've only got about half an hour left for me to actually take this break. I won't be taking this one as it gets too late in the day. I don't find the Palantir breakouts work in the middle of the day, really, as Coinbase is getting right up to that 110 price now. So eyes on Coinbase for this one. What's the high there? 109.85.
109.85.
High on Coinbase. 110 had a bit of size on it. Didn't look like anything too crazy, so that kind of makes the break a little less probable. But we'll see what happens here. I think this could be pretty good. 230 lots there on the offer there for Coinbase as we headed over to Brendan.
Big pop here, guys, for Warner Music Group, WMG, all the way up to 31 on this. They're expanding their licensing agreement with TikTok.
40 again.
Okay, watch out for Warner there. Just with Coinbase, I want to reiterate that 112 level, if it breaks 110, that was a huge, you go way back in the daily to 2022, the last time it was at these prices, it really stalled at 112. And then if you go to Friday, that's kind of that top. So if it breaks 110, I like a profit center in front of that. To be sure, I did just dip buy into Nikola as mentioned. I don't know, I didn't like it for whatever reason, and I don't have a really good reason for not getting more aggressive with the dip buy. So my average price will be 53. If I gotten aggressive, it'd be 51. But yeah, if it gets back up to the top, I have a 75 offer, and along those lines, I think I take something out also in front of the 60 level again, and then maybe some at 65. I'm just feeling like this is not as strong as I'd like to be able to see it. Coin hasn't broken yet. Amazon's still holding in the money. However, okay, it's one thing to have a support level and bounce off it. But keep in mind, I didn't get the first trade into VWAP. So the second time bounce off this level could form a wedge into the bottom. If it forms a wedge into the bottom, eventually that usually breaks the bottom in a bit of a bearish chart. So what I'm going to do on that note is recognize that relative weakness, take another leg out in front of 132, have the ability, if it's just going to be grinding into that bottom, I'm just going to be loading back into it if I get that chance, but you still have some lower highs. I still like the long, it still worked, but this has been a stock that is trending down so far off the open. So taking a little bit more profit. If it breaks out at VWAP, there should be some available longs if it just goes trending all day. You're not going to go from 1.2% down to green without another opportunity to get back into it. And in that vein, we're going to come back over to Apple, which I'm not long right now. I really only want the breakout, so it's getting pretty darn close to it. There might be another way to get into this. It's stair-stepping to the upside. If it just continues to hold a bit of a trend, Oh, the bad wick there. If it continues to hold a trend, I was about to draw a trend line, but now with that wick, it's going to look ugly. If it holds on to this above VWAP, this little trend line that's starting to form, I may trade off of that a little bit later on in the session. So Apple is on my mind a little bit there. And Upstart, it's frustrating. It's not been clean. It was clean off the 54 level. 55 has been anything but. I'm now out of it. Take the money and run sometimes, I guess, is the way to go on Upstart. If it manages now to hold on to 54, I guess that's the better price to have been going for the long instead of 55 anyway. Because everything around 55 was nasty, whereas 54 a little bit more clean.
Yeah, maybe even just pre-market high break kind of. I feel that the pre-market high tends to work on these squeeze names. Although now that I look over it, that wasn't clean. Still got my eyes on Coinbase, looking at a Bitcoin chart to see what this one wants to do, and then that 38.50 price on Carvana has been in play for a few days now. We'll see if it shows up on this 30-minute chart here, but 38.50, it kind of keeps stopping there. It's been kind of inflection for the past little while. So wondering if it wants to hold this price and start to kind of blast off of there. I want the 41.50 break on Carvana into the 44 break. If that happens today, I don't really want anything else. Getting involved in the middle hasn't really been working for me on Carvana recently. So I'm only going to take the extremes on this one in the same way that we talk about Coinbase. Schwab, kind of a miss there. Probably should have tried to get short in front of 67 instead of waiting for that 67 fade. Yeah. Now down to 65 and looking like it wants to break down. We'll see if it can hold VWAP and get back up. But yeah, I don't know on that Schwab. Kind of looks like it just wants to fade now.
You're going to love this one, Max.
Oh,
remember what we said about SUNR? Now, granted, we go overstocked and we pick and choose the ones that we want to trade. I don't think I've even ever traded the SUNR before. I've never traded run. At least I don't remember ever looking at the stock and making execution on it. But the setup that we looked for was, well, if it can hold on to at the open, if it tries to break previous close in 22 and doesn't break it, then you look for that long. But like we always talk about this at 9:30, you have to be on the stock at 9:30 to get that trade. Yeah. Because you see it break the pre-market low, it's probably down here for a few seconds, and then it's breaking out the local high right away. So you're in that trade, trigger long, instantly, stop out at the bottom, and Bob's your uncle. But that has to be the stock you're looking for. Palantir never set up, so I'm looking at Palantir and not making a trade. That's the choice that you have to make as a trader. Nikola, as I said, I would get some in front of 60 and some in front of 65 on Nikola on that dip buy for whatever reason. Maybe not liking it as much into that $3 level, so I want to trim some as it goes back up toward that high. But this one's actually following the plan, so maybe I shouldn't have been that conservative. You got to pick and choose, but congratulations if you have this one. Not necessarily from today's breakout, but remember we were talking about $2 holding yesterday? Like, look at that hold of 2, double bottom. That really gave you a decent swing entry on the pullback, and this is what we're looking for back into this $3 area. I'm not even sure it gets all the way into 3. So Nikola working. The EVs have been good because my Upstart, positive but ugly, but GoEV and Nikola have been a little bit more clean to the upside than Amazon. It's trying to go. G-Man saying Meta is curling. Not literally. That's what Sean does in the winter. No jokes aside. Sean is a good curler. He is. It's trust me when I tell you, he's got game when it comes to curling. But the curling just simply means it's finding resistance and putting in a lower high. This is what scares me about Amazon and why I took some out here. Is you have all these major tech names rejecting the breaks and then curling back to the downside. I kind of feel like if you look at what's happening in the NASDAQ, I don't want to give up on the notion of some of these things being longs. Like, look where this just wicked underneath. Find yesterday's afternoon support on the NASDAQ, wick underneath it, and then try to recover. That sets up some of the longs that are in play to still work out for you there instead of chasing some shorts. So Nikola working. We'll try and get this one. I'd love to see it retake that 65 high, but again, I'm taking profits at that level. It's still a $2 stock. When you get those 10, 15 cent moves, you ring the old register. And you always make sure you listen to Brendo. What's up?
Some of the AI names starting to go here. Not seeing anything on this yet, but AI itself up 4.3%. Some volume coming in at day highs here, guys.
39.90.
Oh, you know what? So we're just talking about Carvana. As a matter of fact, Max was just saying, I'm looking at that Carvana. I'm like, isn't 4150 the level? C3AI 4150 is a level. It's C3.
4050, 4050.
Is it 4050?
And we're right there right now.
You trade too many of these stocks and then you get some of the prices mixed up. No, 4150 is a level too. 4050 was yesterday's high.
Yeah.
And then 4150 going back into last week would have been like Thursday, and then you still have this. So you have some multiple levels coming in here on C3AI. Carvana is the one that you're mentioning there. And I think like this one's really primed to go. The 40 break on Carvana, is it too obvious is the question?
That's what I'm considering. Is it too obvious? I kind of want to take it. Yesterday's high 39.90-ish. It makes sense.
These both look good.
Yeah.
I'm talking AI looks good too.
Yeah, AI looks really good at that 40.50 as well. I just don't know how many I want to be in at the same time because these breaks are probably going to happen at the same time. There is 40.50 on AI. How is that one going? And Coinbase is starting to scream into that 110. So I will stick with the breakout that I have already in, this Coinbase. As you can see, I'm looking to take profit in front of 111.50, and then after that, we'll see how far we can get. Yeah, AI, like what price do I really want to get involved with AI? 41.50, you're right, it's
a bit of a level. It's hard to take
a breakout level. And then, I mean, ultimately, it's going to be that 42 or that 43 level where we got to last time. But Coinbase coming into 110 here pretty quickly. So hopefully this breakout is the one to have. Maybe Carvana, if it gets to 40, if it pulls back a little bit, that Carvana is looking a little sketchy, screaming straight into 40 on the 15-minute chart there, just straight up since the open. So Carvana maybe wait on. Hopefully this Coinbase gets going. I like the fact that we pulled back, held 108, which was a key level a few days ago, and now getting back into that 110. So could be a good spot to get long on Coinbase and see if we can get a couple dollars out of this.
Yes, sir.
BYND pump, so everything's going?
It's a squeeze kind of day. Like the NASDAQ, like we've shown, like the NASDAQ and the big tech names have not been that good. So the squeeze names have been the ones going, NEV names as well, obviously. Xpeng I still have the breakout for 60 on Xpeng. I haven't given that up even with NIO pulling back. But Shop got an Evercore downgrade. There was a that's a big ass volume spike at the open. It feels like someone in the chat said that Shop site might be down. So I haven't seen that myself, but this feels like if that's a bigger fall than just a downgrade, that's a big move. It's off the bottom at 65 here, but that was a pretty big and hefty fall for Shop there at the open. As I said, I'll wait for Brennan to confirm if there's anything more than just a downgrade. It's got a really good upward trend. If this gets to the 50 period today on the daily, 50 simple, on the daily, that's at 63 bucks-ish, just underneath that. That's a good bounce zone. Oh, speaking of which, AMD has been riding the 50 period. 50 EMA, look at it in the last month off the 50 simple on the daily. It has bounced off at every single time, including that's where it found the bottom yesterday. This morning, the bottom is 113.50. That 50 period is at 113 even. It's just, I don't know, whatever. We'll see if it gets down there. I'd love to see it retest that. But if you're not looking at that average on AMD, I don't know what you're looking at. It's a pretty significant one. Nikola continues to work, but once again, a little bit of a dip off that 65 level. This is now 3 times it's gone to the same price at 265, wick above, or get right to it, and then pull back in. And every time it's done so, I've trimmed a little of the position. Still holding on to a third, but if it can't break through this eventually, you know, this is just what it is. It's breaking from 230. I just happen to have the long at 250. NIO is heading downside, as a lot of people are putting in NIO to the downside, and it's making me question whether I want that breakout still on Xpeng. But NIO's not red. It's holding a nice little consolidation here. If it really starts to break down, maybe I cancel my Xpeng breakout out of sympathy here. But Xpeng holding on to the lows, it just wicked underneath and got right back in. As long as it's able to do that and keep wicking these bottoms, I still like the breakout, but at some point I might cancel that order.
Yeah, this AI is just getting to that 41 price. There's some size on the offer up there at 41. It was like 600-700 lots. So we'll see if that can break. I think 41.50 into 43 is kind of the move to have. Tesla going for that 287 again, so I'll be interested to see if Tesla can put in a double bottom here at 287 and get back up, as it looks like it doesn't even want to give up 287.50 there. So little wick bottom on Tesla right now. Does it break out from 288 and then into that 290 again? Not a trade that I'm going to have, but I can see the structure there. I'd like to see it getting back down to this 286.5, not being able to go any further, and then bouncing from there. Or ultimately, the 285 could be a very nice bottom there on Tesla.
Oh, there's got to be a short here somewhere. This is
Apple kind of looks like it's breaking down through 193 there.
the NASDAQ doesn't. You know, we always talk about it, and we like it the other direction because everyone wants the market to go up. You talk about support, resistance turning into support, but 15.8 on the NASDAQ, overnight bottom, overnight breakdown. That's where we tried to bounce early in the morning today. What's happened? You just got right back above a wick bottom. You're trying to get back above. You reject underneath 15.8. If we don't get back above 15.8, I can want Amazon to be long. I can want an Apple breakout all I want, but that's what we need to have happen. We need to get back above there. The longs will look a heck of a lot better if that's the case. As I'm in Nikola, Nikola's now at the 70s, so I'm happy that Nikola's back in the 70s, and it takes him out in front of 75, as we mentioned. But I did miss the shot. There was a reload on GoEV that I missed trading Nikola. So GoEV came right back into where I worked out that 74 break, bounced off it, and is now back into VWAP here. So it's obvious that I'd probably want a long around 74 or 73.5, and we'll go for it. That's a big if we can even get that. It might just be something above 75. This has room to 83 as long as it's above that breakout at 74. So I'm going to look for multiple places to get into it. As I mentioned, Nikola right back into that 75 level, so we'll ring Reggie on that one. We'll give it the old Kincaid spike. If you're just tuning in now, I hate the New England Patriots, and I'm a Buffalo Bills fan. So when somebody spikes it, as far as I'm concerned, Gronk never did it. It's all about Dalton Kincaid, the greatest tight end that ever lived. Let's go to Brendan for the small cap recap.
Hey guys, a few interesting ones moving around. You were mentioning Nikola just right now, in fact, popping back up on a volume scanner at day highs here, 270, just getting taken out. Relative volume huge today on NKLA. A couple other ones. Mike's, great ticker, failed at 250, comes all the way back through 2 in a hurry. New product announced that they were going to be having available at Walmart for the singing machine. They sell karaoke machines. MICS. I don't know. KPTI, another one that we had actually on the watch list this morning. FDA fast track approval for one of their treatments, but look what happened, man. Took out 2, it's all the way to 220 almost in the pre-market. We're all the way back to 150 essentially beneath yesterday's lows now for KPTI, guys.
Mike's gets interesting. We were asked in a super chat about levels for this one. Didn't really like $2. 250 is just obvious because it's out there, but it was 175 where it broke out from, and it's getting right down into that price. This was a breakout on the daily, 175, 180. That's the buy area to me if it's going to do any kind of a dead cat bounce here. So if it bounces 190, I probably don't have it. It makes one more leg down and consolidates. Then I go for Mike's. Nikola's rejecting 75 here, so I'd love to see it go that next leg up, and then we're all out. I'd be all out if it makes the next push. It has to break 80, give you that next push, 85 to 90, and I'm all out of Nikola. If it pulls back, I don't think I want 250 again. Let's see what happens. The Schwab obviously was a bit of a miss for the short up there at 67 if you're pulling up that daily chart, but it's not really tanking or anything. So like maybe it wants to hang on to VWAP and run at that 67 again. I think you can be patient with this because if it holds here and that was the only dip you got, I don't think I ever want to see a bank going 15% seems crazy, but if it holds on to VWAP, that's a pretty clean 67 look for Schwab.
Yeah, that, I don't know. If it doesn't want to move down beyond 65, like,
what else are you going to do?
It's only going to go up. Coinbase, I was about to cancel this order, but it held on to 108. Now we're screaming back into 110, so we'll see if that shows up. And I also have a Carvana order at 40 for yesterday's high. So we'll see if we can break 40. I did see some size going into it. See if that one works. I don't know. Like the squeeze is still on Carvana going back into 40. I think the high was 44.50 or something a few days ago. I should probably check that out. 44.64. If we break 41.50 as well, like that's starting to look pretty dangerous. The chart on Carvana starting to look like a bit of a curl back to the upside. Made a base at 35, can't go any lower. Now there's only one way to go with that short interest remaining at 58%, I believe it is. So huge short interest there. If we squeeze through 40, I think that you can add on 41.50 break, and then maybe you're getting 44 today. The volume's not really there. It's 6.5 million on Carvana, 7 million right now. So maybe the volume comes in above that 40 price. We'll see what happens there. But yeah, I just have my eyes on these two symbols. I did cancel my
Bitcoin?
I was watching Bitcoin, but
Bitcoin just broke 30,000.
it did break.
Yeah, so
Okay.
Bitcoin's broken 30,000. Not that Coinbase has to follow it, but that makes the breakout a little bit better. If it holds
definitely
30,000, you like it a bit better. I think I like that break too. If we're about 30,000, I like the breakout. Underneath it, I don't know if I would have taken 110. Just before we go to Brendan here, Tesla's down 1% and heading potentially into yesterday's bottom. That made a nice turn underneath 285. So if we get that again, look for the bottom underneath 285 on Tesla. Brendo?
Little one moving around, KPTI that we were just talking about. Back to the downside, guys, on a huge volume spike. Wanted to mention this as well. Uber, nice day, just took out 46.50. There was a court ruling that went actually against them in California that came out this morning, but looks like the settlement might have been a little bit lower than expected. But nice look here for Uber today at day highs.
Yeah, stocks go up when they reach settlements. The market likes certainty because it's like if you know a negative action is coming, well then the settlement is the conclusion of that bad press or whatever the tailwind. I guess that's a term that people use, or headwind, I suppose, headwind in your face. But look no further than the daily chart on Uber. This looks pretty solid. I mean, I don't want to ignore wicks like that, but you do have a double top, which is just breaking now. At 65, like 65 and a half. There hasn't been a red candle on the 15-minute, so I'd feel like it's due for some kind of consolidation pullback. I'd rather it fail this level, retake it to the upside, and I can get into the move after a consolidation. I don't like punching long after an hour like this on the stock. I'd rather see some secondary entry point to it, but you got to have this one on your radar. Looks like we made the right call. Again, Nikola runs into the same resistance. Tesla tanking. This is just a pure squeeze play. Forget about the alternative names. So there's GoEV, which oddly enough, that just came in. Wow. Okay, I don't like that move at all. Out. Sometimes it matters how you get a fill. I mean, look at the chart. Come back to the chart, man. It matters how you get a fill. That's really good getting 73 and a half there and then getting that little pullback in. But the second you get a fill like that, do not pass go, do not hold trade. I'm just getting the hell out of Dodge. No chance. Even if it goes up from here, no way, man. I'll get out and take a half-cent loss all day if I can. Maybe it's going to bounce. I'd rather it settle down and show me another entry point. That was absurd on GoEV and gives me some concern about Nikola pulling back in a similar fashion as well.
Tesla tanking, but gets right back above this 286.60 prior low and then won't print a bid below 286.50. So I'm getting long here. Basically 286.49 is the stop. We print any price below that, I'll get out and try the same thing at 286. The NASDAQ's not at the lows. Tesla is at the lows. Let's see if Tesla can make the move back up here. I'd add back through 270 to get the full position and then try to get into 288. I like these reversal plays on Tesla specifically. We'll see if we can get that. Obviously kind of a dangerous thing to be buying right into the lows here, but it breaks the even dollar at 287 and then can't even get to the next one. So that is typically a decent look for me to try to get long, as Coinbase looks like it's kind of giving it up. So I might not get the breakout there on Coinbase. And same thing with Carvana at that 40, pulling back right now. But I mean, a pullback is healthy as long as it stays above that 38.50 price. We can still potentially get that Carvana breakout later on. Coinbase below 108, not quite as good as of a pullback, given we're kind of giving up that consolidation low. But right now, just eyes on Tesla, trying to add through 287 if we get there, and then the stop out would be just below 287 if we do fail it. So we'll still make money on the trade if we fail the 287 price.
So it's worth noting, both Rivian and Lucid are still at their highs. As Tesla's now starting to bounce. The other riskier EV names, I want to say, have already come down a little bit off of their moves. But Rivian's just absolutely hanging on to this top. If it was at 27, I'd be short right now. But Lucid, relatively speaking, Lucid is still at it was a good long yesterday, I get that, but this is another day. It's got a reversal candle already once through 725. Look at the chop at that level before. If we don't get back through 725, that could be shortable. I have not reloaded Amazon, but this is potentially the first green candle in the 15 that it's going to try to put in off this level. If it does that, I'm going to look to be adding to this in front of 130, 150. I just want to see some confirmation on my 15-minute chart here off of this level. Like, all you've done is grind into this and bounce a couple of times. Show me some green off this level on my 15-minute, and then I try to add toward the long, because everything else is just tanking. Apple down 0.5% and trending to the downside. Microsoft as well. This is hanging on to the lows, but just barely. So this Amazon, not worth a reload just yet, but it is the one I'm looking to buy back into as we go to Brenda with the desk.
Hey guys, mostly negative for the most part across the board as cryptos are concerned today. Interesting levels coming into play here as this is highlighting. We've been sitting here at 30,000. I'll show you the chart in a second, but we've been sitting here at 30,000 or just above it for the past few weeks on BTC. Trying to break down this morning, got back above, but support coming into play once again as not only retail sales coming in a little lighter than expected, but that housing market data coming in lighter than expected as well. There is 30,000 on the daily chart, the lower end of this consolidation. I mean, if you zoom out a little bit, this is what BTC does. We move up, we consolidate, we move up, we consolidate. Are we going to continue this move to the upside remains to be seen. That is how the board is shaping up right now. Downside to the tune of 1% right now for Bitcoin, 29,896, 1.68 there for Yearn Finance, YFI, popped up on volume, not sure why. 0.84, 1896 down here for Ethereum today. The rest of the board pretty mixed. Red side across the board though, guys, for crypto today.
Oh, it's one of these mornings. So we were just talking about Lucid. The second I try to get short at the 20 level, it's like it just immediately falls to the downside. So throw that one out. Maybe Rivian's going to be available. Rivian, which was stronger, this is still maybe in the pocket. I wanted to short something off the high, so I did prefer Lucid, but you're still getting a decent price if I can even catch Rivian here. Free locates we have on Rivian, so let's see if I can get into this. I don't want to give this to the high of the day because I'm out underneath it, so I want to give it to the local high, which would be at that 40 level. So I'm into Rivian to the south side. We'll see what happens. PWM apparently is moving.
Again?
That Prestige Wealth. So these are the guys that have 900,000. This is them, right?
Yes.
$900,000.
According to the chat.
According to you guys in the chat, under
yeah.
management. Prestige Wealth making another power move. This is a pure, I guess, low float squeeze play. PWM. It's always tricky to play these, quite frankly. Like the spread is really big. Trade with caution. I would say don't put on a huge size. Take the profit where it lies. Unless you're making a breakout into a halt, I would only ever get into something like this on a consolidation move. So it has to give you the consolidation like it does here, show you something with a tight stop, like maybe this breakout to 20, because that gives you like 20.80 into $20, and it could go a couple of dollars. But chasing it when it's all spready like this makes no sense to me, because you can't structure risk to reward. So good luck with it if you're already into it. Congratulations. I'll be looking for it to settle down and give you a consolidation, or I won't trade it.
Yeah, I got stopped out of this Tesla as well, but holds 286 on the bid, which rarely ever happens on this name. Usually they break it, go 20 cents, and then it goes back up. So I was waiting for that move to try the long again. Looks like we're just going to go straight through 287 here. So I'm going to potentially take the 287 if we show a bid above it, But I don't know, NASDAQ's not really giving me great vibes at the moment. It is kind of starting to wick on the 15-minute chart at these lows and not getting down to that 15,740 kind of area that we got to before, 15,750 being kind of a key zone on there too. So maybe we are kind of starting to turn around on NASDAQ. It is that time of day for a turnaround. I just wish I could have gotten a better price on this Tesla. Buying up $1 from where I actually wanted it isn't really you know, the best way to execute, and that Coinbase gave it all up. So 2 days in a row, Coinbase gives you a money short off of 110, and I'm looking for the breakout. So what's gonna happen tomorrow? I'll probably be looking for the short, and the breakout will be awesome. But
Stick to the plan.
yeah, just stick to the breakout plan, I guess,
Yeah.
is the way to go on this one. Carvana also turning around, so looks like we will have to wait on that breakout for Carvana at the $40 price. Maybe we don't get it today. Maybe this is the end of the move. I mean, it did get up almost $4 from the open kind of range. So maybe Carvana's done for the day. Palantir looks like that one is not going to give me the long that I want today. AI looks like it's pulling back too. So, you know, everything that I was potentially going to get into seems like it's kind of not going to happen. So, I mean, I got nothing left. Where's Schwab at? Schwab, yeah, Schwab breaks down. So that's 65.50, kind of gives you a shelf breakdown right there, right through VWAP, and now getting back into that 64. Never gives you that 67 price again. So kind of what was expected on Schwab, but doesn't give you the ability to execute on that. As Tesla back through that 287, so can I get along there?
There it is.
I just don't really like it.
So I just added into Amazon here, and I was looking at the 15-minute chart here. I was seeing that strength come in. I could have reloaded off the 130, 150, or maybe in here. I just wanted to see a little bit stronger confirmation, and then just really getting it here. So if it can hold on to 132.5, sorry, through 131.5, I think there's all kinds of upside. The market's going to have to do some heavy lifting as well. I got into Rivian short. It looked like it was heading into VWAP. That's what it looks like on the 15. I should probably show you the 3. It was getting into VWAP, and the second I got one fill at 13, and it went right back up to 30. If it puts in a lower high, this is okay, but I'm giving this to the local top, not to the actual high today. I had to chase this way too far. And if we bounce them here, it gets pretty nasty. Look at, are you in this? See, Carvana, I know you're looking at the breakout, but look at where this thing is. The dip buy on Carvana, every single chance. Like, where's one that's bad? Consolidation bottom, no break. Consolidation bottom, hold on to the previous low. This probably breaks you out at 37, but it just dipped in, doesn't hit VWAP, kind of holds on to 38.5. Maybe that's just a better way to go instead of looking for the break.
It seems that way on some of those squeeze names, like Upstart. You could have bought some dips and maybe I mean, it didn't continue, but you could have gotten $1 or $2 out of Upstart by executing a little differently on it. Same with AI, it just dipped into 40, so maybe could have got the dip there. I'm long Tesla again, above 287, looking for this to continue. Stop is basically below 287. There was a bid that wouldn't get filled on 287 even, so I was able to punch on the momentum back up. Really basically flat at the moment. I'm looking for 288 to break and see if we can get that kind of retracement move that we got yesterday off of 284. Considering that we got to 291, was it yesterday? At the close, yeah, almost 291 yesterday at the close from 284. You know, maybe we get to 293 today from 297. We'll see how this one turns out, but basically risking like 20 cents on this this move on Tesla to try to get that couple dollar move. Kind of wish I was, well, very much wish I was just long at that 286 bid, but
it's 10:30.
Yeah.
So at this time, like, you want the better R&R. They're Platinum Prad walking by, getting lined up and locked and loaded to go in about 20 minutes when we head off. Someone had asked me about Nikola. I didn't take the last bounce off of VWAP. You might have heard me say a couple of times here that I was starting to get a little bit, not pensive is not the right word about it, but I guess less optimistic that it's going to explode to that $3 move. So I end up not taking the reload off of VWAP, but it is holding trend. So I'm still in it. I'm looking to hold on to the last piece for that move into 285, 290, get out in front of $3. That's the plan. but I didn't make the reload. Sometimes you make a bit of a gut judgment call on it. It could be right, it could be wrong. The irony, I just got a reload at 30s on Rivian. I'm giving it to that 25-40 level, but if we get underneath 20 again, I'm taking some out again and then scalping in, because this is a very strong upward trending stock. The irony of today, this has been one of those days. My red stock is this one. It's weird how that happens sometimes, but that's trading for you. And I'll look back at this. The 18 break, it looks very, very clean on a 3-minute chart, but it did give that immediate wick down failure that I didn't want to get trapped in at the open on CCL, so I don't give it the extra room, and then it's an absolute monster to the upside. I don't know if it's going to continue at this point, but I'll slap the fail on it. It was a great idea. It was a great level. It ultimately was a great move, but I gave it a 5-cent stop. And that's where I was wrong. I gave it a 5-cent stop, and the stock went like 50 pennies, man. So it's kind of annoying to see it happen, but that was a plan of action. I decided it was going to be a tight stop that ends up being wrong. Amazon, which we just reloaded, I have this one for holding out a good support level, just confirmed a bit of a higher low. I can now give it back into that local bottom, 131.65. So I'm moving my stop up as I've added to it on the way up. There's resistance at 132.25, so I'll take some out there, then look for a move into 133. So let's see what happens. If the market goes up, I've got Amazon. I don't know what you're doing with Coinbase, but
That looks kind of dead.
well, if you look at where it broke out, it was at 106.
That's true.
It just bounced off 106 as well. With this going, this feels like a little bit of like a shot play to hold the breakout price. So I'm watching it now. I wasn't watching it when it took 106 before, so I can't really tell you much about that candle. But if it holds 106 now, it almost feels like this is your long into 105.75. You could be putting up less than 50 cents worth of risk for a bounce back into VWAP. So I think I like this shot long here on Coinbase. You're getting a bit of a mini bounce back into 30,000. We're at 29.9. Overall on BTC. So if it gets back above 30,000, great looking long. So I kind of like this. It's light risk here at this time of day. As we go to Brennan, let's see what's going on with Sector Watch.
Hey guys, bit of a reverse of what we saw yesterday on this board. Weakness today in big tech. Some strength coming back in the middle of the board. This is the banking sector. You can see BAC, WFC, Morgan Stanley, Schwab all leading the way. 4% for BAC, rather, WFC, Morgan Stanley, Schwab as well, 11.8% to the upside, as we've been saying. JP Morgan lagging, appeared notably weak. In fact, actually just went in the red again, negative 0.08 to the downside. Back to the upside for the healthcare group today as well. Manufacturing stocks, healthcare stocks, even transportation names. The shipping names, FedEx, UPS leading the way. There was apparently some progress on that strike for UPS, some of the unionized workers starting to get back to work apparently. NVIDIA, AVGO, and AMD all downside as far as semiconductors are concerned. Intel here as well, Apple as well, about 0.5%. It's these three essentially that are leading the market lower overall. Google, Microsoft, and Meta though all back to the downside once again today, guys, along with Adobe and CRM. Software names, Amazon down a full % as well. So all of that being offset by some positivity coming out of banks and healthcare at this point. Pretty mixed, though, as far as the S&P is concerned.
Yeah, the mixed bag, that's going to be obviously due to a lot of the banks showing you that strength. I'll just show you, I got out of that Rivian, not giving it to the high of the day. You can take a retracement, but make sure you have it out if it's counter trend. 25.40 was mine. Probably should have been more aggressive scalping it out into that bottom. Coinbase, I did go for it, but you can see like as I threw a bit in there, tried to cross up. I'm not chasing this $1 away from my exit point on coin. I like the risk to reward when it was down in the low 106s, but if you don't quite get it, then it gets a little bit skewed. Good move happening on the overall market, so Amazon's starting to come into play, and watch out for Apple. That's starting to go as well.
Yeah, that risk to reward play that we were talking about on Tesla, it was an okay play when I originally got in, and I didn't want to break below that 287. And then it kind of makes a little move up, pulls back in, and then it shows me 800 lots on the bid in front of and on 287. They take it, and then it instantly rebids. So now I have the triple the size that I originally had because this has now given me this ultra tight risk to reward trade. I've got half of it out now. The other half, which is now 50% more than I originally had, is now the kind of swing portion, looking for that 288 break into 289 potentially. If the market does want to turn around right now, which ES is actually taking out the top.
Yeah.
NASDAQ is starting to turn around at turnaround time, 10:30. So we'll see if we can get back above 15.8 on NASDAQ. ES through its high now at this 45.60 kind of area. So looking good on the long. Glad I was able to get this one. It was kind of a whatever trade that turned into a very good one. And sitting in front of the computer screen for months and months trading Tesla pretty much every day is what allows you to kind of get some of these trades that you wouldn't otherwise be able to get. Other than that, I still have the 40 break in on Carvana, waiting for that one to show up. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I think it's a good shot to take. I don't know that it's the greatest, idea ever. It's pretty obvious, but if it works, it works, and you get the tight risk there, as Tesla is now making a new little local high here, going for that 288. VWAP is at just above 288, so should be a decision point there, and I would not be surprised if we A, get there, B, turn around from there, but we'll see what happens there. Where's AI is still below that 40.50. And Coinbase off of that 106 level.
I know, it's gone. But you know what though? A shout out to Ronnie Boy 225. You got it. He got 106.1 and got out at 107. So congratulations. Nice. Johnny on the spot. You're faster on the keys than I am, which is probably sometimes it's not that hard. But you don't necessarily want to chase, because if you chase, even if it does work, it skews your risk to reward. And if you do it too much, then the times that you're wrong, you're losing more than you expect. So I defend not chasing it, even though it would have worked out if I had chased it. Amazon got to my first target point. I'm now out of the 131.5 that we had earlier, so that would have been that last little bit. And I only have the 132s. Now that you're above VWAP, move the trail up. If we hold on to 131.90, then I'm long this stock, hopefully into 133. So going to adjust my stop order on Amazon. If we get to 133, I think that's the next profit point center. I'm just going to get an offer out in front of it as we speak. Nikola, I'm still holding on to because it hasn't broken down yet, so it's holding on to VWAP pretty nicely. I'm getting pretty close to wanting to reload on this. Just one more test at VWAP, holding out, and I probably add to this at 55. I'm just not quite at that point yet. Coinbase, as I mentioned just now, it got to that 107. There still might be a chance to get the long off 106 one last time. But I have to get to Palantir. Remember how we didn't trade Palantir? If it doesn't set up, you don't have to take it. But I've seen a lot of chatter about Palantir, and it's back up at 1775. So it bounces off to 20. It could still take out this 18 level, but do you have to wait for 18 becomes the question. Pre-market low 1775-ish. Wicks above 1775. This takes out 1780. Could give you like a 5-cent risk long into the 18 level, which, by the way, isn't even the top. The pre-market high is at 1809. So I'd be looking for longs other than 18 even anyways. And 1780 is kind of setting up for a decent breakout. You have a wipeout bottom on volume, higher low, consolidation break. We've seen this happen before on Palantir. Well, you guys have seen it happen. I was camping on Monday when it did a wipeout bottom. Looked like it was rejecting the top, wipeout bottom, and then just rallied $1.40 or something for the rest of the day. So if it does something remotely similar, I want a couple of cracks at the long. This is a bit weaker. That went right away. This one's been consolidating off the bottom, but you break that consolidation, I take my shot on an 80 break.
I like that idea into that 18. I'm also looking at Apple at 194. Kind of looking like this could be a decent breakout. That's where we broke out from yesterday. And these are the tops in the pre-market, basically 194. We do a little bit of consolidation below. Can't get through 180 or 192 set, or 80 actually. So barely even do $1 below, and now we're kind of starting to blast off. I'm thinking if Apple takes out 194, I don't know that you structure this like, throwing an edge A stop above it and trying to get, shares directly above 194. But if we take it out and do some volume up there and kind of, show some bids ahead of that 194 price, maybe you get along there looking for that 194.5 and then maybe looking for that 195. I accidentally flattened myself on Tesla, so set the stop at the wrong price. I must have added another digit or something, and I am flat. So I'll try to get a dip on Tesla into like 287.5 maybe. I could just punch back in. I got it at 75. I could punch back in right now for a better price, but that's just mentally so tough to do and risk it all the way back down to where you were risking
It's
before.
anchored.
Yeah, like I can't get over that.
But it is the same thing.
It's the same thing. It's a better price. You're getting a better price looking for the same trade, but I don't know. I find it hard to, risk the 60 cents back down to my original.
Because you've banked profit and now you
Yeah.
see that profit in the blotter and you don't want to give it up. I've been the same way. It's like 1050 already, which is kind of crazy. This one has been flying. This morning has been flying. I did not end up getting that 93. I'm not changing my plan in ATVI. I'm trading off of the even dollar levels, but I never ended up getting any of those 93 fills. It was really good and back into 92.5. So it's climbing back up now, which is the only reason I'm bringing it up. So if it gets back into 93, I will have a stop above 93 even. I'm trading this with stop orders because there could be news at any point in the day that they've extended the deadline on the deal. If they do that, I'm expecting a volume spike and a move to the upside. If it's a really big one, I'm shorting 94. And if it breaks 94, I'm shorting 94.5. And if it breaks 94.5, I'm going aggressively short at the deal price. I see no reason why it should be there. There's Palantir breaking the local high, so we're in a Palantir for the first time today, oddly enough. So it breaks that local high, which actually turned out to be 1778. It wasn't actually 80. 80 would have been rounding it up, but 78 was the local high, so I'm in a Palantir. If it can hold on to this, I think you get the run into 80, 18 even. If it cannot hold on to this next consolidation, I'll just give it up and look for another entry. But I'm really thinking about the long after these lower highs here. If it's just a clean breakout, great. If that doesn't work, maybe a VWAP entry point, a consolidation, either one. But Carvana is also going as well. So, never mind. You got it.
Long Carvana through 40 here. Just made a new high 40.30. I've taken nothing out. We are not looking for 30 cents here. We're looking for dollars. We'll see if Carvana can get into that 41.50 price. Size on the ask, but keeps getting taken, so we'll see how this one goes. I don't want to risk more than, what was that low there? It was like 80s or something, so I don't want to risk more than 20, 25 cents on this breakout, but I think that we can get a few dollars here as, new high again on Carvana, 40.35. Looking for 41 to take profit here, and we'll see how far we can go on this one. I think, if any name is going to squeeze, it's probably the one with the highest short interest. I don't know if there's another one. Maybe people in the chat can tell us if anything has higher than Carvana. 49% short float. Interesting.
Beyond
so
Meat has
some
a big
people
one.
did actually cover.
Beyond Meat has a big short interest.
Yeah, but I think it's 45. I can pull that one up too, BYA.
I was just out of sympathy. I was pulling up Beyond Me, which is doing absolutely nothing, by the way. So again, it's just sometimes you have these go out of sympathy. One squeeze name's running, another one goes, but it's not moving. If it starts to break out, if Vana goes to 45 and Beyond Meat starts to go, I just look for a breakout on Beyond Meat. I tightened my stop on Amazon, so I'm no longer looking at 131.50. I've added at 132. My stop is at 131.90. The NASDAQ just tagged 15.8. With 7 minutes to go, we just got right back up to that overnight support level that got broken down. We get above there. These longs I think the longs are really good, but we just rejected it by a couple of handles. So we're still battling and testing that level. Where are you going, Palantir? Palantir, it just got up to 85s. Why am I not scalping anything out? Should be the question I'm asking myself. If you're going tight stop underneath like 75 for a breakout trade, then you should be looking at taking something out 1-to-1 on the way to 18. I do want to have shares on if it gets to 18 and look for places to add on this move in Palantir. Nick W., thank you for the super chat as always. We'll look at NNOX. You asked for let's look at NNOX. We're going to go to Brendan for Money Talks, and I'll come back with NNOX.
Hey guys, bit of a choppy day so far as the USD is concerned. Still downside though. I'll show you the chart here in a second. It's been quite the week and a half or 2 weeks here for the dollar index. If you missed it this morning, retail data coming out better than or lower than expected, I should say, indicating that we might finally be seeing a little bit of a slowdown as far as the retail market is concerned. Industrial production then at 10 o'clock also in the same direction, downside ever so slightly on a month-over-month basis. Meanwhile, 97.3% chance that we get another quarter-point hike coming through next week from the Fed. Remember, the 25th and the 26th will be the next two-day meeting for the FOMC. Then you go out to September, still 84% chance that they hold at that point. Out further then to November, 69% chance they hold. And then if you go all the way to the end of the year, still 57.5. The market's still pricing in better part of 20% that we get a cut before the end of the year. There is the dollar index, as we mentioned. We did make a new low early on this morning, but right back up, trying to hold 99 after we broke through 100 on the DXY. Downside 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a row. We're just chopping around now to start things off on a Tuesday, guys. The dollar is still very weak.
Yeah, the other weakness is if we end up wicking that 15.8 on the NASDAQ, then that turns out to be a short entry. I promised we'd get here, Nick W. NNOX on the daily chart is set up like it wants to break. You can see it's broken the 50 period. It's made a bit of a local bottom. So 16.5, 17 needs to break out there. That's your area of concern. That's the bigger level. It's making a nice move today, so that's step one, but realistically, the real juice is like 16.5, 17. It's a weird thing to say, but as a day trader, I'd always much rather be long breaking here than trying to break here. As a swing trader, you want to be involved at these, I suppose, when you're getting an indication you could be long in here or down there. I have no reason to be, but I'd be looking for something 17 above. It does have a 15% short float, so when it goes, it can really go, but you got to be breaking out levels for shorts to get concerned. Shorts get concerned when you break consolidations to the upside. That hasn't really happened. And Knox, oh, you suck, Palantir. So I got one little scalp fill out on that breakout, and then it came right back in. So a bit of a fail there for Palantir. Maybe we'll hunt for VWAP. I wanted to go almost clean into that 18 level. Still some time that it could make a bit of a move there. But wow, you've got to be kidding me. Two things. One, up starts back above 54.
Okay.
It just made another leg up. Oh, that chart's not. We'll go to the 15. Just made another leg back up. It's back above the breakout price. And PWM. So Prestige Wealth just cracked 25 and is on the march. Now, if you remember the last time this was up, it was like 31 bucks. That's the big level on PWM. If it gets through 31, the moon, I suppose. That's about next. Let's get into some earnings with Brennan. Oh, no, we're just going to put it up there. Oh, we were asked about ASML. They are reporting before the open tomorrow. They are a big dual-listed name. They're in Amsterdam. That's a big bellwether for the overall chip sector and demand. Obviously, we're going to pay more attention to Goldman Sachs after what we've seen happen with the banks in here today. But that's all we're looking for. And one last one, Western Alliance.
Yeah.
Have you seen PACW today?
I have not. I imagine it's gone a little crazy.
PACW at one point was up 10% today. It's up 7% now. So there is definitely some buy action going on. I saw someone in the chat mentioning some hedge funds have been going long this. Without naming names, I know a certain person who shows up on the compound who's been long KWeb and has talked about this. And I think it was actually even Western Alliance specifically. KWeb is a safer way to play these, but when you see the hold this has been making stair-stepping up without breaking back out. Look at the $10 potential break on PACW, and then you throw up WAL, Western Alliance, reporting earnings tomorrow. If the deposit picture is even like remotely improved, let alone like potentially vastly improved, have a look at this one, like where this is coming through on a breakout at 42. It's already breaking it today going into earnings.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at that kind of 4180, 4160 kind of level that it's kind of just broken going into earnings. That's kind of huge on the daily. And assuming that this wick over here is real, that 4250 price, pretty significant. That's exactly where we're trading right now. So, we know where this one has come from, $73. If WAL, everything is okay, I mean, you got to be targeting 65, kind of 70 area maybe on this bank after All of the other ones have gone up. Carvana now making a new high, so I
Nice.
got to go look at that. Carvana now making a new high, so I got to go look at that. New high 40.75, looking for 41 to break. 41.30 was the level 2 days ago, or Friday. 41.33, no, 41.28 it stopped at. So 41.28 breakout would be quite significant. And then the next high from there is 44.50. So Carvana starting to heat up, volume starting to pick up on this one. High of day volume on that 40 break. That shows me that it's significant. Let's see if we can continue. I still haven't taken any profit on this position yet. I really want to see the $41 breakout on this and see if we can really start to squeeze aggressively. Carvana, not really a name that I want to scalp, although you can make quite a lot of money scalping Carvana. I think it does a lot of volume. It touches a lot of prices. If you wanted to do that,
You could wet the beak.
I could see that. I could see that probably.
With less than a minute to go, I have to make a correction. Thank you for calling me out. I did misspeak. It's not KWeb. KWeb is the
Chinese.
That's
one.
the Chinese
Yeah.
internet ETF. It's KRE.
KRE,
That's the one you want to look at. It's a very similar chart on KRE here, but it's always important to get it right. You talk for this long, you're going to say some verbal diarrhea or make a mistake. So thank you for pointing that out. KRE is the regional bank ETF. That I think that's where you want to look if you want like a safer play in terms of not having to worry about like a single stock halting on you when you're trading or when you're swinging. It's not going to. The news isn't going to be as crazy for you. You won't get the big upside play on earnings, but it's going to be a little bit of a safer way. And it has the same looking chart there. So it is already 11 o'clock. It's been a fun one. Congratulations on Carvana, man. Like, that is a pretty clean trade. If it was me, I'd already have taken profit at 41 because that's how I roll. So I love that you're hanging on to it. Nicholas trying to go again. Amazon's well above VWAP and breaking out. If we take out 15.8, ye old reversal into 11 o'clock has definitely happened here. So I do like the chances the market can get to green if we can get and hold that 15.8 mark, that 15.8. So I'm only long looking for this to happen. Doesn't mean it's a guarantee, but let's send you on over. We have Obi-Wan Kenobi and Platinum Prad ready to take you into the early afternoon.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? I'm your boy Obi-Wan Kenobi, and this right here is Platinum Prad. We're gonna have a lot of fun for the rest of the day, for the next few hours at least. This segment of the show is brought to you by Surge Trader. Account funding up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profits. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with 8% max trailing drawdowns on all new accounts. Hopefully everyone out there today is having a wonderful day. Markets are, choppy to say the least, up and down all over the place, except for the left side. Markets don't go left, but the up and down and right side. But I have some positions I can talk about. But more importantly, I want to mention something. This is not scripted at all. This was not scripted. I saw Obi coming in. I knew, of course, Obi was going to be the co-host today. I picked up the 8-ball, and I asked the 8-ball, is Obi going to trade Amazon today? And it said, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Show him.
I don't know how to show him.
You can put it up to that one.
It'll get ruined if I try to show it.
Yeah, right there. Look. It's coming in. Yeah, without a doubt. It's a little blurry.
It's a little blurry, yeah. So it says
You
without
gotta
a
trust
doubt,
us on that
not scripted. The first time the 8-ball actually worked 100% properly. That's amazing. And Obi, why don't we see what it is?
Sure, yeah. You know what? As we speak, I kind of want to get a little short here on Amazon to begin with, just underneath the 132.50. Now, I know Neil's been on this one as well, so I took a couple of scalps out off of that. Let me just quickly fix that little wick for you, so it's out of the way. All right, so out the open, you can see that crazy flush, and I was like, I did have the idea to short, and I kind of missed that. So like we said, 131.50, and I think Neil pointed out as well, it was that consolidation high from a few weeks ago, right? And then you hold. So when I saw that level of holding, I got long for a potential push back up, but then you get that 10 a.m. number. And a quick quadunk of the market on off of that, or was that the 10 a.m. number? No, sorry. It was just just close to 10 o'clock. big selling coming in, so cut it off, and then reclaim of that level, kind of holding. So I took the long again, and then I switched to the short side here, stopping out right before I hopped on. But still keeping on the short bias for now. Even though we are looking like we're breaking out on this like this morning consolidation here, I still do think that we are selling off heavy on the longer time frame. We saw that 133 being defended a few days ago, and then now out the open, I got a little bit of FOMO. We were trading and consolidating underneath that 133, right? So look, this is about like 6 a.m. You come below 133 from yesterday, start trading under it, and I'm like, okay, this is a great place to get short underneath the 133, just over under, because we saw that the 133 was defended a few days ago. So when that consolidates below and that front run of selling right before the open comes in, that sell is on, but you got to be quick for that. That's what I realized, and I kind of missed the short there. But lo and behold, we fall into key level support, multi-time frame support, 131.50, and took some scalps off of that. Now, what else did I have today? I had some BAC as well. We can talk about that. BAC is pretty much a flat trade for me for now. This could still come in. Wow, it's pushing for that 75 I was looking for earlier. But I think the real trade here was a 30 break, and I definitely missed that 30 break. But I did see that it was holding quite a strong trend, and I got a little long on the trend, but on a heavy pullback there, just stopped out for break even. Because the reason for getting into the trade was a strong hold of the trend, and then once it broke that trend, I was like, yeah, no, I just want to get out. But that was just a lick grab as we held the 30 half, and now we're pushing forward on these earnings as the ES rages to the high side and a clear disconnect on the NQ going to the downside. So we're seeing that little bit of a tech imbalance there. Now let me just pull up the map here. We know that large imbalance is, or sorry, the rebalance is coming up, right? Wow, Amazon goes straight down off of that level there. Not enough. Don't have enough size. At least not yet. Let's see if it gives me opportunities to get more in there. On this ticker there, because I like that price right there. I actually like the 50s. I got in a little early, but you know what? It's about the range. But yeah, look at that. Everything else today is green, other than tech. A lot of tech: Google, Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, Tesla, straight reds. Whereas the rest of the market straight greens. So yeah, you can see that being reflected in the ES and the NQ. And a couple of days ago, we talked about how those constituents are split up between those the futures there. So yeah, I like the short idea on Amazon here, kind of pulling in. Maybe hopefully it can give me some more places to add into this trade and really get the size I want for the short off of this level. I am a little bit biased there. Specifically just on Amazon, I do see that the market is raging to the upside, but I am, I guess you can say I'm betting on tech fading and maybe keeping underneath this 15,800 on the NQ for a real follow through back down to the downside. We know that 131.50 is a very key area, and we could very well come in and recycle that area, because on the way up, let me just pull up Amazon here for you guys real quick. On the 15, actually we can go to the hourly here. Yeah, just look at this back here, right? Look at this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tops, all on different days. Some in the pre-market, some intraday. But this level was defended as a resistance. This 131.50 area-ish right there. So we come in and we're kind of bouncing off that area on a hard reject off this 135-ish area. It's a bit of a downtrend there. So we were expecting it to come and consolidate into this consolidation high from before, just on top of the 131. So we're seeing that a little bit of a follow through coming in there on that move. So yeah, about 30 pennies in the money on the Amazon position. You guys saw me start it right when I started. But yeah, it's really coming in here. keep an eye on
Carvana
it.
just took out 41 not too long ago. I'm sure the demons in this trade probably taking a fun ride to the north side, enjoying the squeeze coming into the action over here as we take out 40 again and 41 again. So monster move over there. I want to show you guys my BAC trade. Yeah, I had that $30 break. Pretty, I don't think it was really that much of a break because we kept coming back below 30. But every time we do get back below 30, there was buying showing up on that stock. So I started building into most of my size below 30 or near 30. And then I also took a little bit of a breakout and then took profits all the way to the north side. Still have some size in here to see how much bigger of a move can we get. And I like to see that we're grinding the 50-period EMA on the whole day over here on the 1-minute chart. So let's go BAC. Another bank that I'm currently trading is actually PACW, PACW. Notice that the stock was taking off earlier on in the day. Wanted to see if we can actually get above this 880 area, but then I got distracted by Activision and other positions, so wasn't able to take the 880 breakout. That was the area that I was interested from based on previous history. So I wasn't able to take that breakout because I wanted to, get cute and get in there before the 9 breakout happened. The 9 breakout eventually did take place. The stock ran up to 920. It later on came back down, and around VWAP and around the 50-period EMA on the 1-minute chart here, I started taking some size, and also there's some size on the bids every time I get into the position, so that's giving me an ability to get in and hold it like that. Like not a lot of size, but a little bit of size showing up. So I got into the longs over here on PACW just now, not too long ago, taking some profits over here. And as you guys can see, another bank that I'm in. I traded this bank earlier on in the day. I tried to take the 43 breakout, didn't work out. And when a breakout doesn't work right off the rip, you just take the loss, move on, come back to it later on in the day, like I did over here. It came back later on. I still have some orders over here to see if I can take more fills. Don't think I'll have the opportunity to get that right now, as WAL is already 40 cents in the money and trying to march up to the north side, take all the positions up there. Chill vibes in the chat saying, Pratt is trading all banks. Yeah, you can call me Pratt Bankman-Fried, baby. But I'm not here to take your money like him,
Yeah, no, definitely, that's actually funny. I am watching these markets here. Let's see, we're still holding underneath that 15,800 there, so that's what I like to see. This BAC raging to the upside, still holding that trend, holding strong on that trend here. Let me just show you guys what I am looking at. Let me just move that out of the way, throw some charts up here. Okay, boom. Let's take a look at the 15-minute right here. What are we doing on BAC? Let me throw like a moving average on there. Let me go down to 3-minute, maybe a 5-minute, see a little better. Okay, so right there, look at this trend, right? We're holding on BAC off of these earnings. That pre-market high break was pretty strong. When that came in, you kind of got that consolidation above 30. Pretty sure this is above VWAP. Yeah, so you're above VWAP in the pre-market. You have a significant push through the VWAP, and then you have pre-market high around that $30 area. We know that $30 has been key in the past as well. So that $30 is really holding, and now we're pushing about 70 cents off of that 30, starting to kind of slow down a little bit here. But as long as we stay above this, and as long as we stay above this, we can even break this and still stay strong on the day, as long as we're above this VWAP price here. Be watching for that. Potential trades could come back in. I like this 30-50 area, so maybe that'll come back in. But yeah, no, the trade was at 30 long. Now I know a couple of the other banks, like Pratt said, they had earnings today. We had the MS and the Schwab. So let's see how those guys are doing.
Morgan Stanley was such a good move, man.
Oh, Morgan Stanley was great. But look at the similarity between some of these earnings plays. Look at this consolidation hold, and then you break pre-market high, and then barely any relief, and then you keep on going off of that. And then I think, was it Schwab, was one of the stronger ones. Here. I'm forgetting the ticker. Okay.
SCHW?
Yeah, I got it. SCHW, thank you. All right, so yeah, Schwab really, really strong. But look, it does most of that move in the pre-market, kind of setting the way for the other couple of banks just to maybe, if you're looking for that sympathy type of pull on the banks because of that. Now I know, let's check out the XLF to see if we can see some sort of levels here that we can watch out for on some of these banks that are raging to the upside on their earnings. So yeah, looking left, 35-ish area that we're on. We already broke this top here, 3480s. Let me remove the spaghetti real quick. Okay, so yeah, so let's go to the hourly. Boom. Yeah, looking left, you know what? The hourly is not enough. Let's go to the daily. Looking left. Okay, there we go. Here we are on the gap fill from that whole SVIB debacle, right? That selling that came in, we've pretty much recovered the whole move. So a lot of these bank tickers and XLF and a lot of the predicament we were having with the banks being bought up there, I think it goes to say that this is a classic example of buy the fear, right? Maybe not sell the greed, but when everybody is scared selling and you look for that momentum to slow down and start accumulating on the long, on a move like that, where you're like, okay, well, this starts accumulating right where previous supports are, just on top of this 31 area on XLF, and I'm sure that reflects similarly in the bank stocks as well, right? I'm sure they have their own supports there, as this is an ETF that kind of has all of them in it. So yeah, about recovered most of the move here, back to 35, 36. So yeah, once we get into 36, it'll be as if nothing ever happened, right? So yeah, we had a little bit of a pause for like 3 or 4 months, but then it took 3 or 4 months to kind of get back to right where we were as that situation quells off and people start to figure things out in the banking sector there, being reflected with the price coming back to where we were.
Someone in the chat said, Prad, what do other traders do when they get into a position? And, you know, not trying to be rude here, but I honestly don't care. From 9:30 to 10:30, nobody matters around me in the area. So that's how I treat my business. I put my headphones on and I'm in my zone. I don't know who's to the next side of me. After 10:30, then I start interacting with the outside world. Sometimes you just got to be in your zone. Whatever, you got to get yourself in your zone too. Yeah. So if you're, the answer you're looking for is, you know, what do you do to get into your zone? For me, it's just music. I listen to music. I get into, you know, my flow state and somewhat of a you know, mindset. I think other people have their own things. What is your go-to way of just getting into?
Don't let me get into my zone.
Oh, okay.
Don't let me get into my.
He's gonna go full Kanye mode on himself over there.
Flow state is very, very important. Now I know you being a gamer yourself, you understand how important flow state is, and even professional athletes as well, right? The ability to act without thinking as much. Like for example, let me give an example there. Like a professional basketball player is not going to be actively thinking about where he's bouncing the ball, the dribble, or whatever. It just naturally happens, right? Holy. So it's kind of having that like flow state of just being in the know, being one with the tape, I guess. Kind of an extension. Your actions are an extension of your mindset, kind of in the flow state, right? You don't really have to think too much. You just act. So. Yeah, definitely that is a very key state if you're performing with anything, really.
Yeah, so like,
but gaming's a great tool.
No clue what happens from 9:30 to 10:30 with any other trader. Absolutely not. But after 10:30, when we're doing our trade reviews, we talk to each other. Then we, you know, like peer review each other, kind of give tips and so on. Where mostly I'm yelling at Obi, apparently, according to chat, according to that one experience that we had together. But no, it's not always yelling at Obi. Sometimes Obi's yelling at me too. Not never. Never. Obi's a really nice guy. But coming back to the market here, someone was actually spamming RKLB. I actually pulled up RKLB to see if there was any move on here. You're not wrong with your spam. Yeah, it's up 8% to the north side today. 4 million shares being traded. But you know, don't know if there's a real catalyst behind it. It wasn't on any watch list that I follow. It wasn't on the Trader TV watch list. Wasn't on any other watch list that I follow either. People in the chat also mentioning WAL, which is also moving to the north side one more time. We're in that long, so yeah, we're happy watching that position move up. We're also waiting for PACW to start going back above $9. That'll be amazing. But I don't want to keep talking about the same few stocks, the few same banks. You know, I don't want to be Brad Bankman-Fried. That guy was a scammer. Let's go to look at this stock over here, Verizon. Here's a stock that I actually talked about last night to you guys on the 4 o'clock stream. I said, hey, Verizon and AT&T, they're both down at crazy levels, right? Like Verizon, I believe, is down to 2011 levels, and AT&T down to 1997 levels. So if these stocks don't find buyers at these levels, where do they? And yesterday's sell-off was pretty insane. If you're looking at this bottom right chart, let me actually make it a little bit bigger. Look at yesterday's candle. These stocks don't have an ATR of that much to move around. So when the stock moves with that much velocity, intensity, goes to previous levels, historic levels, breaks out of its ATR ranges, I expect some short coverings to come in, some buyers to maybe also step in. So Verizon, as I said yesterday, should be along with AT&T. Did give you that move to the north side. Sadly, I had forgotten about these two stocks, and I only cared about the earnings movers today. So I only traded the earnings movers, forgot about my plays over here on Verizon and AT&T. One of the traders on the floor, Brankles, the floor Dwight Schrute, actually took the long on AT&T and killed it. So shout out to him for even, it's not like I gave him the play. He had it mapped out himself. So shout out to him for having a plan and trading it. I forgot to trade my plan on that side. Verizon, same thing. But right now, my plan on Verizon is flipping into a short. The bearish idea, the bearish sentiment still in the stock. Yeah, it's up 4 or 5% today. I'm looking to short somewhere around here, give it the risk of high a day. But if high a day breaks, then I can for sure come back later on near yesterday's high, which is around this 33.70, 33.80 areas. So giving it that 15 cent a risk at the moment, near high a day for a possible move down to VWAP. Easy risk to reward setup over there. If that one doesn't work out, we walk away from it. WAL now about to take out, what's it looks like, 43. Look, it wants to take out 43. We did go up as high as 43.50 today. And also if you, I don't know if Max pointed this out or Neil pointed this out. If you look at WAL on a longer time frame, this 42 area, 41, 42 area was like a triple top at some point. And taking out that triple top obviously is pretty important, especially for what's been happening with the banking sector. PACW coming back into some of these ranges too, near $9. Everything's getting fun and interesting to start trading for the long side, especially banks. People in the chat saying 16,000 on the NASDAQ today. Wouldn't that be amazing? I mean, where are we? NASDAQ still down 0.2%. We're at 15,800. S&P 500 up 0.3% and near 4,570 at the moment. XLF with a beautiful 1.17% up on the day. Banking sector absolutely booming. I guess there's no need to run on the banks as there were about a few months ago, huh?
Telling you, man, that was definitely by the fear type of times, but like. You can't really catch the falling knife, but when it starts to slow down, I think that's a good look there on that. Now let's see. What are you guys trading in the chat? Throw it up there. I know I got Upstart here. It is holding over yesterday's consolidation. This 53 hold. Check that out. 53 hold, and then that's also a hold above this 53.70s above yesterday. So looking pretty strong here. I know a lot of people are trading this name. Strong trend starting to potentially accelerate here, just underneath the 55 for now. Now I don't trade this ticker as often. Wow, look at where we are on this name. This is going for a gap fill. Holy, yeah, no, this is definitely a key level here. Over under 54.50, and we are kind of consolidating in that range here on Upstart. So yeah, if this thing goes, we got room till 75. Maybe not all in one day, but maybe over a couple of weeks. But yeah, let's see how the weeks have been accelerating into this move. Yeah, take a look at that. A bit of consolidation right here at
Wow,
in and
Bank of
around
America.
35. And then now look, this consolidation high is what we're testing here on Upstart. So if we can really break this, look at this volume here. It looks like a little bit of capitulation, temporary capitulation there with that heavy volume coming in. And then we're kind of breaking those prices that tested after that volume came in here today. So let's see if this 55 breaks on Upstart. I'll be watching for that. A very, very key area for a potential gap fill to the upside here on Upstart. We're going to be watching to see if this holds. Yeah.
Taking more profits on Bank of America.
Oh yeah, that thing's still going, man. I should not have stopped out there, but I am kind of working on the trend trading. You know, it's not my forte.
Bank of America, baby. I love it. I might just have to move my money from Royal Bank of Canada to Bank of America at this point. I love this company. I've been trying to catch the long on it for the last few days. Finally caught the long. I think yesterday I had a pretty decent long on it. We also pointed out the options AI implied volatility move on this stock yesterday, which was around 30-40. As you see, that's where most of my exits were taken. The implied volatility expected the stock to go up to 30-40 or so, but anything above 30-40 is obviously bonus points over here. Bonus points being given to us on the longs. Shout out to anyone who built into the longs near $30. I was actually upset the stock was taking out 30 in pre-market, but if you're watching it off the open, it would dip back under 30, 29.90, 29.80 almost coming into play, showing you buyers coming right back in above 30 and then pushing it back above to that 30.10, 30.20 areas, and then sellers coming back in the 30.10, 30.20 area and then stuffing it back down. So I had to think about maybe do I have to start range trading this before the breakout actually happens? So I started taking some profits over here first just so I could start range trading it, get a better average for when the pop happens. Next thing you know, the pop was right when I started thinking about range trading it. The stock starts taking off, and another stock that's actually helping us in the P&L side right now at the moment is Pag Dubskis. Pag Dubskis taking out the $9 to the upside. Let's take some more profits on this one, because hey, come on, give me profits. No, don't run away from me. Okay, there we go. We took some profits on it. More money being poured into our pocket. Hopefully we don't get more problems out of that one.
More money, more problems?
Good job.
More money, more problems.
Good job.
Who says that? I forget.
A lot of artists say it. It's like the latest one, I guess, is the Drake song.
Yeah. So a bit of a test of that 15.8 here on the NQ. So I'm watching that real close to see if we can get distinctly above that price there. Still sitting short here on this Amazon here. Still waiting for things to kind of come in. Now I know I had a couple ideas here in the morning, so I know I was going to wait about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours to really see if the trends hold on some of these names, because we know they've been selling off a little bit. So yeah, let's go through those and maybe we can find some potential trades there, or maybe I can find some potential trades there on those specific names. Now we know that AT&T was down on some bad PR. That they have some issues with old infrastructure there. So a potential heavy lawsuit incoming on AT&T, and as we can see that people are selling in maybe in fear of those slap on the wrists coming in for AT&T. But yeah, no. So I was watching this 1350 level coming in this morning. I was looking for it to fade into that level, but I understand that it's not going to be clean. So we got a little pop off the open, held that as support. So anybody that was trying to play the breakdown of that using that pre-market flush kind of got slapped out the open on that move. But yeah, that 14 area holding as resistance for now, as AT&T looking like it's starting to sell off again. So maybe a potential short here on AT&T. Now there's two more faders that I have my eyes on today that were pretty strong faders yesterday. Ford is the other one. Now they had some cuts on their EV pricing. I think that's we're seeing some selling off of that 15 area from yesterday, really pushing into this 14 or 13.85 here. Now just looking left on Ford on the daily, we can see that this 14 area right here is this consolidation low from before. So this 1390, 1380-ish consolidation low, so pretty key area. So if we can convincingly break through this 1390-ish on Ford, I think we definitely have some room to the downside, at least a point down into the low 13s there from this 14 price. So potential for Ford on that breakdown if it's there, and if it does come in. And the last one I know I had eyes on is Disney. Disney kind of looking very similar there. Bit of a strong fade right out the open yesterday. Is it going to be that easy again? Well, the seller is not that strong. You had selling 2 days in a row right out the open, and on the third day you get a nice rip up out the open, and then the selling kind of looking like it started back in off the 75. The seller's kind of continuing that move. So maybe we should put Disney on watch and see if we can get short somewhere in and around this in-term downtrend that's happening here on some of these faders, which are definitely in play in these markets.
All right, looking at the same few stocks, sadly. So if you guys have any other stocks you guys want us to take a look at, feel free to throw it in the watch list. Let me quickly head over here to the most active stocks on the day today. Let's see what stocks are popping up on these scanners. Bank of America, obviously AT&T. Tesla back at 290. Ooh, maybe some short opportunities at Tesla at 290 as the market's pulling back. Oh, 289 actually. As the market's pulling back down from the highs over here from the S&P 500, and the NASDAQ, which has been red for the most part of the day, wants to continue being red. So looks like that 290 rejection already came into play on Tesla here on the swing back to the north side. I wish maybe I was looking at it. Maybe I could have given it that 50-cent entry and then a 50-cent stop maybe or so. But here's the market pulling back. Looks like I'm not going to have a chance to short it. That 289 break was maybe an attempt to get in also, and then give it that quick re-entry through 289 to see if it stops you out, just like that. That would have stopped me out most likely. No, it didn't trigger any trades at 289. I'm just paper trading it right now in my head. So let's see if this trade works out. Don't want to be in it. Looks like it would have worked out, sadly. Oh well, not going to be in it anyways. Still want to be in new trades though. So if you have any other trades over there, chat, that you are looking at, you're telling me that trade would have worked out. I hate trading Stressla, man. I hate trading Stressla. People pointing out CCL coming back to around this $18 areas. Already up 2.2% today, making a nice run past that 18. Coming back to the, on the 1 minute, it's below the 50 and the 100 period EMA and VWAP. So looks like we are kind of, trending back to the downside over here. Not sure if there is any support in this 1810 area. Previously off the open, we did have a little bit of a support over here, trying to test that support again. Also happens to be the 50 period EMA on the 5-minute chart, where the stock is showing us some bounce coming into play. Maybe there's support there, but I don't see size on here to lean on. But the risk reward could play out if it does play out, right? You have a good 10-cent risk to the downside for a possible swing back to VWAP, or even a move back up to north side if the market returns back at some point. Here goes the NASDAQ showing us some green side now immediately. So that's good for anyone who is looking for the longs. Does that mean Tesla is back above 289? Not really. It's still below 289, but it's trying to see what it wants to do at the moment. Tesla sadly down 0.6% on the day, and I'm guessing if Tesla is down, maybe other EV stocks are also down. Here's Lucid pulling back too, which was actually positive on the day at one point. Still positive on the day, 1% up on the day, but pulling back to that $7.10, $7 area. We've actually seen the $7.10 area on the SSR day act like an absolute support. But, today looks like it might just be able to pull right back to 7. If it pulls back to 7, maybe we have some longs over there for us to get back into in LCID. Did Rivian have a bad day today? Let's go check out Rivian. Ooh, Rivian had a good day today, and it's still holding its gains to the north side, up 7%, almost $26 is only 20 cents away from high a day. So maybe we see 26 coming back in if the market wakes back up and marches back up over here. KRE, for those of you who are in the banking sector, KRE is actually pulling
Oh,
back
wow.
from the high day. What's up?
Microsoft, yeah, pull
Go
up.
for it.
Okay, you have that. Microsoft looking like it's showing some real strength here. Crazy to the upside. Maybe this looks like a catalyst-driven something there. So you know what? As I am sitting in some of these shorts here, Microsoft just went red to green on the day. So maybe a little bit of fugazi, but you know what? I will stay very wary on some of these shorts here. I did hop into that Disney short we were talking about, and then straight bounce off of pre-market highs there as Microsoft rages to the upside. People in the chat saying Microsoft has AI news there. Okay, right, Neil in the chat. Thank you. Microsoft to charge businesses $30 per user per month for Microsoft 365 Copilot. Yeah, upgrade to raise costs for Microsoft customers at least 53% at list prices. So yeah, some news coming in on Microsoft off of that. Some crazy buying coming in on one of the leaders of the market there. So let's see if there is follow through. The NQ still underneath that 15.8. We're not really seeing a little bit of that follow through on either Amazon or I guess Disney, not really related, but Amazon definitely being one of the top tech tickers. We're not seeing a reflection of this price action there. So yeah, let's see if this move has any continuation of any momentum. That 348, nice call out there, Neil. I think shorts are definitely trapped on the day or hey, look at this. Even on the week, we just broke high of week, and that 350 is coming in hot as we speak on Microsoft.
Yeah,
Volatile.
I took the 340, I think 7 break. And then 347.50 break, but then I actually lost on that initial trade. But here comes 350. Here comes 350. Wow! So I'm back into that trade at 348 break. But stock's moving so violently, you want to be careful. Wow, look at that. Maybe 348 comes right back through over here as we're looking at it. That pre-market high at 347. If you got into it, that was possibly the hold area. We're now possibly all looking for this 350. Let's see if 350 can actually break and continue going. Clearly that catalyst is strong enough for the stock to wake up and do what it's doing. This is pretty insane, honestly. Not seeing a lot of big share size being printed, and if this goes back to 348, I'm gonna have to punch out immediately because I'm not gonna give it too much risk just like that. So just gonna punch out of it immediately. Not gonna give it too much of leeway room because I don't want to get trapped into it. So that's 2 trades right there that I took. Neither of them worked for me as I wanted them to. I guess I could have taken profits on it, quick little scalp, but I wanted to make a bigger trade out of it. I get burnt on that. Didn't trade the buyout level, not the buyout level, the breakout level the way I should have traded the breakout level. That was a mistake on my part. But here comes the trades right back into play one more time. Lots of volume, big spikes in trading. This stock is crazy. I'm gonna try one more time. I'm just gonna take the 350 break with some size, and then just if it works, it works. Immediately get out of it. If it doesn't work, we're quitting on that trade and walking away from it with one more loser. So let's see what happens over here as the stock is trying to wake up the market too. QQQ waking up, NASDAQ waking up, and S&P 500 making up too. Ooh, baby,
Here it comes 350 coming in hot.
Not much size on 350 though, sadly. So this could be a really bad break and really trap you. Be careful for those of you who are trying to take this one for sure. But if it does work out, ooh, we were laughing and we're having a lot of fun with this one.
That all-time high on Microsoft.
Size chasing it up on the bids.
I think what was it? 351.80. 351.80, and look at that. We're ripping right into that 351 area. 350's gone. There's barely any size there. Really some strength. This momentum really picking up here on Microsoft here. I did get long here. Now I don't have a chart up for you guys, but I'm watching this tape here on Microsoft here. I'll pull up this one here. So that 350 broke. Let's see if we can get that 351. It's raging right towards, just looking left. Look at that. Look at these tops right there. 351.40 is right there on Microsoft. There's the 351. Shoot. Now we're really going 351, almost near all-time highs on Microsoft. I got to keep an eye on some of these shorts I'm also in on Amazon and Disney as one of the market leaders really raging to the upside. That 351 coming in, bit of a recycle there. Let's see if we can get real follow through. There it is, the 20s, 51 blasting to the side. Shorts are definitely trapped on this. Shorts on the intraday, shorts on the weekly. Now we're looking at shorts that got short last week on all-time highs.
Jesus.
On all-time highs, right? So let's see if this can really start blasting. The volatility is definitely here. The 350, 351 kind of pull back there, but again, volatility, $350 ticker. You might get a up down of a few points at least there. And as that momentum kind of looks like it's slowing, actually, you know what? It has not slowed down at all. But you know what? I'll get out right here. See if it'll take me. 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 And I just punched the bid there. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. But yeah, that 351 really coming all-time highs. This could still consolidate and push. But yeah, a little bit of slowing of that momentum is a good enough reason to sell for me. I don't even know how big that trade was. Let's see what we got on that. Just off, we got about 97 pennies there. 97 pennies on that quick scalp based off of intraday catalyst move there on Microsoft. Now, what are some of the other names that are potentially moving off of this? Look at NVIDIA go. Let me pull this in right here. NVIDIA is breaking its intraday consolidation after a hard quadunk out the open. So these highs are 462 on NVIDIA. So if Microsoft can push that for 351, which it's going for as we speak, we can really see that, oh, here we go, 351 coming in, and all-time highs, new all-time highs on Microsoft as we really push this move. Let's see if we can really get going there past that 351.80 on Microsoft. Got a little long there, a bit of a chase on that, just at that breakout level. But let's see if this kind of continues. I'll pass it back to Pratt as I'm staring this tape down as hard as I can.
Yeah, I've been just taking wins and losses all across the board. Right now, Microsoft's a pretty fat loser for me as I keep getting, you know, trying to get fancy with this trade over here. But we're back into the long over here, trying to see what we can do. But it's 80 cents in the money. Obviously, you see some size over there at 352. I should just take that win, Prad, and then just come back to it, and then just take that breakout again.
Here it comes. There's a 352.
Take that breakout again. Take that win, take that breakout. You know how to do this. You've done this before. Just stop trying to get fancy. You're not better than the market. You've done this a million times. Do it again. There goes that breakout. Take that win.
Bang,
take that win. Bang. Get in, get out. Get in, get out.
Come again.
It's that easy. Just keep rinsing and repeating. Stop getting fancy with it.
There we go. Some serious momentum trading going on here right now on Microsoft. Intraday catalyst catching a whole bunch of players offside, and this is the kind of volatility that you can get on an intraday move with some serious catalyst there. So right through high of all-time highs there on Microsoft. 252 really coming in. Let me pull this in so we can take a look left. But yeah, crazy trade there. Nice call out. Thank you, Neil, for that. That AI news really pushing Microsoft. 353 coming in. Who's long? I got out a while back, but yeah, let's see if this move really comes in. Maybe a potential consolidation there. Now, as that Microsoft is going to the moon, the rest of the market here looking a little muted, but the NQ kind of slapped that 15.8. So let's see. You know what? Just because of that, I'm going to cover a little bit of the Amazon here. I don't want to get in the way of that strength, but I know Amazon kind of does its own thing as well. But yeah, no, if that bidding kind of follows through and leaks into Amazon, I definitely don't want to be in this short. But longer term, Amazon, I do like the idea of the short there still. This Disney coming in hard off of that, actually not off of nothing, off a continuation on the move. 86 incoming, 86, a little bit of consolidation from the pre-market, but that real consolidation came in right before the open here, that 85.70s area on Disney. That's what I'll be looking for there. Covered a piece of Amazon, but then it comes back in. 355 coming in on Microsoft. Holy, that is wild. That is absolutely wild. Yeah. So yeah, let's see if this consolidates and gives us any sort of relief as we rip towards all-time highs. Now let's see what Apple is doing here. Apple not really doing the same thing there, a little bit muted, still holding above previous key levels from last week. We saw that 190 and then 192, then now we're holding above this 193-ish area today on Apple, which is a decent look there as well. And I kind of don't like that strength coming in on Amazon, so I'll just get out of that one real quick.
Screw you.
It's not taking me out. Let me get out of that one. Thank you very much. Okay, so that strength, like we said, is now following back into this name as the NQ slaps towards its high of day, right? So I definitely don't want to be in a tech stock short when the NQ is moving like that. I might as well even get long, because reason to cover, reason to go long, reason to buy, doesn't matter whether you're long or short. When that reason comes in, you better be respecting that. Now, Disney, very, very different. Really quadunking down into that 86. Let me pull up that Disney tape for you guys right here, so you guys can see that 86 coming in, that 85.60, 85.80. That's what we'll be looking for on Disney. Straight fades. There is a seller on Disney. Apparently, I don't know, but the tape does feel a little heavy there. Just getting in short with the trend and respecting the chart and respecting the flow there on Disney. Let's see what this brings.
I'm surprised none of the moves over here kind of leached into other AI stocks such as C3 AI or Palantir or any other positions. This catalyst over here obviously has me putting a couple question marks for their Microsoft 365 software. They're going to be offering a $30 a month a subscription platform that has AI built into it. I mean, when was the last time I use Microsoft Word? I don't remember. I use Google Documents these days and Google Sheets and so on. So I don't really, here comes the trades back again. So let's focus on the trades though, because our opinions don't matter. It matters is what the market's giving you and what the moves are being presented. You saw me taking longs every single even dollar break and then immediately punching out for a quick little 30-40 cent winner. And that's the setup I'm going to stick to because that's something that I've done before and it's worked for me. I'm not going to, hold for that bigger move, bigger dream. I know some of you in the chat are probably looking at me like this is, dummy trading over here. Why don't you just get long and just hold it for the bigger move over there? That's obviously that works too. There's multiple ways of making money over here, and I chose this method over here, and hopefully we get that 356 break now, which is going to be a new high a day if it happens.
Yeah, NVIDIA's gone.
MSFT pushing up to 355. What's that?
I said NVIDIA's moving as well with
Go
that.
for it.
Yeah, no, I'm just pull this chart here for you guys. Oh, I don't like it when that happens. Look at NVIDIA go there. I'm looking for a potential trade here. That 356 coming in on Microsoft as well. Things are getting a little heated as this momentum really comes in here. So I don't want to chase the move too much. I don't want to chase the move too much here on NVIDIA, as if Microsoft starts to pull back with any sort of oomph, that could definitely bring that market in. But look at the ES. ES just broke high of day. Brad killing it on Microsoft.
What in the Microsoft is going on today, man? Microsoft is macro hard today. This stock is just ripping to the north side. Just can't stop, won't stop. Do we see 400 today?
Whoa.
Is that what the game plan is for Microsoft? I mean, that's someone in the chat saying 400 targets. So I'm like, 400 today? Is that the target? Because this is absolute insanity. I'm at loss for words. Yep. Obviously, we're all enjoying this move over here. Now we're getting a nasty pullback right back to that 352, 354 area. What is it, 353, 354 area? So let's keep on watching. This stock has actually helped my NASDAQ now turn positive on the day. S&P 500 make a new high a day. So clearly all markets are breaking out. I wish I held my pack WAL a little bit longer because WAL is moving to the upside. Let's go look at longs at other positions. Maybe Apple or other positions are here about to wake up as the market's getting ready to go long or turn green, sorry. Meta, as people are talking about Meta. Yeah, here comes Meta. Why is Meta popping now? Why does Meta have a volume spike in it? It can be another big news catalyst coming here on this position too. Almost insane that all these stocks are going off at the same time. What's next? What's next? What's the next stock that's going off? I want to be in it before it moves. People saying Netflix. Let's go check out Netflix. NFLX has been going up for the most part since the last few days or so. So not too shocked about this one over here. Let's quickly head back to Microsoft to see if this stock has made a new high day. Not just yet. But if we see 360 break coming in today, I'll be surprised on that move. I also want to quickly pull up this chart. Not sure if this chart will show us anything important on Microsoft as to anchored VWAP and so on. Come on, brother.
Oh, there comes along in on Amazon.
Go for it.
Yeah, no, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. I just
go
saw
for
that crazy strength coming in. Look at that top of the range test. 132.30s was a nice place to sell, and then we rip right back up into that. Like I said, cover for the great reasons. Didn't go long. Should have gone long. Maybe I should listen to what I'm saying myself sometimes. But yeah, reason to cover, reason to go long. Definitely pulling in as the markets are raging to the upside. 132.40, all of this morning consolidation. Now think about it. Where are we bouncing off of? That 131.50 bounce, right? So any sort of strength off of this level could really come in hot, and we're starting to see that come in with that Microsoft catalyst, right? So yeah, Microsoft looking like it has slowed down a little bit on the momentum there. So let's see if we can kind of get a retest of that 355 potentially. But yeah, that's what I'll be looking for here. Don't want to get in the way of a strong ticker. But yeah, I think a retest of that 355 is well within range if this can kind of pull back with any sort of conviction there.
You take AI 4150 break? I want to take the 4150 break. You're saying don't take it? You're saying don't take the 4150 break? AI popping back up over here, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, Microsoft going back up for another run? Wow, look at the market. Look at the market right now. Look at the S&P 500. Look at the NASDAQ. 360 is coming in right now. Here we go. This is insane. I'm at loss for words. I want to throw out orders, but I'm scared to throw out orders at this point because this is monstrous. Microsoft is absolutely going crazy. Ladies and gentlemen, are you not entertained at this point? Look at that. Bidders actually chasing the stock up and instantly catching those fills because there are people trying to take profits. Obviously, Microsoft at a new all-time high. My 0.6 shares on my long-term account on Microsoft now up like crazy amount of percentage. So, I mean, what are we even talking about over here, man? Is the NASDAQ actually going to 16K today? Is that happening? Chat's saying that. So yeah, we're loving it. I don't really have any size left over here. I would like to get back into the trade, obviously, if we do get a 359 break. There's not much size on 359, sadly. But let's see if that one happens. 359 breaking, taking us to 360, and then 360 giving us a possible short attempt. But this move has to be a little over-exaggerated, right? It has to be a little over-exaggerated. If you haven't taken profits yet, where would you be thinking about taking profits, right? And you got to ask yourself these questions. Where are other people thinking about taking profits? If they got in on the 350, if they got in at the 346, where would they be taking profits? Not everyone's as paper-handed as I am, but some people will be taking profits somewhere around these areas, right? So you got to be considering all those factors. But there's still buyers here, man. NASDAQ and S&P 500. What is UVXY doing today? Let's go check out what UVXY looks like. 4150, 4148 was the high on AI for anyone interested on that one. AMD heading back over 117. That's good for AMD. Let's go. Yeah, nice to see AMD trying to move back above this area. Anytime AMD holds 115, 116, I'm happy with it. So AMD moving back to 117 right now with the overall market move. That's claps over there. Verizon hasn't done anything for me at all. It's been flat for the most part. So even with this market move, Verizon not moving is actually a good thing. Looks like NVIDIA is coming to 470 over here. So let's just take that 470 breakout. to see if this market move can give us a nice little 470 breakout over here on NVIDIA and keep pushing the market even more to the high side. All stocks want to apparently go higher and higher at this point. I mean, it is a very famous saying that stocks only go up, and it's being proven by the market at the moment.
Yeah, stocks apparently do only go up on the longer time frame there. I did get a little short here on that Microsoft move. Now, I don't know if that was the right thing to do, but a little bit of exhaustion there. I think it's not a bad place to get short, just for that 355 reclaim. Now, this move is a little too hard, too fast. I know it's on a catalyst as well. So yeah, no, let's see if that pullback really comes in, or I could be very wrong on this. As Amazon, I'm looking from the left here, Amazon raging to the upside there on that consolidation break of the morning there. So I'll be keeping a close eye on this name if the backside does potentially come in here. But no, I know I am shorting the front side of a move there, but yeah, underneath that 360, that could be definitely something there. So I'll keep a close eye on it, staying quick on my feet for that. But yeah, no, when these moves come in, you got to give them some space. They're going to be volatile. People are rushing into the move, right? So a lot of chasing happening here as well. So yeah, let's see how this move kind of plays out on Microsoft there. Some crazy volatility that brought into the market. ES that was already strong on the day slapped up even harder off of that, and then we got the NQ 15800 break, and as well as a high of session break as well here around this 15840 on the NQ. Now we are kind of pulling back as well. Look at these wicks starting to form. Microsoft as well. Look at this. I have it up here on the 1 minute. This trend is definitely starting to slow down as we kind of push back towards that 355 here. So yeah, let's see if that really comes in convincingly. That's what I'll be looking for. But yeah, no, AI catalyst really pushing this market around today.
Yeah, I'm still not buying that catalyst. I'm calling BS on that catalyst over there for Microsoft. I mean, I know a lot of offices and companies use Microsoft Office suites and so on.
Just maybe.
But I think Trader TV uses Google Sheets. I think Trader TV uses Google Docs. The old companies for IT that I used to work for as a software tester, it was all Google Documents. It was all Google Sheets. I don't know who's still using Microsoft 360 anymore, right? My university uses Teams. That's what's the Microsoft Teams? Was it? Is that Microsoft
that what it's
Teams?
called? I have no idea.
I think it's Microsoft Teams. I think it's Google Meet and Microsoft Teams. But I'm pretty surprised that it's that bullish of a catalyst for these guys to push up that way. Obviously, gotta love it. A new all-time high to be coming into play. Bang, 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 baby. Beautiful move. I love Microsoft Office, says Andy Metcalf. Nearly every company I know in California uses 365. That's surprising, man. That's pretty surprising to me. I would think all these tech companies out there would be more advanced and not be using such old software that costs money when there's better software for free. That's my opinion. NVIDIA, though, pulling back from 470, did not give you that breakout. AI also not giving you that breakout of 4150 at the moment. There's some size at 4150, not too much. A little bit of size at 4150. B8 looks like it has a top near 3088. We are still in the high of the ranges over here for BAC. Sorry, did I say BA? For BAC, BAC still holding up in the higher end of the area, so that's good over there. PACW did come back down slightly, but no problem on that one. Verizon's not moving yet for us either. Looks like the market excitement has kind of dulled down for the current time being, but if we wake up again, 4150 breakout on AI is something maybe to look out for, and also Microsoft, if that one wakes up 360. We didn't run up this far to not test 360 today, right? We didn't run up this far to not test 360 today. Let's see what happens over here with this one, as we are showing a little bit of a green move on both the markets, the NASDAQ and the S&P 500, both showing green candles on the 5-minute chart at the moment. Not sure how long we have we have about 3 minutes or so for these candles to close. So still got some time for the candles to close. And obviously if the markets are going up, Microsoft is pulling back up a little bit slightly, but still not back at the high of day, which is 385.95. I'll be surprised if 385.95 is the high of day, honestly. I'll be pretty surprised if 385.95 is the high of day. We didn't come this far to not take 360, ladies and gentlemen. So let's look at that. Ooh, look at that. S&P 500 now showing a red candle on the 5-minute chart as we're getting ready to close the candle in the next few minutes over here. If that one plays out. Ooh, AI broke 41.50. AI broke 41.50, a 10-cent spread on that stock. Don't like that one, but as long as we keep running up to the north side, then you know, it doesn't really matter if the spread. Oh, look at that, it just dropped. Oh wait, I'm looking at NVIDIA. What am I doing? I'm looking at NVIDIA over there. That's why I was like 10-cent spread on that one. Looked pretty weird. There's some size over here on 41.44 on AI, and there we go. Bidders stepping up slightly. I guess that's going to be my stop. 41.44. Hopefully no AIs in the market or in the chat actually heard me say that, because then they'll probably come to push me out of that position. So let's give it a little bit past 41.44. Let's give it you know, 10, 20 cents over here. How much size do I have? Really? I took that much size? Okay, ballsy. Usually don't take that much size at this time of day, but thankfully the stock is working, moving up in the money for us, 16 cents. So let's start taking some profits. Let's start throwing some orders over here. I can't throw orders, obviously, because you know, I have a stop out. So let's remove that stop. Let's layer some orders over here on the north side, take some profits when they do come into play. And if the stock pulls back below 41.44, we just walk out of it. Here comes the profits on AI. C3 AI reining in the longs. We already see buyers stepping in. I'm going to take some of my orders out and throw my stop back in there. Actually, I'm going to throw another order out there, right there. And then after that, I'm going to throw my stop out if it pulls back to the downside. Obi?
Yeah, that momentum kind of starting to slow down a little bit there on Microsoft. So I'm kind of just staring at this, just looking for that continuation, that tape change. The buyers are definitely starting to slow down. So maybe some profit taking. All I'm looking for is respectable pullback into kind of maybe this 354, maybe even a 50% retracement there on Microsoft off of this crazy news there. Crazy move, that 357 still kind of holding for now. We know that 360 is also kind of very anticipated. We did get up there and kind of failed that 360. Wasn't really in the cards right away. But no, we got to keep an open mind. It could still be there. It could still come in. But yeah, no, a little bit of relief I think is valid there into this 54-ish area here on Microsoft. But as we hold some of these highs and teetering, the momentum has definitely kind of slowed down. As you guys can see, we started going straight sideways there, so a little bit of consolidation there. But yeah, a break of this range could give us some direction on where it can go, continuing off from this move. But I think 355 is a good area as well. We got a little bit of support here on the 356. So if that can kind of come in, and maybe this move was a little too hard, too fast intraday. Definitely a lot of people chasing this move here. So I don't mind sitting a little short here. But again, keeping very wary. The market's kind of blasted up as well. So yeah, we could see some relief there. This move was catalyst driven, a quick intraday event, and I think I got out of that Disney trade right there as we speak. So yeah, that Microsoft looking like it is coming back up into that 58-ish area. So I should probably just get out of that trade. And revisit when if that trade kind of comes back in. But yeah, those highs are being tested again. So yeah, let's see that 360 coming in. If it does come in, that 360 is right there, 358. So we couldn't necessarily hold or get back below. I was wrong on that trade. Now we're pushing up into that 359, that 360 there. You know what? Let me actually pull this ticker up for you guys in the middle so we can get a look at the tape at the same time here. So let me just pull up Microsoft right there. Okay, so yeah, right there. Let me pull up the tape as well so we can take a look at it together. NQ. Okay, cool. At 358 coming in, 360 potential. That volume really holding this move. I was looking for a bit of a relief fade. We could get it now, but yeah, I'll keep an eye on that. I do want to catch a piece of this move as best as I can on this crazy momentum that we are having. People in the chat talking about PLTR as well. So yeah, PLTR. Let's take a look at PLTR real quick while we kind of wait for this Microsoft consolidation to sort itself out. But yeah, 1740 hold, that consolidation from yesterday. Let me close this stuff up. Okay, so 1750 hold from yesterday, still uptrending on Palantir. So I know that 17, we were watching for that 17 yesterday, that 17 came in. And yeah, so now we are stepping up onto 18, and let's see if the 18 can really push through convincingly here on Palantir, as this market looks like it is relentless to the upside and still holding trend on that Microsoft. Microsoft goes red to green on that crazy move. No relief yet. I got a little too excited for that short, but yeah, let's see. That trade could very well come back in on the day. So let's see that 360 come in, and if that does anything convincing, because if it fails to follow through on that 360. Then yeah, I think I want to get back in short for a potential fade, looking for potentially a 50% retracement of the move, but we might not even get that, right? That might be just very hopeful. So yeah, I'll keep an eye out for that. We are teetering near those highs.
What are you talking about?
So let's see. Are you in Microsoft still, Brad?
No, brother, no. But I'm watching it closely like a hawk, waiting for that 360. Here it comes. Should have just taken that 359 breakout. Damn it. You know, I was hesitant to taking the 359 breakout, didn't see any size, but here comes that 360. Just watching it patiently. I got back into AI after getting stopped out. Is there any size on 360 that you guys see that I don't? There is a little bit of a buyer trying to chase up this position. I don't. Oh, okay. There's 400 lots that I saw on 360 there. So let's take that breakout. Come on, baby, wake this market back up. This stock is now up 4% to the north side. I expect this to be a little bit of a fail break. I'll be honest with you. So you know, it goes up, dies down, comes back in, starts trapping those bulls, and push back down. Even though I'm saying that, I'm going to take the breakout. It's part of the setup. I'll take the breakout. If it fails, I'll get out, and then I'll look for that short, risking the high day. Here comes the breakout. Come on. Now only 200 lots. Okay, never mind. That 400 lots are back on there. That was previously there. The high day 96, 90. Okay, here we go. Breakout. We got the fill. We are moving. Give me the fill, please. Give me the fill. Where are my fills?
Phil, where are you at?
Phil?
That 361 coming in. We took that 360 break, like I said, caught a piece off, cut down some size on top of the 360. Let's see if that 361 really gets in and pulls in there. So no, a little bit of a fail on that. I'm glad I got out most of the size there right on top of the 61. So because we are failing to follow through for now. But yeah, we expect it to stay volatile, expect it to stay a little bit of a fugaze as we are pushing towards new highs there. Potentially 361 coming in, that 360 kind of popped into I don't know what the high there was. What is the high there? High there was 78s, 60, 78. So we got some out there, and trying to see if the move can continue or not. I was a little short biased, but I did want to take that 360 break to the long side there. Potentially coming back in. So a bit of a consolidation here back into the 359, but we did just consolidate 357, 358. So we have those levels as well, kind of holding us up into that 360 as we build into that. This price really coiling in and under that 360 mark. So yeah, I am long from the 359.80s here as we push back up into that 361. And look at that. As soon as you break the dollar, it slaps a quarter. So I like that look. As soon as we re-break the dollar, re-break the 360, we slap the quarter. Now we're slapping the half. Let's see if we can really push forward. Push for the full dollar there, the 361 potentially coming in on Microsoft. This move off the catalyst really continuing, got a little chopped up there on the move, but yeah, look at this move, crazy volatility. People said July was going to be muted. People said this is going to be summer trading. I don't know. I don't see any of that. But yeah, got out there, nice little scalp there. Could continue to go. I didn't like that pullback, but that could have just been a quick lick grab underneath that 360. But staying on my feet as best as I can. I am still trying to learn how to play this momentum. But intraday catalyst, I like that trade. A+.
A+, yeah, gotta love it. I mean, it's trying to take out 361 right now. I tried 1 or 2 short attempts, I think 2. Both didn't end up working. I think one actually was a quick scalp win and the other one was a loser, so flat at the end of the day. Trying to see if the stock can pull back below 360 here as the market is pulling back. So trying to get back into the short here on the break of 360 to the downside and not give it too much risk to the upside if it does want to re-enter 360 and then blast off again. So being very careful, obviously, on Microsoft as this stock has can very easily make and break dreams today. Here comes 361, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like there's not much size on 361, and if if this area is going to be a fail break, then kind of makes sense over here. Come on, let's see it. Push past 361. Give me a nice little backside. An absolute fail over here somewhere in these areas for us to risk off of and then push down. NASDAQ still going up, but the S&P 500. Ooh, look at that! Buyer just got wiped out. 100 lots on the bid. Immediately, market or the stock. Hunted that liquidity and just pushed down right away because people want to take profits or new sellers want that liquidity. So immediately the stock flushes down, takes that level out. I think I just have to stick to my order over here. Once 360 breaks, it's going to be a nice smooth ride to the downside because it looks like the market does want to break back down over here. S&P 500 does not want to go back up. It does not want to show us a green tick at all. Real quick, Verizon, 27 cents in the money. I'm taking more profits on that trade as it pulls back to VWAP over here. Looks like that short is working out finally after not doing anything for us. So let's take some profits on that trade, taking out most of my bag, now leaving the last few sides left on that. PAGW, 8 cents in the money. It's still hanging out. So why don't we just take some size out here and then also have some orders out to take some more size up to the north side, and then coming back to my attention on Microsoft over here, which is the hawker on the market today. We got to keep our eyes over here. 361 coming back into play. 360.97 is the high of day. Not seeing any size on the book, so let's actually filter out for everything that we see. One shares. Now we see actual liquidity showing up, and you can see where sellers are. So
there
on.
It is. Bang! Got out on the 61. And keeping a piece for the follow-through momentum. Let's see if we can get 362 right away. This thing is starting to accelerate. That 362 incoming.
Go
potentially. Sorry, no, I'm getting excited here, man. I'm getting excited here. That 361.50. Oh, look at that. A little bit of hard selling off that 361. So yeah, we're seeing a little bit of that volatility really showing itself here on these high of day breaks here. Did take another long there into the piece on the 361 test, and not looking too hot yet. But yeah, let's see if that can really come in there. The 361 looking like it is pulling back for now back into the 360. But yeah, we'll keep a close eye on this one. Microsoft, crazy moves today.
So I have that short on board as you guys see it. I also added on the 359 break over here. So we got back in on the back through of the both of those. Let's see if the stock can keep pulling back down over here. Give us a nice little short side as the market continues to pull back down. Now we have 2 lot sizes and we are 50 cents in the money on that ad. So not only did we win on the long, we're also trying to bag on the short side over here. If SPIs can help QQQ pull back a little bit more, that's not something that I want to see. So instantly, Microsoft Microsoft shorts coming back 8 cents, 5 cents out of the money. Thankfully, not too out of the money, but I'm not giving it too much a risk over here. Immediately, there we go, 50 cents out of the money just like that. So if we didn't take profits at 50 cents, maybe I kind of have to give it 50-cent risk. Our average price is 360.50, and we're trying to wait till 361 just like that to get reclaimed. Is it going to hold? Are you going to hold 361? Looks like there's an iceberg on 361. If that's the case, I'll have to jump out.
Baby.
We are holding that 361, so yeah, I'm going to jump out just because it's holding 361 the way it is. A beautiful iceberg showing up, more upside incoming for this position. It is not done dancing yet, so still dancing to the upside, still bidders coming in over here, and short sellers still getting wiped out. It is not time yet to short this position, ladies and gentlemen. If you're holding these longs from anywhere at 348, you are laughing right now as this stock is making your month, your day, your year, whatever it is. Enjoy those profits, ladies and gentlemen. Microsoft, wow, we were.
That 362 incoming, we're long from the 361. Let's see if we can convincingly break through that. We're testing that last piece, that last quarter right underneath that 61. So some strong momentum there. I do have my orders ready to push this position if it doesn't go in my favor. But that 361.50 really coming in, that 362 as well. So we're holding that $0.50. So let's see if it can come in there convincingly. I don't feel too comfortable with holding this long for too long, but I got to respect the chart here. The chart is showing us some real strength on this catalyst there. I think Microsoft breaking all-time highs is really pushing a lot of shorts around as well, right? Microsoft was relatively muted while the rest was it NVIDIA and some of the other names were really going. And I was like, how long is Microsoft going to stay underneath its tops? Like it's gotta push. Everything else, we saw what NVIDIA did. We saw what NVIDIA did, and it is the AI name. So if Microsoft is pushing on AI, I think it has a lot of room left to go, really pushing towards newer highs there. 362 potentially incoming, 361 holding for now. So I like that look. But yeah, shorts definitely underwater here on the multi-time frame on Microsoft as we rage towards new highs. Now I don't know what the ATR on this, but the ATR is going to go right out the window because again, A+ catalyst. You have intraday float that is stuck on the wrong side. You have intra-week float that's stuck on the wrong side, and then you also got a couple of people that shorted off the highs last week that are also potentially pretty stuck here, as we've done almost 10 points off of last week's high there, or all-time highs there. We have pushed about 10 points off of that. So keeping that in mind. But yeah, it's seeming a little muted here, so I kind of want to piece off of that. It's funny, as soon as you enter an order, things start moving around interestingly on some of these names. But yeah, no, enough tinfoil hat. Let's wait for this move to really come in. It is holding trend as of right now, so just gonna respect the chart and respect the momentum there. This order flow is crazy.
Yeah, as you guys can see the board over there, I'm back in the short, and I'm going to add on the break of the iceberg that we saw at 361. If that iceberg breaks just like that, did we get the fill? We did. That should cement the shorts, man. Come on, just push to the downside already. We keep pushing back over here. I'm going to give it the high a day risk. High a day 361.90. If we take out the high a day, I'm going to be out of this trade. There we go. A little bit of a move. Once again, 50 cents in the money. This would be ridiculous now. If we push back up and put in another iceberg, I saw sellers coming in at 361.80, 361.70, and we kept rejecting off of those sellers, and then buyers showed up and we wiped out those buyers, and then we wiped out the iceberg. This has to be the top. Like, it would be ridiculous for this not to be the top over here. How strong is this catalyst? So this is my theory at the moment. I think I'm gonna get into the shorts over here, give it that risk of high a day. If this one burns me, then I'm out of it. I'm not gonna keep trying to short this position, because at that point the strength is just way too strong on the stock for us to keep trying this. Look at that, buyer still showing up. 360. What was that, 360.40? Buyer just showed up at 360.40, immediate 30-40 cent pop on this position. So not having fun watching this battle happening. Sometimes, you know, how easy was it to just hold that 346 long? Yeah, probably a lot easier than what I'm doing at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. The longs were definitely not wrong off of that all-time high break there on Microsoft, but we are still teetering. Like Prad said, there was a lot of things going on the tape here, a lot of interest in and around this 361, and we kind of failed to break below it. But let's see if that kind of comes in. I am sitting a little long here at that 361, so I might have a little bit of a bias there. But this momentum, I did get short a little bit earlier, and that was definitely got slapped on that. So I felt a piece of what the momentum is like, felt a piece of what the flow is like, and I kind of want to see that significant change back down, and I don't think I've seen anything of the sort yet. So I think that 362 is well within the cards. I'm already sitting there to take out a piece of the position there for about we're about 60 cents away from that, about the half. Okay, so you know what? I'll just took it out there, and I'll keep the rest for the 62. If it does come in, I will be glad that it came in, and yeah, this momentum really giving us some solid trades to ride off of on the coattails of some of these larger players either running for the exit or running to get in on this crazy catalyst move here. Now, we know that this is not the only thing moving, so let us know in the chat what you guys are watching, what you guys are on, and we can take a look at those tickers as well. But yeah, you know what? I just want to get out of that right there. And yeah, I did not like that a hold underneath the half. I could very well be wrong. I just don't want to get in the way as much right now. But yeah, this is going to stay giving us opportunities. This is a hot catalyst coming in. But yeah, no, a little bit of a muted move there. I really thought that the rebid past the 360, 361.5 could give us the 362. You said 30, there's a seller.
361.30, 300 lots.
So yeah, there's a seller there at the 30. So yeah, getting a little bit of a trouble here, going a little bit sideways. But yeah, if it comes back in to rip the highs, I guess we'll be there to take a piece off of that. But yeah, no, don't want to get chopped around too much. As you can see, my entries and exits looking like this is how the charts start to look when you get a little tilted on the scalps. But when you're doing quick momentum, we're definitely painting these arrows on the chart. Just waiting for some of these moves to really come in. That building up. So look, we haven't necessarily even. This is a 1 minute chart, right? And this is a 9 exponential moving average. So far as of right now, yeah, sure, we got a little bit of trouble here on the sideways, and we're getting a little bit of trouble here as well. But we can smooth it out, go to a larger time frame, and see that the trend is kind of strong. But yeah, that interim 1 minute trend is starting to look a little bit weaker here. So that was a reason to get out of that quick momentum scalp. Again, the trade probably was that 350 break, the 351 all-time high. Now thinking about this, I did have this as part of one of my ideas this morning, and I'm more than willing to share that idea. I don't want to pull it up in the Discord, so you know what? Let me pull up a notepad and copy paste what I wrote down here for Microsoft. Or actually, I wrote it down last night, just planning out the trade. You know what? We'll let Prad take over while I kind of fix this the formatting on this notepad.
Just looking at Carvana, as people in the chat mentioning Carvana, people mentioning Bank of America at 31. Yeah, I closed my position, but did it hit 31? No, it did not. Okay, then I don't really care about it. It did not go to 31, but it looks like it's trying to. I closed my position. I'm done with my trade. My level was around 30.50s. I got up to 30.80s. I can't complain about it. Microsoft, we have a stop out. We're gonna let that trade, do its thing. AI also, we took a quick little profit swing on it, but looks like AI could keep going. But we took our profits. We took the swing to the north side. We're done with that trade. But for the most part, all eyes for me are on what Microsoft wants to do and what PAC W wants to do. I know there's other positions moving around. People saying NVIDIA. Did NVIDIA take out 470? Yeah, not yet, because I do have that order still sitting there to take that 470 breakout. Not sure if NVIDIA can take that 470 now, though, because the market might have just put in the top. Someone in the chat is saying, though, Pratt, imagine NASDAQ takes 16K today. I can't imagine that, but I'll be happy if NASDAQ does it, honestly. Even though I'm short Microsoft and I want Microsoft to pull back at the moment just for an intraday swing, doesn't mean that I won't be happy if NASDAQ's at 16K. I would love to see my long-term account and even other opportunities on the board today, maybe a 470 break over here, which is not too far out coming into play, and other trades setting up too for us to make more money, put some more profits into our bank account today. So let's see what other opportunities set up. Not sure if Snapchat moved around today, but I think Snapchat moved around yesterday. So let's go take a look at SNAP. Snapchat today sadly sold off. Yesterday did have a pretty monstrous move to the upside. I guess still stuck in the ranges over here from all of last week. But overall, pretty decent move up to the north side yesterday. Selling back off today, though, 2% down. S&P 500 still trying to push back down over here. Oh, there goes 362. 362 now breaking 362.50 high day on Microsoft. I'm still going to keep trying to short the stock. I'm going to find that top.
362 broke. God damn. Okay, 362 broke. All right, so I got that note here fitted on a notepad. So if you guys can read with me here, that I wrote this down last night, 840.
God damn.
If Microsoft breaks and holds above 3150 convincingly, we blast. Go long, all caps. This week, holding above a previous week's close as of right now. So Microsoft strong on the weekly, right? Week high at 349.57. That was a 4 a.m. print. Intraday high of the week is at 347. And Friday was last week's high at 151.43. And an all-time high at 151.80. What do we do coming in off that 151 area, right? Blast straight through it. What do I do? Yeah, sure, I took a piece long there, but yeah, retrospect, I am realizing now if I have a convincing level where it's like, okay, if a level breaks, we've seen that level kind of confirm and show its face, and if that goes, maybe I should have an order sitting there waiting for that to potentially happen. Like if I had an order sitting there for if that was the case, I would have been long 150s and 151s already, and then would have gotten clipped in on that market catalyst, right? So again, learning in progress. You guys are seeing it live here on potential breakout trades that could come in intraday on a weekly setup, and then you draw out the chart using an intraday catalyst, right? So a lot of great marketing happening, just like any market. But yeah, this 362 kind of holding it down here. Bit of a relief. So I will stay watching this trend. This is a strong trend, right? If this trend breaks, which is looking like it's doing right now, we'll take this potentially back through the 360 to see if it kind of starts to downtrend there. Look at that drop on the ES and the NQ as well. So the sells are coming in. I guess I was wrong on covering all of the Disney as Disney comes back into the target. The target was 85.60s and Disney through that 86, giving us 40 cents, and I stopped out right on top of that 86 consolidation. Bit of fugazi with the markets ripping up, but yeah, Disney seller is definitely on the books there, really pushing through, selling through this market rip up there. Let's take a look at the heat map real quick, just to give us a look at what's happening here. Chat saying nice flush AMD. Now I know AMD, we'll take a look at that in a second. AMD was definitely on watch from yesterday. But yeah, no, we saw that a lot of the tech earlier was red with the NQ being red, right? We covered that, and it was more distributed green on the rest of the market. But now take a look at some of the largest tech names, NVIDIA, Microsoft, going green, and Microsoft pushing almost 5% on the day, 4.3 here on that crazy catalyst. So a lot of volatility being expected. Now let's, you know what, real quick, I also want to take a look at the VIX. Now I told myself I should keep an eye on the VIX this morning. So yeah, let's see what the VIX is doing. We had a bit of a gap up and fade on that VIX move there, a little muted as well, but bit of a slowdown there. Let's see if we can kind of, if we churn here, we probably will continue to melt up a bit, but a convincing push of the VIX through the 14 or through 1450 here could really bring in some selling there. Microsoft pushing 263 as we speak. Can't stop, won't stop, don't stop.
263.
Crazy, wild.
Wow, I'd be money in the $100 then.
What you got?
263. I'd be in the money $100 on Microsoft if that was the case.
Wow.
363. You mean.
Sorry, 363. Yeah, that's what I meant. 363.
It is indeed insane to say the least,
Insane
man.
in the
Market
membrane.
has been nuts today. Nvidia broke 470 not too long ago, got back below 470, stopped me out, and it is still going crazy right back above 470. You kidding me? So yeah, there goes Nvidia trying to be a little haywire along with its friend Microsoft. If Microsoft's talking about AI, there's only one stock that comes to mind. It's Nvidia. So Nvidia over here trying to make that march back up to its all-time high 480. So let's see if this one can do something similar, as QQQ has turned positive on the day with the help of obviously Nvidia and AMD. 471 now on Nvidia. Didn't see any size on 471, but 471 new high day, 471.07 actually new high day on Nvidia. As we keep marching up on the overall market over here, we did drop down quite just recently. I think it was how big of a drop was that? That was about only 10, 15 points on the NASDAQ. Not that many points on the NASDAQ market drop over here. So immediate bounce back to the high day. 15,900 on the QQQ futures. If that breaks, I think whoever kept saying 16,000 on the...
Oh, 15,900. That's all-time highs.
No.
No, not all-time highs. That was previous highs from a few weeks ago, no? Okay, well, I took a quick scalp on that Microsoft push into 363, sorry. But yeah, no, I thought that was a key area. Sorry, I tripped for a second.
It could be a recent high, but it's
Yeah.
not all-time highs. Let's go see if
I have
you're
like
right.
80 something on it. Maybe I called that too quickly. But
I mean, yeah, the 15,895 was yesterday's high,
okay.
right? 15,895 was yesterday's
Yeah, not
high.
all-time highs. Yeah, no, all-time highs is 16 something.
16,800.
Weekly, previous week highs.
Yesterday's high.
Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday's high was the 52-week high. Now today we're making a new 52-week high. QQQ is making a new day's high. Wow, QQQ can't stop. And Nvidia, are you kidding me? After stopping me out, you're gonna continue rising to the north side over here. 472 incoming here now in Nvidia. Microsoft's 363.65. So Microsoft 365 coming into play at this point. What's their suit called? Microsoft Suit 365?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So
maybe that's the key area.
that's the key area.
That's
There
the
you
key
go.
area. It
I'm
has to
shorting,
be.
I'm shorting
gotta
this.
be.
I'm
It's gotta
shorting the
be.
Suit
Come on, guys.
365 area.
It's gotta
That's it.
be.
It's that simple.
Gotta-
So just wait for this level to come into play. Why don't we just think about that level earlier? That's the target.
Yeah, right?
That's the target, and that's
we
the
should
level.
we should have known that at 350, bro. Come on, you got to get these ideas a little earlier, man.
Right? Isn't it called Microsoft Suit 365? Yeah, it's short that level. Just have fun with it. Watch it pay out. It seems way too obvious at this point. That's the target. That's the level. Chat, go for it. Have some fun with that one.
Yeah, that
Market's still
364 coming
QQQ
in.
making a new 52-week high right now.
Yeah, the Q's blasting, the N Q's as well, straight through that 364. We got a little long underneath the 364, and we are pushing straight for that 365 on that Microsoft. Yeah, just taking quick scalps here, trying to read the tape as best as I can, and I like that pop into the quarter. Let's see if we can even get to 365 there. Quick scalps. But yeah, not quick mats, but quick scalps. Let's we got to come up with our own rap there. Man's not stopped. Man's not stopped. Man's not stopped. I do have my stops in.
Knock on wood,
not right
though.
now, but yeah.
Knock on wood. You said man's not stopped. Market maker gonna say you gonna learn today.
No. I did not mean it like that. Yeah. The market maker is gonna come in like, oh yeah, bud.
He's gonna come in hot. You know that boy.
Yeah.
Market maker gonna come in hot. Okay,
The
QQQ
365.
taking that 15,900, but
Oh,
I'm waiting to
buddy.
see if we're going to pull back over here. Quick little attempt again for another short on Microsoft, but yeah, I want to wait for that 365 area. So this is just a quick little attempt, giving it that short, high day risk, not any size actually on the board over here for the short either. So this is just in case we don't take out the high day and we start selling off and market pulls back below 15,900 over here. And SPY has been on a real downtrend. Like SPY is not making a higher high or anything, right? SPY has been on a downtrend. Guessing the banks are pulling down over here on the SPYs. There goes the high a day, so that's a easy little walk away from that trade as 365 is coming into play. If 365 actually plays out as I planned it to, I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my mind because that just seems like someone for sure gamed it at that point.
What is?
Like,
Sorry, I just zoned out for a bit.
we walk up to 365.
Oh,
they
yeah, I mean,
announce
that's
a 365 office suit plan or whatever. Come on, man. Is Bill Gates buying it in the background over there? He's like, I'm going to push up my company stock to my company's product price or whatever it is, product name. He's probably pushing it up there. Let's be real, chat. Market, though, S&P 500 does not want to go up. That's what the answer is for the SPYs. But the Qs are doing better now. Qs, which have been actually much sadder, more depressing throughout the day, have now caught up to the SPYs, thanks to Microsoft, thanks to NVIDIA, caught up to the SPYs, and 365 incoming very, very soon. Gobi?
Yeah, no, we're calling out the same thing, man. This is crazy. Like, it makes sense. This is the one thing that deserves our attention right now here. Microsoft pushing for that 365, and now I want to watch this price action very, very closely. I want to watch the tape very closely underneath that 365 to see any sort of relative change, anything of significance that could potentially come in. If not, I could be very wrong, right? Again, I am looking for the short on the name, but I'll stay going long until it gives me a reason to get short. Now, again, a little premature short there, just on top of that 355, getting a little hopeful, but price action telling us, oh no, we're not stopping 4 points away from all-time highs. We are going to blast convincingly. So yeah, that 365. Look at that. There was size there, but that size is gone, and we are blasting to the upside off 365. So yeah, little bit of momentum, just a little bit, coming in here on the markets. The 16,000 also pulling in on the NQ, getting awfully close. We've done about almost, if we hit that 16K on the NQ today, we will have done 250 points off of this consolidation low here, about in and about 15,750s here. So about a 250 point move if we can push into the 16,000 on the NQ there. Pretty wild. And same with the ES, right? You make this consolidation. This Max, doesn't this ES look a little bit like that Tesla dip buy where it has the morning consolidation and then you lick grab right under the morning consolidation and you go for the ride, right? So a little bit of mechanics going on there on the larger not larger caps, but larger assets as the futures there. So really showing us that market mechanics, doesn't matter what you're trading, can show up across any market that trades.
Yeah, I'm just watching Microsoft here, nothing new. So got back into the short, not working. What else is new? This stock just wants to rip off the shorts over here. Looks like 365 is not the zone. A new high a day now incoming on this position. This stock is nuts. Where did the stock go to today? Where did the stock go to? Up 6% now. And this is not like your small, low flow, squeezer positions that has a high short squeeze.
It is the leader of the NQ.
The leader of the market, man.
Leader of the
leader
NQ.
of the NQ or the
Of the NQ, not the ES. Apple's the leader of the ES.
right.
But
Leader of NQ, rallying the NQ behind it.
Oh, buddy. 370. 375, I heard out of my ear.
They're going to have to change the product name to Office 375 now. Like, what?
Yeah, all-time highs in and around this 365 here.
Every
Yeah,
time
let's
the
see
stock price goes up, they just change the product name?
Yeah. I mean, as we stay adapting, maybe they will as well. You know, you know what? I think I'm gonna cool off of this Microsoft here, just underneath that 370. So it could very well come in as a move is starting to accelerate a bit. We could be seeing what is the beginning of a potential exhaustion of coming in there, really pulling off some of those shorts, kind of liquidating some of them. So maybe some of that buying pressure of that acceleration was some of those shorts getting off of that 365, or maybe some longs as well, kind of pushing into that 365 as that 365 holding. Let me pull back up this 1 minute chart. Have not broken significantly. Why did I sell anything? No reason to sell as of right now. Why did I sell anything? Throw it up on a little bit longer time frame. Is this going to give us a 2 minute? No, this is not going to give us a 2 minute. Actually, you know what? That was a 2 month. Let's see if it can give us a 2 minute here. No, it's not going to give us a 2 minute. It'll give us a 3 minute, but whatever. You get the gist, right? It is holding trend very strongly on a small time frame here on Microsoft. So no real reason to sell. I will get into the short once that reason does come in and we kind of break this trend here. This market is hella strong. So intraday catalyst, A+ trades, intraday float getting stuck, right? So definitely should have been way bigger. You guys are asking about the Lambo trade. This was probably the Lambo trade off that high all-time high break on Microsoft.
Did Activision move at all? Wasn't Activision supposed to have a catalyst today? Sadly, Activision did not make any moves off of this one. I guess it wasn't an Activision catalyst, so it makes sense why Activision didn't pop off that one. We're still waiting to see how or when that stock wakes up. PACW still under 9, and high a day on Microsoft now 366.80. So still going up north side. Here's your SPY. SPY giving you a little bit of a... Did you? Oh, I thought Neil was mentioning something. SPY making a nice little bounce off of the 100 period EMA on the 1 minute chart, marching back up. QQQ 16K now looks a lot more possible to whoever kept saying that in chat. I am actually shocked. I am shocked. You know, the market had no catalyst in it, and then Microsoft comes out with one so
It's
strong,
AI. It's
so
AI,
strong
guys.
behind it that you know, it rallies the NASDAQ to only 800-ish points away. Well, technically right now 1,000-ish points away from all-time high. So monster moves coming in all across the board. Congratulations to anyone who actually took that long breakout of 345.
Oh, 475 NVIDIA.
Sorry?
475 NVIDIA.
Go for it.
No, I'm calling it out. 475.
Go for it. I'm not looking at it. Go for it.
Okay, yeah, 475 incoming on NVIDIA. I didn't mean to cut you off there. But no, the chat. There was a super chat in the chat. Can we look at Kenan says, can we look at CLBR? Might squeeze like DWAC. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, well, sure, we can take a look at that ticker CLBR if it's doing any significant volume. Oh, it's an acquisition corp. So another SPAC. Making a move. Okay, 1.7 mil on the day. Hasn't really looked. Doesn't look like it's really halted around as much. But yeah, a little muted there. There's look at this volume. Most of that volume came in on this pop, and then the volume looking like it's pretty dead here on CLBR. But yeah, no, decent look there. If you were along the SPAC price. If you're along the SPAC price, or even if you dip bought the flush of the SPAC price the past couple of days, looking like someone might have known something, accumulating underneath that $10 level for the push back up into the 13. So yeah, decent look. This could go on a potential multi-day run. We know what SPACs have done in the past. We know that some other SPACs are also moving. I think it was GRAAA or something. Remind me in the chat what that SPAC was that's been moving recently. Starts with a G, has some A's in there. I don't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, no, SPACs are starting to move around as well a little bit here. But yeah, no, people talking, Darwin talking about NIO, saying join the party. Okay, yeah, sure. What's going on with NIO? Let's check that out. What I do know, the party that I am missing out on is definitely the Disney short. That Disney short, oh, we could have been heavy on that Disney short, but we chose not to be. But that seller really coming in and showing themselves today on Disney. That continuation off of that what is it? Actors and writers on strike, apparently bringing in some of this selling here, very distinct selling on Disney. Now, I know that people are very invested in Disney, and if they don't like those strikes or whatever reason they might have to sell that name, they can't really hide themselves on that selling there on Disney. So it's pretty strong overall trend there. NIO wasn't NIO a SPAC at one point? I swear, but I could be wrong on that. We are holding above that $10 level there on NIO. Good look on NIO, kind of pop and drop back into that level. Now I haven't really taken a look at any of the other EVs, but yeah, we can take a look at Rivian. Wow, look at that morning drive. Holy, look at this tight pre-market consolidation. I like seeing this usually because the pre-market range break trade really comes into play when you see that tight pre-market consolidation and then a convincing volume drive out the open. That 24 break might have been nice off of that. That 25 really coming in off of that strength on Rivian. Now Tesla might look a little different there, but no, not really. Very actually no, very different than Rivian. Tesla went the opposite way on that move, but Tesla not really catching a bid as much as some of these other names on the market. So it is only it is only Microsoft that is raging to the high side. Still keeping well above that 365. We're holding that, so no real relief for the shorts as the bids still holding relatively tight on that momentum here. The Tesla, look at that Tesla break coming in as we speak, really pulling up that 290 on Tesla. Maybe I'll pull that up to see if we have a potential move. That 475 as well on NVIDIA, looking like it's acting as resistance. So maybe, you know what, let me just keep my eyes on Microsoft here because that is the one moving, bullying everything around. So when this starts to catch some relief, I think we can start to look at some of those other names that were moving, I guess, in sympathy. They were just like, when I move, you move, just like that on the sympathy. If they pull back, when Microsoft pulls back, I'll be looking for the short there on some of those names. Some of the names I have in mind for the short, if that seems to be the case, will be NVIDIA here. We can take a look at NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA really pushing up, again, another AI ticker, one of the AI leaders along with Microsoft. So if Microsoft kind of pulls back in, this strength and volume came in on that intraday catalyst, right? You break the intraday consolidation range and then rip back up above highs there, pre-market highs, right? So if this can come back in underneath the 475, I like that place to sell as well. Microsoft teetering on top of that 365. So yeah, let's see if that selling can come in. I'll also be watching Apple because Apple is already weak on the day. Now, if Microsoft gets weak as well, we can get that convincing push back down because Microsoft looking like it is downtrending strongly on the day, not really reflecting the sentiment that Microsoft or NVIDIA really have. Now, let's go back to our friend Amazon. Now, Amazon, I took off the radar, but for a potential trade coming up, right? So yeah, we missed a couple of trades there. That 132.30, 132.40 consolidation high that we had in the not in the pre-market, in the morning there, we held above that. So a little bit of a step up. We know that 131.50, very key area, as Neil pointed out this morning, held that consolidation. You rip up above that consolidation, and now you've basically stepped on top at 132.40, right? So you've stepped up a whole dollar on that. So let's see if we get that continuation back to the upside. I am short biased or I was short biased on Amazon, but seeing as this price action and volume is trading against that bias, I am respecting that on the day. So let's see if some of these pre-market highs, this consolidation highs, can bring the selling back in. We know out the open, this was a hard sell off the 133. Now looking left, we know 133 was defended in the past, and that was the reason to get short this morning, right? And I know I told you guys I missed that trade. That trade being, again, just a simple over and under. We observed the level to be key on the tape in the past week, and now that we consolidate below that level, the sell out the open was not a bad idea. But the fact that we kind of clip that and come back up and negate that 133 area on a market catalyst, right? That's more than enough reason to let go of that trade idea. That's more than enough reason to let go of that bias and really respect market sentiment as Microsoft really pushing back up towards those highs, that strength. You can see it right here at the top, pushing towards new highs. Let's see if we can really get towards that 370 on the day. But yeah, no, I have cooled off of Microsoft there. I want to see that. I want to see that fade kind of come in. And maybe, you know what? Maybe it's not a bad idea to get short on Disney here. But that 85.40 kind of coming in as well. I left about 40 cents on the table, 40 to 50 cents on the table on that Disney short. Now, let's pull up some of those other faders as well that we were watching and see if the market has given them any sort of influence on this crazy move. We were watching Ford as well. Ford not really catching a bid, right? Moreover, it kind of sold off while the market was ripping up. So Ford not really doing too hot there. Still that seller sentiment still holding true off of that bigger, I guess, fundamental reason to sell that people might have on Ford. And then the last one was AT&T, and wow, I said the seller might not get back in right away on AT&T. AT&T does a pop out the open, the 14 holds resistance, and look at that seller kind of come back in. That tight trend back into low of day on AT&T. A lot of missed trades, a lot of big trades that we could have had with size. Giving us some real risk there, but you know what?
All the way
this
back,
week is nowhere from being done. We will have more opportunity as if you are planned out for the week and you can execute on that plan. It seems like some of those plans really coming in now. My lack of execution coming into question there as to whether I can really execute on some of the trade ideas that I have. Right. So again, that's something I'm realizing and learning as a beginning trader here on the floor. Kind of really make a plan and execute the plan. Shout out to Prad. One of the first things he says to me, he comes up to me in the morning, and he was just like, "Buddy, make a plan, trade the plan." And I was like, "Yo, there's so much on the table. I got like 10 plans. I'm gonna try to focus on a couple of them." And yeah, what did I focus on? I focused on Amazon because I'm most comfortable with Amazon, and Amazon kind of did its own thing with respect to the markets. Now you never know what can happen, right? We couldn't have expected an intraday catalyst that could rip the market's face off today, but lo and behold, we get that with Microsoft. So got to stay on our feet, got to stay quick, got to hone in those momentum scalps as best as we can on these crazy moves. And maybe I gotta go back and kind of reassess this trade right here that happened on Microsoft. Is a playbook trade for me. An intraday catalyst is a playbook trade for me. So I did not execute very well on that as that all-time high break, plus the 350 break, plus this 15,800 on the NQ breaking, plus the high of pre-market consolidation on the NQ breaking, like A plus confluence for that Microsoft long. And now you guys saw the note that I wrote down yesterday. I said 351 breaks, go long, all caps. And my execution on that idea really faulty, as I take scraps off the move, taking just quick breaks, quick scalps, but bigger picture idea really followed through off that all-time high break, 151.80 into 165. Maybe a bit of relief here. Let me pull that 1 minute back up before I pass it back to Prad. That 1 minute, and then throw up the EMA just to give us direction on the trend. I already know the 1 minute has broken because we're testing it on the 3. Yeah, look at that. Now we could just do a bit of over-under on this trend here. That 365 coming in, we tried to push that 370, didn't really happen. 365 shorts looking like they are a decent idea. Excuse me, a decent idea for the short. Let's see if we can get short underneath this consolidation low and the trend break on Microsoft. We are pulling back off of just under 16 as well. So is that 16 break going to come in clean? I highly doubt that. We are less than 100 points away from that on the NQ. So a bit of relief here, finally coming in on Microsoft with some significant change in that pace on the tape as well as the pace of the trend. So maybe the short's coming in. Let me see if I can potentially find a short on Amazon or some of the other names as well, as this market potentially looks for a pullback. Brad?
Yeah, I'm currently short QQQ, and I like that idea of looking for shorts across the board. Maybe NVIDIA after hitting that 475.33, giving you somewhat of a top to short off of. Microsoft obviously not working out. Ramin or Fabian, if you guys have the lunchtime animation, would you mind hitting that? Because I would like to show the lunch that we got over here for today. Not bad. I'm not sure what it even is, to be honest, so I can't really tell you what it is. Lunchtime. So some fries, obviously some fries. What's that? Turkey? Female bacon with turkey? Or is it just female bacon and cheese and tomato? Yeah, I think it's just female bacon, turkey, and tomato with a slice of cheese and a nice soft bun. Shout out to our caterers for the lunchtime today. I also stole a couple pieces of, I guess, tofu from the salad bowl over there. I guess, I like tofu. That's not tofu though. What is that? That's feta cheese. That's not tofu. Never mind. Yeah, I like feta cheese. So I stole a couple pieces of feta cheese. Sorry. Shout out to Soft Bun, says Justin. Female bacon? No, P-male. P-E-M-A-L-E. P-male bacon. Currently doing some research on Activision as to when their date ends. I think Neil said it ends today, and yeah, look at that. Can be extended to July 18th. What is today? Today is the 18th, right? Yeah. So outside date. So what is outside date? Basically, outside date means both companies can walk away from the merger without having to pay extra fees, and that date happens to be today. And they're trying to extend that date a little bit longer because they're actually trying to, make the deal go through and so on. Market is pulling back. Our QQQ shorts are now 30 cents in the money. Let's see if that short ends up being a pretty decent short. Looks like NVIDIA wants to pull back too. Microsoft most likely pulling back without us. So yeah, there goes the Microsoft short. Shout out to anyone who had that. I tried that short so much. It didn't work out for me. It ended up being my worst trade of the day today so far. And now, finally, the pullback is coming in off that 366.78 area. Market finally giving you a little bit of a move down. What does inside day mean, though, says Casey. I'm guessing you're just joking around over there. But an inside day is basically when a stock is trading within yesterday's candle. For example, AT&T and Verizon today will be considered having an inside day because they're basically trading in last night's range. Microsoft now pulling back to this 50-period EMA, sorry, not the 100. Pulling back to the 50-period EMA on this 1 minute. Maybe we can see some supports coming in around this area. QQQ also pulling back to the 50-period on the 1 minute over here. 40 cents of the money on that short. Microsoft, really the poor trading on this stock today to the long side and to the short side. Kind of upsetting on my part over here. Should have traded that way better. Could have had a monstrous day today if I just traded that properly, but that's fine. We can always come back to it tomorrow with these new ranges being formed. Finally, some fun on a big large cap tech stock over here. Not too long ago, we got to do that on NVIDIA, AMD coming into, not AMD, or Apple kind of coming into these same ranges a little bit. We also have, earnings coming up very soon for Netflix, for Tesla, also for all these other large cap stocks. So a lot of fun to be had for the rest of this next few weeks over here on the market. QQQ short looking like it wants to bounce a little bit as the S&P 500 also showing us a little bit of a green chart, and Microsoft showing us a little bit of a green candle, and Microsoft showing us a little bit of a green candle. Maybe we get a little bit of a bounce over here off the 50-period EMA, but I'm looking for the overall continuation move to the downside on all markets over here. That move was orchestrated by none other than Microsoft. So I'm guessing, maybe we have a little bit of a reality check over here on all the markets. Bring it back to the downside a little bit. And Microsoft also has some profit taking, because clearly there was no profit taking for the last 15, 20 minutes that the stock has had.
Yeah, man. I step off to go to the bathroom, and Microsoft finally. I mean, I guess we talked about it right before I left. Convincingly breaking that trend down on Microsoft. So let's see if we can get short in and under that 365, if that'll really come in. So we have started to slow down. So what I want to do here, we saw that it was tightly holding this trend on the 1 minute. Now I don't usually trade on the 1 minute. It'll take very specific niche scenarios like this one to get me to trade on the 1 minute, because the volatility is so extremely high, and it is more worth it to observe on the 1 minute. But now that we've started to slow down back to the downside, I'll get back up to a larger time frame to really see the bigger picture move kind of come in there. So we know that 365 is a kind of a key area as well. Let's see on the 15-minute. Now 15-minute, look at that pullback kind of really coming in on Microsoft. But yeah, careful, watch out for the wicks. We are still strong on the trend on the 15-minute, on the 5 as well, but we have started to break lower than the 5. So when things tend to slow down, I find that the trend could still hold, but it'll slow down. So to kind of see where that trend might respect, you got to go up a couple time frames for that pullback in to really observe. So we can see on the 5, it's getting some support right here at the bottom of the trend, and then on the 15, we're very far away from that as the move really did accelerate. So the 15 I won't be looking at right now. Anybody who was trading off the 15 in the morning, yeah, they got ripped off of this one candle here. I did also have short bias coming in, but yeah, no, this markets are very peculiar in wild in how they move and trade, right? So it's always an active battle, active struggle to kind of stay on our feet, pick up on the nuances. Chat blowing up Carvana. Sure, we can take a look at Carvana. Let me bring that up real quick. CVNA. I don't want to miss out on the Microsoft short underneath 365 if and when it does come in. But we had that $40 level on Carvana, and look at that. We broke that level today. I didn't even realize we were past 40. But yeah, crazy move. Continuation. Carvana. What did we say about this name, right? We've been trading this on and off for the past few weeks. This is squeeze mode on the larger time frame. A lot of long-term players are stuck in this name. Now, yesterday, you know what? I got to do better. I got to do better than this, man. Yesterday, I saw that we failed off that 45 area, and I was like, there is no follow-through on this move. I'm looking for the backside on Carvana. I'm waiting for the backside on Carvana. And when I saw that 45 reject, I'm like, okay, we have the potential to start making a move back down. But look at how the low of range holds on top of this 36, right? Very muted. You try to pop to the upside, fail, and you come back in and you fail to follow through to the downside. You do that 3 days in a row right after you have this exhaustion off the 45, right? So definitely shorts getting trapped off of that. Swing shorts in particular, right? Those are the players really playing for the bigger picture move. And when you're trying to do that on the front side of a move and there's lack of follow through to the downside and it looks flat like this, there's only one way to go. And look at the pre-market as well. The pre-market can be a tell as well. Look how tightly consolidated the pre-market is. You dip in the pre-market and out the open, you blast through the top. So yeah, go long off of that pre-market high break for a potential reclaim of this kind of move. But when you break both those highs, yeah, you're starting to set some fire underneath some of those shorts. As you know, this name has the potential to continue squeezing. What was it, a 50% short float or something like that at some point? But I think it's much less now. But we were looking left last week. We were like, oh yeah, 43. If 43 breaks, next level is this consolidation low here at 50. So 50 obviously also a psychological level, but the real resistance here at 58. So we're no more than just about 10, 15 points away from that 58. So yeah, let's see if that really comes in over time. The weekly really accelerating as well on Carvana. So yeah, weekly, we've had green week after green week. So if you are looking at bigger picture, the bigger picture is very, very clear here with this strength. A little bit of expanding volume into that, and we kind of get back low here. But yeah, let's see if we can get some volume into this 57, 58 test in the coming days. Disney really giving me that FOMO, that selling really happening on Disney, man. We missed that trade, but you know what I ask myself every day? What's the next trade? What's the next trade, Brad? Because I did not. as I passed it over to him, he almost had a fry in his mouth. You know what? I'll let you finish that. I'll let you finish that.
I want to talk about Netflix.
I'm gonna let you finish.
I want to talk about Netflix. Because people in the chat are talking about Netflix. Netflix holding that 50-period EMA on the 1 minute, moving past the high day again and breaking out 465, 466. So now Netflix is joining the party and rallying to the upside. These stocks are all taken off one by one at a time, and you know, it's good to see the tech basket absolutely rallying to the upside. So congratulations for the Netflix bulls. You would think that Netflix would kind of be in the same problem that Disney's having with the whole Writers Guild Association going on strike and so on, Hollywood going on strike. But obviously Netflix has a much wider variety of catalog, not just the Hollywood side. They have the Indian markets, they have the Korean markets, and so on. So because of that, Netflix over here wins that argument and has been taken off for the last few days, even with the strike going on. And you see what's going on with Disney. Your boy Obi over here, talking about how he's having FOMO for missing out on the Disney short, and I agree with that. That Disney short back through 90 ever since the Writers Guild Association news got announced. You got a pretty good swing short every single day off of that move. So shout out to that trade. May I reintroduce myself? My name is Hove H to the okay. I'm guessing that's what you were trying to go to. Wow, this guy named himself in chat now Female Bacon.
some great names there. I'm just reading the chat here. What do we got going on in the chat? Netflix, PWM, CompSRX talking about Baba. You know what? I like the look on Baba. Baba's. Why do I like Baba? It's very similar. It's like a relative of Amazon, right? So. I do like the look on Baba. So let's take a look on Baba there. Take a quick. Wow. Okay. You know what? Actually, I might want to get a little long here on Amazon as we speak. But yeah, Baba going the opposite direction there. 90 incoming on Baba. Good look there. But yeah, no. You know what? Let me pull up Amazon real quick because it is headed to the upside. Now, if we break out, Amazon is not an NY ticker. Amazon is a NASDAQ ticker. Let me just pull that up. Let me get that tape right for you. Actually, you know what? I pulled it up on the wrong one. You know what? That's fine. But yeah, so right here, let me get this wick out of the way. Always messing with the chart reading, these wicks. So yeah, let me just take a look at that wick, 127. Yeah, that does not belong there. So let me just do that. Quick edit of the chart gives us a nice look there. Look, pre-market highs are getting taken out on Amazon as we speak. So I kind of want to get long here. Just maybe risking that 33 area-ish as we push higher as a potential squeeze mode is being activated on Amazon. That 131 being very, very key. So I don't think it's too surprising here that we get this strength, we get the follow through, and now we're pushing for pre-market consolidation highs. Let me just take a look left real quick on this ticker so we can get some targets from the day before. We have this consolidation low at 33.50 that might give us some trouble from yesterday. So let's see if we can convincingly get past this 33.50. We can see that that's also kind of pre-market high from the 4 to 6 a.m. session. Here, the first couple hours of the market open in the pre-market, that 133.50. So yeah, let's see if we can take it for a quarter into that high. This market is very, very strong as well. So if we start to negate some of these prices when we thought we were going to come in nicely, we see that the chart is respecting key levels, right? The chart is respecting key levels. Just looking left, where do we bounce from? Can we expect this bounce to be significant? I think so, and it's showing us that it is significant off that 131.50 on Amazon. So if we can kind of negate some of these highs, we could really get going. Microsoft as well, still underneath that 365. So you know what, I'll keep that on watch as well, because I do want to get in short if the momentum is truly gone. But if we kind of consolidate in this upper region of this strength, consolidate and hold, I don't want to be short there, because the move isn't really following through, isn't really reverting back to the downside, and that'll only leave it with one direction to go, to the upside, right? So we know that we are testing all-time highs, we're testing brand new highs as well. So let's see if that can really come in today, or the move kind of consolidates and pulls back. I think, I mean, me being a little bit more biased, that's what I'm looking for. Whether that's what we'll get or not, that's a totally different story. These markets raging to the highs, ES and SPY kind of, I can see them from the corner of my eye ticking up towards their highs there as well. So yeah, we'll keep that on watch.
Shout out to the production team. Someone DM'd us and asked us if we could turn on subtitles for the streams.
800 watts.
So we're gonna try something new out for the after the close stream. We're gonna actually enable subtitles to try it out. What it means is, for anyone out there who's watching us in a different language, if you're having issues with understanding in what language we're talking in, you can just turn on closed captions, and you'll be able to. Hopefully, Google Translate does a good job at it. Google Translate will be able to translate anything we're saying from English to your native language in whatever country you're in. So we'll be trying that out. Make sure to turn on live subtitles for the 4 o'clock stream that I'll be jumping on, talking about the earnings movers, all the movers that happened today, such as this Microsoft move and so on, and even other stocks that might move tomorrow in the after hours, like Netflix and Tesla and so on. So shout out to the production team. Make sure you tune into that one. We'll have a lot of fun for the 4 o'clock stream. Can it translate Canadian to English? Good one, Steve B. Good one.
Nice. That's
good
funny.
One. Baba long stage. Let's go check out what Baba's looking like. I haven't looked at Baba for a couple of days now. I think the catalyst on it took a couple last week ago, or a week or two ago, was pretty strong. About a week ago. It was pretty strong. Obviously took it back above 90. Now pulling back to 90, looking for a supports to maybe build in around this $90 area. QQQ running back to the high a day, running past through the high and trying to take out, see if we can go much, much higher. Where are we going next? PGY up 14%, says Zachary. Let's go check out PGY. PGY up 14% today. Not sure if this was an earnings play or something. It wasn't on my radar for the most part. But yeah, up 14%. Trying to take out the $2 high that we created. High a day, $2 not too long ago, actually. Maybe if a volume spike can come in, wipe out that level. As it is past lunchtime now, it's past 1 o'clock. So expecting volume to come back into the market, and looks like market wants to take that volume to the higher side. So S&P 500 running back higher, QQQ running back higher, both of them trying to take out the higher days. QQQ successfully taking out the higher day, I think, but SPY marching back to the higher day over here, taking all of their positions with it to the north side. Microsoft not yet to the higher day just yet, but going back to 364 right now as we're talking about it. I think NVIDIA is somewhere around 470, sorry, no, 473, 475 still, near the high days for NVIDIA. Wow. People said AMD is gone. What does that mean? Let's go check out AMD. AMD's still near 117, not really doing too much. I guess, you know, you could look for some longs over here, but if you are bullish on the market, if you are thinking about longs, maybe just getting back into Microsoft for a possible, you know, fifth leg or whatever leg it's on back to the north side over here. Just buy the dips. It's easier to just play the trend. The trend is your friend, and just follow it, right? Play the dips as long as the dips are holding. Play the trend as long as the trend is holding, and enjoy the profits as they roll into your bank account. Microsoft, absolutely insane today. I have no words for it. Bank of America, I did close that position quite a while ago. Let's go check out where that position is. And it's still near 30.80. Looks like we can't go too much higher than 30.80 right now on BAC. Tesla 290 breaks us chat. 290 did break earlier, so it's a little too late for that call out. The 291 break coming up now, though. There's about 500 lots or so on 291. Tesla about to break that as the S&P 500 marching up and NASDAQ marching up. There goes 291 break, but not too much happening just yet. Let's see if volume is there. You can see the increase in volume coming in. So stair stepping up at the moment. 20 cents in the money if you did take that break, I guess. But yeah, I didn't throw my order out there. As you guys saw, my hands are kind of just relaxed at the moment. You would want Tesla to, you know, run up more. At this time of day too, you know, breakout's not really the best time of the day to take a breakout. Usually breakouts you're looking for 9:30 to 10 o'clock, 10:30 or so. But 1 o'clock, you know, you're expecting people to come back from their lunch breaks and so on. Maybe it is an okay time to take a breakout. The 290 just reserved there. We did print slightly under 291, sorry. But 291 not really reserving too much. It did hold. Now we're not getting under it. There's a little bit of a dark pool sell action coming in. There we go, right back under 291 over here. 291 not reserving, no iceberg, and a little bit of a down move incoming. Not just yet. I mean, markets are still deciding what they want to do, honestly. S&P 500 trying to see what it wants to do. Same with NASDAQ. KRE, which is your regional bank ETFs at the high days at the moment, and also pulling back. So it looks like some of these regional banks might be pulling back at the moment, like WAL. WAL struggling around 43. PACW struggling around 9. So PACW pulling back to this VWAP 889 area or so. You guys can see my chart right here, taking profits for the most part on that stock. Got bored of it. Didn't really want to hold my last few shares any longer, so I got out of it. There goes QQQ for a high day break. So here comes NVIDIA, Microsoft, I'm guessing, right back to the north side.
Yeah, I got a little bit more along there on that Amazon. 133 is holding for now as we speak. So as these markets kind of push towards their highs, let's see if we can really get that break on that Amazon. I am looking for kind of that pre-market consolidation. It has started to be negated, right? We're right here in the 133.20. So if we really push past this convincingly on Amazon, I think we really have ways to go back towards the upside, maybe even towards that 135. As some of these names are really going. Now I know you guys called out Tesla, and I brought it up. I do also have it up here on level 2. So I will be watching for this break. This pre-market high comes in right here, just underneath that 292, right? So just underneath that 292, let's see if we can convincingly break and push towards that high on Tesla. But that's what I'll be watching for here. We're seeing this market unfold. Extremely strong Microsoft really pulling things up, and I guess UNH as well. Let's take a look at UNH real quick, as that was a name of interest a few days ago. UNH looking like it's strong as well on the day. Just pull that up for you guys. Yeah, that 500 kind of coming back in on UNH. So 475 kind of held the consolidation lows. Yes, yesterday, no, 2 days ago off that earnings rip up. So earnings, you have earnings, you move from 450 to 480, you hold 475. Coming out the open yesterday, you hold 475, and then today, pre-market, you're consolidating above earnings reaction highs, and then you have a blast opening drive in and towards 500. So a lot of confluencing factors for the UNH long there, pushing into the 500 test on the day. But yeah, UNH looking like it's been a great trade today. Now I know, I think I saw just in passing somebody in the chat saying, how can you be in no positions in a market like this? Oh man, we've been in and out of positions. Trust me, we've been in and out. We're taking scalps. We're trying to stay on our feet. And you know what? If the trade is not there, then the trade is not there, right? But we've got to be looking for things that are part of our playbook, that are part of our skill set, to really capitalize on our abilities, right? So that's why you might not see us in positions sometimes, because it's just not the right opportunity, right? Part of being a day trader is making the right decisions, right? A big part of being a day trader is making the right decisions. So part of that decision making could very well be only playing stocks that are part of your playbook or part of your skill set, right? So yeah, there's no problem with not being in a position or not even trading on the day because your setup isn't there or your levels aren't there or whatever it is. So you know. It is what it is. We are taking positions off, scalps off of this crazy move. I'm still waiting for that 133 defense to really come in and show its face here as these markets rage to the high side. Amazon staying a little muted there, just underneath pre-market levels, kind of coiling up into that piece. We've been consolidating for about 10 pennies for the past what is this? Since about 1 o'clock, so about the past 15 minutes. So, you know, I've been consolidating in about a 10 penny range since then. So let's see what that'll bring us.
Another viewer saying Pratt has been more in positions today than you have been all week. I don't know about that, but no, I like what Obi said. You guys got to realize that we are not the same trader that you are at home, right? Your trading style is very, very much different than what we are supposed to be doing over here. We all have different risk parameters. Your risk parameter is completely different to based on your bank account, based on you know, your risk appetite. Over here, sorry? Meta did break high day. People in the chat were talking about it. So yeah, we're looking at that one, 313, 314 coming in. But coming back to that topic, you know, everyone's got different risk appetites. Everyone's got different risk tolerances, even mental capital. Some of us could be mentally burnt out after what happened with Microsoft, you know, going longs, going shorts, going all over the place. And hence you might be just sitting back a little bit, getting your mental capital recollect. But yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, you should technically still be in the Microsoft long. You should look at Meta at the moment right now, breaking out the high days. You guys can see on the chart. So all stocks over here on that run up. NASDAQ only now 50-ish points away from technically 60 some odd points away from you know, hitting that wonderful 16K marker. So insane moves coming in across the board over here. I'm patiently waiting at this point to see at what point can I short the QQQ market. Does it get to 1600? Does it give me a short around this 15,950? I already missed out on the train on most of the longs I want to be on, and I'm not going to punch the high days over here. Microsoft punching the high day as every time it was making a high day makes sense because it was completely new levels that the stock was discovering. We've never been at these prices. It's new prices, new all-time highs. But for Meta, I'm not going to really chase the stock over here because, A, these prices have been played out before, and we've seen the stock come here before in these areas. So right now, just being patient. NASDAQ also, you know, NASDAQ could flush in a second. So I'm not really getting ready for any longs over here. These moves have been insane so far. So NASDAQ could flush in a second if I want to. I'm being patient. I got you know, lots of time here for the day. It's only 1:19. There's no reason for me to push size, get shut down before 4 o'clock, and then watch multiple other opportunities come in, and then be like, hey, why did I even think about taking that trade? So never a reason to get into a trade that's not in your playbook, as Obi-Wan Kenobi-san has said that earlier. QQQ pulling back right now. A little minor pullback, not too much pullback coming in. Minor pullback on the futures. PAC-W and friends are still holding up in these higher end of the areas, I guess, because KRE, the ETF I'm watching, KRE holding up in the higher end of the ranges. I'm also looking at the, oh, is that what you mean by MICS? Every time someone in the chat said MICS, I thought they meant like actually like mics. But then, you know, I check my mic, I check Obi's mic, and both of our mics were fine. But there's actually a ticker over here that gapped up more than 4%, MICS, up actually 46% on the day with 88 million shares traded. Looks like it recently got back above $1 or so. Today almost up to $2. And yeah, MICS, I'm surprised. I thought you were just complaining about our mics not working. But no, they meant they meant the ticker mics. Never mind.
Yeah, I mean it's easy to get that mixed up there. Hey, I'm still watching this this consolidation here happening. Now you see, everything has done it. Meta's broken its highs. Microsoft has broken its highs. Where is Amazon at? Amazon's still kind of still holding on. Like I said, this thing does trade a little bit differently from the rest of the other beta tickers. Kind of lags behind a bit sometimes. There is a lot of fugazi. There's a little bit of you know, there's games on the tape, I guess you can say. It's not very clean, but it usually kind of does give you the bigger picture move there. Yeah, you know what? Let me just get these wicks really coming in and taking off the chart reading there today. But yeah, no, that 133 defense is what we'll be looking for here on Amazon as these markets looking like they're still teetering near their highs. Now, Microsoft does look like it is starting to come in, but a little bit more sideways than the fade is on right now. Yeah, Isildur says drinking game. One sip every time says fugazi. Yeah,
you're trying to go to hospital doing that.
Yeah, I know. Every time I say fugazi, there's a lot of fugazi in these markets, so you got to stay on your feet for sure. But yeah, no, this 133 defense, that's what I'll be looking for here. Maybe a potential 360 test on Microsoft could really bring that in. But look at this, we have started to kind of break this trend and push to the upside there on Amazon. Meta coming back in there. I was looking for that Meta long, but we kind of push hard and holding above this 311-ish area. That's what I'll be watching for. 311 hold on Meta for a potential long, or just doesn't necessarily have to hold that specific level either, right? Just in and around that area level hold. Would be nice to see to get into a long. We know that 310 area was key as well from before. So yeah, some key areas definitely being tested, being recycled, being washed around. You know, money moving hands for sure in this volatile market. NQ still creeping up into that 16. Like I said, we cannot expect that to be clean. And is it clean? It's definitely not clean, man. Where you're not gonna expect a 250-point move to show any sort of cleanliness, except especially into like a key level like 16, right? So we are seeing a bit of chop just underneath that in that last 100 points into the 116, which I think is fair enough to expect that. People talking about coin as well.
People also talking about mics, Obi, but this time not the ticker. They're talking about your mic.
Was it muted?
No, it's you just need to point it up. It's our production crew. They're talking about your mic needs to be pointed up. Thank you, Obi. So people can hear clearly, more clearly at least. People talking about something about water, and then something else in the chat. Not sure what's going on over there. Agua, H2O. Not sure what chat's going on about. Bitcoin back under 30K, Obi. Bitcoin back under 30K, so might mean Coinbase probably back under no freaking way.
Oh man. Oh, where's that keyboard going?
I'm about to send this keyboard flying out, bro. I wanted that 105 short, you know, but it was above 105, and I was like, okay, maybe it's gonna hold. We're gonna walk away from it. Walked away from it. Had no alerts set up. Bitcoin breaking to the downside. Where's my chart? Oh, that's so sad. Bitcoin breaking the downside, getting below 30K, taking Coinbase below 105 here, pushing much, much lower. Now down 3% on the day, 102 incoming on Coinbase. Sadly, I can't break this keyboard. It's my baby. It's only cost $100 too, so I can just break it and buy a new one. But no, I'm not gonna break this keyboard. Coinbase dropping. I'm guessing Mara and everything is dropping to the downside. Where's that keyboard going? Yeah, no. Is Microsoft halted? Question mark, question mark, question mark. That's impossible. Microsoft's not halting.
Imagine.
Microsoft's not halted.
No.
If Microsoft halts, it's probably because the whole market halted, and that did happen once back in 2020. Back in 2020, the whole
Limit
NASDAQ
down.
market opened into a halt. Lud-P halt.
Blood peas. Yeah, definitely. I like those. Yeah, the 133 is still kind of holding. We did kind of break below that, but not really convincingly, I don't think so. I am watching some of the larger time frames here to see if that kind of move comes in or not. As this drive was kind of started off with Microsoft, and Microsoft is holding near its highs, I am looking for this new range trend to hold true. Let me show you guys what I am looking at here. So yeah, just we had this kind of this flat top, I guess you want to call it. This place was kind of resisting. Okay, right there, right, and then you also have this going. Oh, where is it? You also have a little bit of this going on as well. I was accumulating long in the morning when I saw that we were doing this, and then we kind of start accelerating into this break here, right? So can we hold this this trend here? That's what I'll be looking for. If we can respectfully hold this and push back towards the highs, we could very well get a test of these pre-market levels, 33.50 and maybe even into 34, previous days consolidation range from 33s to 34 there. So yeah, we could potentially get that. This market is absolutely strong, and Amazon has not really shown us that strength yet, but it seems like the strength is coming in one by one as Meta snapping up to the upside, breaking that range consolidation from the day. We thought we were double topping right here underneath that 312, and look at what happens, right? That 312 breaks convincingly again. What is that? At 1312. So around 112, you have that strength come in, which is about the same time as no, not the same time as Microsoft, but a little bit after, a couple hours after. But yeah, no, this is happening very recently. I forgot. This happened a few minutes ago.
Just Googling, when was Microsoft last halted? I don't really see anything on it. You know, obviously it doesn't say 2002, but I see an article over here as 2001. Apparently NASDAQ halted Microsoft for 3 hours in 2001. I'm sure Neil remembers it like it was yesterday. Do you remember trading on this day over here when they halted it for 3 hours, Neil? Of course, he says. Wow, okay, I was just making a joke. He says he remembers it. Not sure what the catalyst was, but yeah, look, companies as big as Microsoft and Apple, if they're halting, that's something crazy happening, right? We're not going to see that. Today, though, now QQQ, as I expected, you know, it was moving down. I was getting ready to get into a short, but nope, because it's moving right back to the north side. The trend is your friend. The trend is my friend. The trend is your 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 friend.
You get a trend. You get a trend. You get a trend.
So you just got to remember the trend is my friend, and just follow the trend, because if you just kept buying every single dip over here on the QQQ today, it was paying you. Same with the S&P 500. The dips were good, amazingly tasting, creamy garlic dips coming in from the market over here, and all you had to do was take a bite, baby, take a bite. Who's making money with RBT? Not even sure what that stock is. Let's go check out RBT. If it's a penny stock, I'm moving away from it. It's a 25 million shares traded on a penny stock over here. Decent pump up today, though, 41% to the north side. We did get a nice pump up over here. Also took out a range from past. Wait, I just said I'll walk away from the stock, and I'm still talking about it. But no, we took out a good 10 days or more range over here. Looks like a little bit of a catalyst coming in for RBT. Congratulations to our viewer on that one. OBRA mentioning. Is that Obi's company? OBRA?
No,
I think you mean OPRA, right? Opera?
Oh yeah, that was another
OBRA
ticker,
like
yeah.
opera, but OB, he's making a joke. Yeah, see, I got it. I knew it was a joke. I felt that one coming. I just saw that one coming. But since you're talking about OPRA, let's go take a look at this stock too. We talked about this stock not too long ago about its potential run up to the north side after it broke the all-time highs. Sadly, it did come right back in to test the liquidity in this demand area. OPRA now holding up at somewhere in this range. And now chat saying, oh, Prad, funny. It wasn't my joke, chat. It was somebody in the chat who did it. I just read it. Trust me, I would have been making such horrible jokes. I'm joking.
I mean, no. I mean, you have some good jokes.
Chat
most of the time.
Chat
most
thought
of
it
the
was
time.
my joke. It wasn't my joke. It was a joke I just saw in the chat, and I just deciphered that joke. My jokes, I don't have to explain my jokes.
They're pretty funny.
They're pretty funny.
They're pretty funny. When they are funny, they're pretty funny. But yeah, so
OB.
that 365 coming in.
OB,
the
July 29th, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
What's happening then?
Yeah. Sleep with an eye open. bud.
Okay. I'll sleep with both open. They're probably not even gonna be sleeping. But yeah, let's see. Party all night at Prad's barbecue coming up. But yeah, that 133 holding, I like that. It wasn't necessarily convinced on that break below that 133. Definitely stopping some people out that were chasing the move like I was. But again, embody the fugazi, right? So we buy some there and we buy some there as well. So and then we learned that our second entry was probably the better place to buy with some more size, right? But yeah, let's see if those highs kind of come back in. This market looking a little strong for now. Microsoft still holding, but you know what? This candle right here, this wick off of this consolidation low, looking like it's almost a failure to follow through on Microsoft into that 362.50. We bid back up rapidly off of that. So if we can break this 364, this tight consolidation that we've had between 362.5 and 364, if we break it either way, I'm thinking to the upside based off of what this has been doing, right? Look at this, the NQ setting up for a potential 3-bar play, with the last one being a little bit of an indecisive doji. But yeah, no, that swing fail pattern on Microsoft looking like it could give us some more upside, a potential retest of that 365 incoming. And I'm also seeing that strength follow through on Amazon as well. Now I remember in the chat somebody was asking to check Apple and some of the other names as well, so we can pull those up too. And look at that, Apple has kind of made a low on the day, and we've kind of been pushing back up into this morning range here. So do we test the top of the range? Potentially, but we have held and supported the bottom of this previous range after breaking through it. Maybe a failure to follow through on a larger time frame there. On Apple, you failed to break below convincingly of this 192.80. You only get 40 pennies away from that, and then you rebid back into the trend, and the trend is kind of picking up as well to the long side. Makes sense as this market looking like it's going to melt up into the later half of the day here, with some of these highs being broken. A lot of players, intraday players, I'm going to say this again, intraday players getting stacked on top of weekly players, getting stacked on top of potential all-time high, people who are shorting off the all-time highs that came in maybe a couple of weeks or a couple of months ago as well. So you have a multiple stack of different time frame players getting squeezed out on Microsoft on that name. So this price action looks like it is warranted for a squeeze as we hold well within 15% of this full move. Well within 15% of the highs, or 15-25% of the highs of this move. No real reversion coming in. So, and a failure to follow through to the downside. I'll be looking out for that long. Amazon also coming in. Let's see a convincing move back into that 134. If the move is really there, and if we have a bit of a reversion on the price action we've had over the past couple of days there on Amazon.
Obi, Max, even Neil, if you're coming, you're invited. You better be ready for an absolute tournament. Let's go to the screen. We're going to have a tournament over here, something like this on the party that I'm hosting. A pillow fighting competition. The winner gets to take all the extra food home. All right? Pillow fight competition. We're gonna have a great time. So yeah, sadly Brendan said he's not gonna be there. So no Brendo's steak. That's gonna be a sad moment. his steak last time. Were you there last time?
No, I
Oh,
wasn't.
his
I
steak
did
last
hear
time
stories
was-
about the steak. I heard it was real good. Yeah.
Finger licking good, man.
Damn.
Finger licking good. Taking that from KFC straight up. But yeah, pillow fight competition, no doubt. Blindfolded pillow fighting competition, and we'll stream it too.
There goes
TradерTV Live.
Microsoft. There goes Microsoft.
Again, high day.
Don't mean to cut you. I'm sorry. I've cut
no,
off
go for
Brad
it, go
maybe
for
like
it.
3 or 4
It's going
times
again
today.
for
All of
high
this
day.
crazy momentum that we're having. We're seeing that follow through coming
taking
in
high day.
on Microsoft. Let's see. We're here now. I have so many tapes up here as well. Yeah, 365 coming in potentially on Microsoft. That momentum coming back in. 1:30 time. People are coming back. To their desks potentially as Prad mentioned earlier. So that 365 coming in. Let's see if we can get that push up into that later half, the closing session of the day as we are approaching. That little bit of a swing fail, or the failure to follow through, whatever you want to call it. Wick happened right there into the 362, and then we get that pop up to the upside on Microsoft. So I like that look. Let's see if we can convincingly break through that 365 to really put this move into play here. A push for the highs and a potential push towards that 16 on the NQ here as we are slowly creeping up, as well as into that 4600 on the ES. Now, Amazon really giving me some trouble here, really coasting in and around this price, but I like it. You gotta stay patient for this ticker. You gotta stay a little patient when it's doing the grind, when it's doing the build up, as the bigger picture move has probability to go through. But again, managing the risk well is what I'm trying to do on this position at the same time, right? So 365, I'll be watching that. 365 potentially incoming here on Microsoft. But it would be, if we don't get through it convincingly, it would be printing a lower high. But again, bigger picture, Microsoft has got space. We've made new highs. 375 in the books, potentially, only 10 points away from it. But yeah, let's see if that move really comes in here on these markets.
Button in my shirt.
Yep, no worries. Let's take a look at the chat to see if you guys got any other plays. Deadlines for SEC government approval of spot Bitcoin ETF come into sight as the number is listed on the Federal Register. Okay, Isildur. Apparently,
Isildur, he loves you, eh? Deadline for SEC.
That's coming back in. Yeah, so maybe you want to take a look at crypto there, Prad. Maybe
yeah,
that's,
cryptos are still falling. Coinbase still going down. Is that the story over there? Let's quickly open up my Bitcoin chart. Close that one. Go here. Click there. What is cryptocurrencies doing at the moment? Go to the 5-minute chart. Yeah, Bitcoin's still going to the downside. What's the catalyst for that one, my friend? SEC approval for spot Bitcoin ETF comes in slight as numbers are listed on the Federal Register. Comes into sight. Oh, okay. So yeah, it's getting closer. Time's getting there. Guys, I said P-mail, not female. You guys are tripping out in the chat. P-mail bacon, not female bacon. Quick switch to crypto. Yeah, coming back to crypto over here. Mara, Coinbase, Riot, BTBT, all those stocks. Always fun to take a look at those ones, how they're moving around. For some reason, my Bluetooth on this keyboard is lagging. Don't like that. Might have to start wiring this keyboard. Overall, though, that 18, 17 area that we've been watching on Mara now coming back into play again today. But today to the downside, rejections as Bitcoin is selling off. If the spot market, which is Bitcoin, is selling off, we're getting a nice little move to the downside getting hurt over here for MARA. Even Coinbase, you saw that short on Coinbase pushing to the downside, that 105 area I was looking at, sadly did not have any alerts set up, so missed out on that move for Coinbase. How low can Bitcoin go at this point is the question. I want to see. I think I saw an article that said Bitcoin goes to 120K by 2024. So, hey, if that one happens, I'll be very, very happy, because that means I finally make some money on Bitcoin over there. So time to scale up on BTC, says Justin Time. Not a Bitcoin advisor, not an advisor at all to begin with, so I can't tell you what to do with your money. If you think there's good uses for Bitcoin in the future, then obviously you might want to, invest in it. I personally am invested in it for both, for the hype and for the possible uses in the future. But it's not like an overbearing part of my portfolio where if it does go to zero, that's fine with me. I don't need that money anyways. That's a lie. I need every single dollar of it. But I'm hoping that I don't need that money anyways going into the future. And that's why part of that money is allocated to that investment. We'll see if it ends up being a hero or a zero investment going into the future for myself. As we all are on the market too, right? We're invested in dividend stocks, growth stocks, tech baskets, and so on. The same idea. If you believe in a company, for example, Microsoft. I actually believe in Microsoft, even though I'm anti-Xbox. I'm anti Microsoft Office suite. I'm anti. I could probably go on for days over here, but I'm still a Microsoft fan. You guys know how big of an anti-Apple products I am, but I'm still a fan of how Apple makes technology and how they, change the whole the technology space with any new product line that they come out with. So since I believe in Apple and that side, I don't have to buy their products. I can go buy their shares. So I would just suggest you to maybe think about it that way, about any company, any stock, any cryptocurrency that you're thinking about buying. Darwin saying Peloton on the other hand, yeah, nor will I buy their shares, nor will I buy their products.
Yeah, Peloton. That was a crazy run up. I remember being so skeptical about the product idea, and definitely learned a lot of lessons that like you can think whatever about a product. If it sells, it sells. And I think they were in the right place at the right time in a very niche, specific market, and they got those sales on those Pelotons. But look at them now, right? They flourished in that specific niche scenario, but when things got back to normal, went right back down. Another example of an overcrowded trade to the long side. If you're so convinced that a ticker is so amazing and so good, there's only so long that everybody can get before they become a seller. So that happened in a very fast and swift fashion.
It's an over-glorified clothes hanger. That's what it is.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, go outside for a run, man. Like, get some fresh air. Right? Buy a bicycle.
The amount of people I see with Peloton that used to hang their towels is ridiculous.
Yeah. No. Everybody's out here looking for convenience when the real value lies in putting in the work.
Go touch grass, bud.
Yeah.
Even the chat said touch some grass. Yeah, go touch grass, bud. Trust me, Obi and I both touch grass every day 420 without fail.
Oh yeah.
Ba-ba-ba-bam.
We got some things for that or what? Got some emotes for that? I don't know.
All right. Running on concrete is bad for your knees. That's true. Yeah, running on concrete is not good for you. Just get some Yeezys for your feet, though, I guess, right? Coming back to the market here, though, looks like NASDAQ still wants to continue making the higher highs every single step of the way. But Microsoft not pulling back to that 365 just yet. We're still under 365. Bang, 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 365 on Microsoft. So let's see if we can get above 365 and stay above it. We're still holding that 1 minute, on the 1 minute 50 period EMA over here, continuing to hold that level. So we'll see what happens on Microsoft going into the closing show at 4 o'clock to see if bigger moves comes in the after hours. Do we sell off in the after hours? What happens? You guys saw what happened with NVIDIA when it took out the all-time high. It just kept going higher and higher and higher, obviously slowly, but just kept going higher and higher and higher up to 480. So maybe Microsoft is looking to do something similar. A lot of people in the chat have been expecting 400 OB, 400 on a swing trade idea. I am not going to deny that at all.
420.
420.
Not the 400. Who trades to 400 anymore?
And then Microsoft can also join us to go touch grass.
Yeah, no. Looking at this move, kind of coming in, kind of following through on this chart. Bit of a compression into these highs, and then let's see if this compression can really. The windup was there. Let's see if it can really blast off and push off of that compression. How I kind of like to see it is. Markets are raging, and then Amazon is kind of being held down. So if you guys have ever been to a pool or the ocean or a lake or whatever, you ever try to hold down that beach ball underwater? and you try to force it, you try to push it down, you push it down, but the buoyancy is still there. What happens when that pressure lets go, right? I don't know. Maybe that's potentially what I'll be looking for here on Amazon. Not too hopeful, but if it does come, it'll be there. It'll be there, but yeah, no, I don't know. Physics, quick science, not quick maths, quick science, quick physics. But yeah,
This guy
no.
said buoyancy.
Yeah, well,
I'm not buoyant right now. I'm drowning. I'll tell you that.
Giving you an analogy, right? Giving an analogy of like I guess buying pressure versus selling pressure relative to the overall bigger picture market move that's going on, kind of, right? So maybe potentially looking for that move. It could come in, it could not come in. Who knows? But I am seeing the wind up. I am seeing the signs of a potential move like that. So let's see if we can get in. I like that 133 defense here on Amazon.
The short's too heavy, longs coming in, I'm drowning. We could make a rap out of this,
Yeah,
man.
bro.
You know, a drowning song
yeah.
with Kodak Black and what's the other
Yeah.
guy's name? A Boogie.
Yeah.
A Boogie with a hoodie.
Boogie with a hoodie. Yeah,
A
yeah,
Boogie
yeah.
with a hoodie.
Yeah, those guys were sick on that
We're
track.
so icy, wonder why she like me. I'm drowning. Water, I just bought her. Someone said rap, and now in my head, I just got rap in my head. It's got stuck, okay? But no.
Who, best rapper alive? I think I asked you this
about
question.
this,
No,
Obi.
but you
I
said you were
can't.
vibing to music.
I
But no.
can't.
If you had to pick one. If you had to pick one.
I can't, Obi.
Best rapper alive.
I can't.
I don't know.
Best rapper alive, Lil Wayne.
Best punchline
Alive.
artist, maybe. Yeah. Are you forgetting about Eminem? Eminem.
Alive,
Come
Lil
on.
Wayne.
Eminem is definitely up there.
Best baller alive, James Harden.
I think I don't know. Talk to us in the chat. For me, by far, I think one of the top lyricists of our age. Now you can ask a lot of rappers as well. Who would you not like to go toe to toe on a freestyle battle? Most of them will probably say Eminem.
Lil Wayne.
Rabbit. You already know.
Rabbit.
Dropping serious bars. You don't want Slim Shady to bring it back, right? But no, Eminem definitely
Shady
top
up,
of my
bro.
charts. Top of my charts, bro. Don't tempt him. Don't tempt him. You saw what MGK did.
Okay, kamikaze.
MGK tempted the beast, and the beast came out. You do not want to do that. I think Eminem has still got it. He is retired. He's chilling. He's relaxing, maxing, relaxing. But he could easily come out of retirement. Those skills are definitely still on deck when it comes to the lyrical finesse that Eminem has. Here goes Amazon to the upside. Boom. Take it over, Brad. What do you got? What
Boom,
you got?
boom, boom. I like it. Still watching these same few stocks that are just, waiting to see what they want to do. Chat's throwing out some, CVNA, Jobby, Joby, Joby. Why am I struggling to say that? Take your $9, $10 coming into play, 8 million shares on the day so far. Please, charts, can you please cooperate? Hi, kids, do you like violence? Now I got like lyrics stuck in my
Now
head,
you got those
bro.
lyrics stuck in your head. Okay.
I got just
I see
lyrics
that.
stuck in my head. Want to stick 9-inch nails in each one of your eyelids? All right.
Oh, man.
$10 coming to the downside, though. I thought it would be to the upside. We're actually getting it to the downside over here on JOBY. 2% down on the day. That move started not too long ago. The stock did okay volume throughout the day, but there you go. Big volume spike on the day coming in. Not too, when was it? 138, 135 or so, and now we're taking out that $10 area. Looks like there could be more extension to the downside over here on JOBY. Some sort of a news catalyst most likely kicking in and taking it down over here. Bon Joby, we're halfway there. Wow, okay, I like that. The chat's on the same vibe too. The chat's singing songs, we're singing songs. So we'll see what happens. Hi kids, do you like Primus? What's Primus? It's not Primus. It's
Prime?
No.
Primus. Okay.
Primus.
Well, that Amazon really coming back in. That 133.30s pre-market high consolidation has kind of it held above that, and it's kind of pushing towards these highs. 133.5 is that low volume pre-market kind of trading from the early 4 a.m. to 6-ish session, and then the real volume kind of comes in 7, 8 o'clock. and we've kind of we've held above that higher volume period, and now pushing towards those highs as the NQ can't stop, won't stop, don't stop. Towards those highs. Like I said, not going to be a clean test of that 16, but we are grinding up into that. So if you aren't getting chopped up, you are taking the bigger picture move. Maybe you're already long off this 15.9 or the 15.8 even. I think the 15.8 long might have been something, because I was taking shorts off of the 15.8, and I knew those shorts would be 100% wrong if that 15.8 broke. So retrospect, that could have been a great reason to go long off that 15.8, because I was basing a lot of confluencing levels on the constituents with that level, that 15.8, and then when that breaks with conviction on an intraday catalyst on the largest name on the NQ, yeah, you might want to respect that, and you might want to get long as well. And it gave you a lot of time to get long. It gave you a lot of chances to get long as well. If you missed the 15.8, it gave the pre-market high at 15.840.
Hey, yo.
That got you yesterday's high as well. It gave you that at the 15.880s. So multiple entries on some very strong momentum there on the markets. Kind of continuing into that later half of the trading session as we move closer and closer. 10 minutes left in the midday.
15,950 rejection on NASDAQ, and Microsoft showing some pullback over here. Is this the bottom, or is this the top coming in on Microsoft near 365, 363 area? Pullbacks coming in on across the board. I'm guessing 15,950 is a high day on the NASDAQ today. I'm expecting that. But if I'm wrong, 16K, not that far out. Only 50-ish points away on 16K on the market over here. I know a lot of people in the chat have been expecting that 16K. 9-ish minutes left on the midday show. Then at 2 o'clock, we go to the closing show. And then at 4 o'clock, I'll be coming back on. And a quick reminder that there will be live captions for those of you who are watching from different countries. If you're watching from, some of the other countries where you're having difficulties understanding us, you'll be able to turn on the closed captions at the 4 o'clock stream. We'll be trying something new, so click on that CC button at the bottom of YouTube, and it will translate everything for you in your native language. And please feel free to email us for any feedback on how that thing is working or not working, because we want to keep working on that feature for all of you guys, and maybe even eventually bring it into the morning and the midday show and so on. What about some D12 love?
Oh yeah.
District 12?
B12.
Like the whole Eminem crew?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
before. Yeah.
Wasn't that, what was the album called?
I don't remember.
It wasn't D12. I forget what the album was called. Oh, it was Detroit versus Everybody, right? Was that the album?
I'm not.
I forget what the album was called. Maybe chat. I forget what the album's called. No, they're talking about the Dirty Dozen though. Are they talking about somebody else? What about Royce 5'9"? Yeah, he's part of the whole crew, right? The whole Detroit versus Everybody crew or whatever. I remember listening to the album. Yeah, the chat's talking about something else, bro. D12 is a whole separate crew. Yeah, we don't know who D12 is. Chat's talking about...
No, D12 was Eminem's group, dude.
Eminem, chat's talking about something else. Not that D12.
Okay, not that D12. Okay, well, I don't know.
Chat's bringing in Neil's era music that there's no way that us two can relate to. Maybe Obi, Obi's old, but not me. Obi and I are pretty much the same age. That's the funny part. My band. Yay, my band. D12 is Eminem's group, so that... Okay, never mind, dude. We're going to move on. NVIDIA been respecting the till. What does that mean? The till? I guess you're saying that NVIDIA is still hanging out near the high days. Yeah.
Today's intraday low? Is that what that means?
Today's intraday low? I guess
so.
I mean, it's not an intraday low, I'll tell you that. It's at the intraday high.
Okay.
It's at 476
level,
right
maybe
now.
level. The L stands for level. Maybe.
Could be. At 460 held, and now we're 477 coming back in. High day, I believe, or not high day. All-time high on NVIDIA is 480.86. Can you confirm that for me?
Yeah, sure.
NVIDIA, I think all-time high is 480.86, and we're not that far out on that one also. If NASDAQ wants to continue going to the north side and take that 16K area, then ooh, baby, we'll watch out for that one. OB favorite type of fishing, pike or trout or bass? I think his favorite type of fishing is the one that he can catch.
Yeah, no. I like bass. We go to Lake Simcoe. If you guys are aware of that lake, Lake Simcoe is a great place to fish for bass, and I think they have fishing competitions, bass competitions yearly there as well. So yeah, I'd say a little bit of bass fishing is fun.
What do you think goes through a fish's head when you catch it and release it?
It's just hungry. It's just chasing the bait, you know?
No, but like when you catch a fish, pull it out of water, and then you release it back to the water, what do you think goes through its head?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe. What just happened? What just happened? Yeah. Probably. Yeah,
What do you think it tells his friends? It's like, well, what just happened?
I don't know. Well, it probably doesn't tell them anything because once you start catching,
Well, you have like a
start
random
catching
hole
like,
in your mouth you didn't 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they're. I mean, the fish are smart, but I don't know if their consciousness is at that kind of like self-actualized level. Yeah.
They're crazy, bro.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit like the people chasing the ask on that Microsoft bid up. Yeah, exactly. On the move today. That's that would give us a little bit of a piranha action there on that Microsoft bid up.
Lilia Nene saying, "I'm your fish trader, proud with the heart." I'm guessing that's a good comment. Never had a woman, or I'm guessing you're a woman. Never had a woman saying that they're my fish. But hey, if that's a good comment, I'll take it. What's that? Because I can catch her. Ah. Okay. Oh, okay. I like it. Prad. Okay, Dylan, calm down. Don't eat plastic ones. Not sure what you guys talking about. Coming back to the market though, new high a day for NVIDIA.
Wow, this thing is blasting
480
off.
incoming, not that far out. $4 out on NVIDIA for 480. And NASDAQ wants to hang out near 15,950. Market still wants to continue going to the upside. The question is, does Microsoft catch up though? Because Microsoft has been stuck in this 363, 362 range for quite some time now. I see Obi is in Amazon long, hoping that one pumps up for him if the market can take off also to the north side. I haven't been in a trade. I'm just waiting patiently for something to wake up over here so I can jump into it. Maybe the NVIDIA buying. A lot of stocks today actually started respecting this 50-period EMA later on in the day. It's actually surprising. So yeah, market clearly showing you a good reversal on the day. First being red for the NASDAQ market, now turning positive for the NASDAQ market, and the SPY have been green throughout the day. So shout out to all markets here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a beautiful, beautiful day for the stonk market. Yo, sup, guys, watching you trade from Dubai. Hey, what's up from Dubai?
Welcome.
Did I say what's up from Dubai? No, what's up from Toronto? Welcome to Dubai.
Yeah. Or what? What's up from Dubai?
Toronto.
Welcome to Toronto.
I said, what's up to Toronto? What's up from Toronto?
Yes.
I'll shut up, man.
Nice, shout out. Okay, sick. Thank you for joining us from all around the world. But yeah, no, these markets are raging to the highs. Look at that ES move straight to the top. This 133 defense really showing itself here. I am getting a little bit antsy on this hold here, but the market's showing me that there is real strength on this move as we push towards the highs at 2 p.m. on the ES, making brand new highs. So definitely some pressure there that's been there since the open, especially on the ES. So we'll be looking for that continued pressure going on into the rest of the trading session on the day. So let's see if that kind of holds. Microsoft still holding above that 362. NVIDIA pushing towards the highs. Meta has had a little bit of a pullback there. Yeah, no, NVIDIA is the real strong one right now. I have this pulled up on an EMA, just a 3-minute chart. Take a look at that. Very strong trend. We'll probably see a little bit better on the 15. Look at that hold and reclaim of these highs. We were talking about that potential 475 incoming when that 470 broke, that high of pre-market consolidation, and lo and behold, we get that test. Now, the only one kind of muted is Amazon. Am I in the wrong stock? maybe. But yeah, looking like that we are holding very key levels and pushing towards these highs, potential 16 incoming on the NQ. So yeah, that's what we'll be watching out for, man. And I think our time here is coming up to an end, Brad. It's a crazy trading session we've had.
Insane lunchtime session, man. Usually lunchtime sessions are boring, but yeah, Microsoft gave us an opportunity to get a little crazy, get a little active, have some fun over there on the markets. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Once again, closing show coming up in about 30 seconds or so. We got Max, the demon himself, coming on, and we also got NIO, freshly back from a vacation, looking all nice. Hopefully that Paris vacation was good. He might be missing some croissants, but he's got apple fritters over here, so he's probably happier than the croissants. I'm guessing apple fritters over croissants. Is that right? Yeah, it's apple fritters over croissants. Okay, so he's for sure happy because this Friday, my man has an apple croissant written. Oh, sorry, apple fritter written all over his name. Isn't it this Friday?
Oh yeah, you have to give me an
That's right. This Friday, I have an apple fritter with his name over it, and he's going to be coming on the Friday 4 o'clock show, so tune in for that one. We're going to have a lot of fun asking them all the questions that you guys have, so we'll have that. Tonight, 4 o'clock, though, earnings movers and all the other movers. Until then, Obi and I will be back at 11 o'clock, same time, same place. Ciao.
Take it easy, guys.
Hey guys, welcome in. Yeah, 2 o'clock, couple hours left on a pretty exciting afternoon here as we get more positive AI news driving the action back to the upside for not only Microsoft and Meta specifically, but tech overall back in positive territory. Here's how things are shaping up